same spot as last time, or it's a new redraw?
Welcome back to Borgata in Atlantic City. The Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship final table. If you blinked last night, we bounced out of here around midnight, and we're right back 12 hours later with the final six playing for those two beautiful trophies. I'm Terrence Reed alongside Matthew Hansen.
Hello, Terrence.
Good to see you again.
Great to see you, TJ. Hardly missed you. It's only been a few hours, but we're back in action here. 6 players left. We're playing down to a winner, 492K up top. How you feeling today, TJ?
Excited, especially because this man, Salvatore Evola, kept us on the edge of our seats yesterday, and he's back in seat 1, ready to do it again. Just do it on the t-shirt. And tells me his play is going to live by that. We've got Dorian Rios, the only non-American affiliate here at the table, Venezuelan from Caracas. Also one of the most experienced at the final table with nearly $2.5 million in earnings. Clemen Deng there from the Pacific Northwest. $7.5 million. Salvatore had a lot of fun yesterday. There's Joseph Neiman, excited. He looks refreshed. Last night he was tired, and he's back. There's our chip leader, Nguyen Lee from the West Coast, California. He just had his biggest score of his life 2 weeks ago, not on the Poker Go Studios for the Last Chance series. Made 55K. Well, he's already locked up more than that today.
Good luck,
and looking for his first giant score with 492 up top. Let's listen to the conversation here. Salvatore starting it off.
You have to put it.
The clock has
just one minute.
So we missed Phil in the intro there. He's from Queens.
Waiting for the clock?
His biggest score came in 2006, second place in the Borgata Summer Open for 141K.
2006, here we are 19 years later.
What were you even doing in 2006, TJ?
Nothing worth talking about. I just moved to New York City, actually.
Well, how about that?
Appropriate, since he's from Queens. We are underway. Our chip leader, perhaps unexpected from the start of the day yesterday, he was one of the shorter stacks at one point, got down to 10 to 15 bigs, spun it all the way back up to 8 million, and he comes in with the 80 big blinds that stack is worth today at the 100K big blind level.
Didn't hear much from Nguyen in the early going yesterday, but turned on the Jets in the later levels to get that chip lead.
Didn't hear much from him in either way. He doesn't say much at the table, kind of
not
silent assassin type.
Not a talkative man.
Yeah. He did spark the conversation of should you drink Red Bull out of a straw or go straight to the can.
He went with the straw, and I believe the results speak for themselves.
Big money, certainly, with 492K up top. 100K score is within grasp after just a couple elims today. And quite a few characters at the table. Joseph, you see, kind of the polar opposite of the crazy wild Salvatore, but today he's showing some chops. Queen 3 suited. Didn't really see much of this from him yesterday, and he's ready to battle. Got a good night's sleep, feeling refreshed. This is his time. Middle of the day, ready to pounce.
Joseph from Teaneck, New Jersey, home of the Teaneck High School Highwaymen. That's the name of their high school mascot.
The deep dive. I love it.
Bit of a controversial mascot name. Highwaymen were generally thieves and marauders, but you know, I like it.
Well, he was trying to steal this pot appropriately. Didn't work though. Nguyen puts in the first 3-bet of the day and takes that down with the ace queen. We are here live from the Borgata. We're on a 30-minute delay. We're glad you're with us. Be playing all the way down to a winner today, crowning the champion of yet another Borgata championship. $3,500 to enter this one. Nearly 1,000 players did so. We're down to the final 6, as you see. Still fairly deep. A lot of play in store today.
Four calls. Five votes.
Still like, wow.
Oh, okay. Six votes. One call.
Check.
Two checks. One that's 1 and 10. Two calls. Three calls.
110, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Salvatore in action for the first time with second pair betting. Joseph's got a flush draw, which comes in immediately. Not sure what Dorian has, the mystery hand.
The Wawa mystery hand, the first one of the day.
Do they have Wawa? Is this where Wawas are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two checks.
An inferior gas station to Wisconsin's Quick Trip, and perhaps even
Midwest.
Texas's Buc-ee's.
I was about to say, Bucky people might fight you over that one.
Buc-ee's is fine, but Quick Trip, just an emotional connection.
For you, yeah, I think you're wrong. A quick trip is fine. Joseph takes this one down with his flush. Well done. This man played king 3 suited, 8 deuce suited, challenging everything I said yesterday. He has been the most active so far, willing to mix it up. He sees any 2 cards so far. I love it.
Maybe he watched the stream, maybe he went back.
How much do you factor in the fact that
Made some assumptions
30
about
minutes ago,
the
exactly
assumptions
what I
of the other players
Yeah.
today, and made some adjustments coming in, and it's working out well
think
for
about
him
that?
so far.
I do feel like as the day dragged on yesterday, Joseph was getting a little tired,
He was.
took a couple bad beats, was kind of ready for that day to be
know what I'm
over.
saying, right?
Today, we've got a brand new man. He's smiling, chatting, attacking, and getting in there.
I expect some fireworks between he and Sal today, talking to one of Sal's friends while the final table is getting underway. He said we can expect Sal to come out firing.
Okay. See if he lives up to that promise. If yesterday wasn't firing, I don't know what today is going to be.
Well, he started off very out of pocket, and then over the course of the evening, kind of reined it in a little bit. Perhaps maybe one of his goals, making that final 6, making that final table, and that became the primary goal. So you can understand why things tightened up a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you. Three calls.
Salvatore's in the mix.
Oh, and we got the go-ahead, the thumbs up, and maybe even the preference. Just go ahead and call him Sal.
Check.
Okay, we'll do Sal.
Check, check.
If you weren't with us yesterday, Sal does turn the best hand here. Second pair. Flush draw against the gut shot over and nut flush draw from Clemen. Let's pause for this confrontation, which might get interesting.
Yes.
Three bets 700,000. One call.
A bet and a call, but Salvatore sees an ace come out, Sal, excuse me, sees the ace come out on the river, and Clemen makes the best hand. Can he find a value bet here from out of position? Does reach for chips. An annoying card, kind of one that Clemen might bet even if he didn't have the ace, but it's Salvatore, Sal, who raised this pot and did so for 4x to open it up pre-flop. I think I've got more. I'm supposed to have this ace, and yet this guy's betting $1 million. I thought this might be coming. Turns the 7 into a bluff. This is what I'm talking about with Sal. You never know. All three options were on the table there. And he usually is going to lean towards the most aggressive.
It seems like all the options were on the table there, and that Sal didn't really have much consideration for any of them except for what he just did.
I really like this. This is... Oh, he does get called. Not an ideal start for Sal. Perhaps a play that would have worked yesterday, but if these players look back and watch the stream, might realize Sal is capable of doing some funky stuff.
Not a long tank at all there. Did you expect him to think a little longer?
I did. I mean, it's a big spot. It's, you know, a very monumental hand for him, for both those players. And it sees Clemen take over the chip lead with 11.6 million by making that hero call on the river. He had the ace of clubs. Very unlikely that our opponent can't have the nuts, obviously. And I think a little bit of research might have went into that play. Maybe watching some key moments on the stream yesterday. Nguyen with 9s in the hijack, and after losing a big pot, Sal has a suited ace. A quick call with that suited ace. Also likely to flick in a chip with his ace. And we'll go 3 ways. Can Sal get some of those chips back, or will it be a rough start to this one? Oh, there's a queen jack hit the muck in the small blind, I think. Probably regretting that decision, but somehow the 9s are still best.
That's results oriented, TJ.
It's kind of what we do here with the cards face up 30 minutes late.
Yes. It's nice to know everything.
Yes, it's very, very helpful. Try to remember that these players don't. Much more difficult to play in the moment, under the lights with big money in play, trying to figure these things out on the fly. They played with each other most of the day yesterday. Open ender for Nguyen. Bets and takes it down.
That's good.
Very unlikely his opponents have a straight. Never have ace king. Hard to have 2 pair given the action check during the flop. So I like that little bet for protection. And if he does get called, he's got the open ender as an emergency. Just takes it down. Share those payouts throughout the day, but currently these players have $82,033 locked up. The next pay jump for 5th place is $105,000 and some change. So this is a big one, 23K jump here. Next person eliminated is the only person at the table to not get 6 figures for their run. And then it goes up from there. Sal has ace queen, but Joseph's going to defend the small with king jack. these two, like you said, might be battling today. Sal on the right side of this board. Just a quick check back though.
4 checks. 1 checks.
Same story.
4 checks. 1 bet 500,000.
Sal tried to let his opponent catch any piece. Flicks in a half pot on the river, and quick fold from Joseph was always going to happen, no matter when he chose to put that bet in, I think.
We're ready to play fast today, it seems.
It does seem that way. No tanking necessary. People really acting quickly. There's your 2 trophies. Mini Borgata on the left, that MGM trophy on the right, both of which are going to the winner of this $3,500 event. Beautiful. I like you to put the date on there, put the actual event, just something you put on your shelf and you can remember.
Are they allowed to chop the trophies?
No.
Like if you get into a situation, like you take this trophy, I take that trophy?
Not officially. I've had that. They've had that same conversation at previous events I've been here for. Well,
You got
the
to
winner
take the
gets them
picture
both.
with both trophies. We're not trying to
Win-
take two
250?
pictures over here.
Winner gets them both.
Yeah. 3 folds.
Earlier this series, 10 days ago or so, we had the Bet on MGM Online Hybrid Championship, where players played online down to a final table and then brought the action here to the live felt. They gave away a very cool prize. It was a very high-tech gaming computer,
Oh, yeah.
and that thing was retail value. I think they said over $4,000, which wouldn't surprise me. BetMGM branded all over the
Oh,
side.
wow.
You can see through a plastic panel on the outside, or a glass panel. And that's just kind of the little things that they do here that I think is really cool to make the players, feel special.
In about 25 years, Chad Holloway is going to buy that on eBay. or Jesse Fuller.
In a thrift
One
store.
of the two.
In a thrift store is the right answer if it's Chad.
2 bets. 200.
I don't know if Jesse's listening. He's in the other room with the production, but he's already got his eyes on the gaming computer.
Dorian betting with the ace high. But it's Nguyen who's connected with second pair. Dorian does have the over in the gutter. Interesting to see a continuation from Dorian on this particular board. 875, typically one that don't really want to continue with error. Hits the big blinds range so hard, but
6 checks.
we'll see if he has more than one barrel planned. I don't think so, yeah. Now a 4-liner out there, likely heading for showdown. No real reason to bet if we're Nguyen. Unless we think we need to get a jack to fold or something like that. But yeah, here we go. Jack, check, jack. Nguyen will take it down.
One's good.
In the chat, if you're here with us, thanks for being here. Let us know who you're rooting for. Yesterday, that answer was likely Ryan DePaulo, Kitty Quo. They both made a lot of feature table, final table coverage.
It's all Sal today.
All Sal?
Yeah. It's the new energy.
Okay. That is who Ryan said to root for from here on out.
Chat calling for DePaulo being allowed to rebuy at this point.
I don't think we'll allow that. Although chat would love it and we would love it. Ryan was a pleasure to have at this final table. Blind v blind battle. Couple of suited hands, Nguyen with the dominating 4 over Sal. Much less chatter at this table today.
Yeah, not a lot of nodes of conversation. You have Sal who's talkative, but there's no one really that he's going to interact with regularly. With Ryan and Kitty gone, that really does account for a bulk of the conversation that we were having yesterday.
most of which was Kitty just trying to get Sal to come down for a home game.
Yes, she was pressing hard, and I'm sure that will continue.
This is a big flop for Sal. Nguyen, of course, hits bottom pair, but Sal has the same bottom pair and a flush draw. Can't ask for too much more when you're in there with 4 deuce suited. But Nguyen goes for the check call. Still ahead on the 8, but now there's a 4-liner out there. We've seen this, that players really don't want to bloat the pot with bad hands out of position against Sal, because Sal is not afraid to pile in money, whether he has it or not. Really tough to play against. A fold from Nguyen, ships the pot over to Salvatore with bottom pair. Well done. Were you down there for the PGT Last Chance Series when Nguyen ran deep? You were saying?
I was there for the PGT Championship.
Okay.
I wasn't there for the Last Chance Series, but looking at his resume, 150K in earnings, about a third of that comes from that 6th place finish last week at the PGT Series. So his tournament resume not long. I'm sure he's got a lot of cash and online experience, but he's played in 10Ks.
But sometimes when you're, making deep runs, big scores, momentum is a big thing in tournament poker, playing with confidence, trusting your reads, those sort of things. Another big score right here for him, already bigger than that previous live best just 10 days ago.
Tough fields too at the Last Chance. Shannon Shore wins twice, Brandon Wilson wins twice. Really hard to get through in those Poker Go Studio tournaments. It's the best in the world, and they all live about a quarter mile away.
Meanwhile, it's Nguyen Lee who made the final table there, scored 50-something thousand, and he's right back doing it again.
Jeremy Osmus, your PGT Player of the Year and PGT Championship winner.
Raises to 200,000, 1 folded.
It was Nguyen that opened this pot up, and we'll just take it down. They do give away a purple jacket, right?
The purple jacket's for the Masters, the Poker Masters.
Poker Masters,
That was
okay.
won by Jim Colopy, I believe, this year. And he had like a bunch of cashes and no wins in this PGT season, like 20 cashes and no wins.
Wow. Hey, making money. I do really enjoy, we were talking about it yesterday, houses that try to make trophies cool, interesting, trying new things. The Borgata is the classic one, right? It weighs, it's chunky if you never pick one up. I don't know the actual weight. It's got to be 5-6 pounds. And a beautiful replica of the Borgata building here in Atlantic City. But there's others that try to mix it up. We were talking, there's a couple samurai swords around the country.
Little gimmicky for my taste, but fine.
I saw a revolver from some event down in Texas, I think.
You have your South Dakota Poker Championship has the double revolver trophy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for they play that one in Deadwood. That's an MSPT tournament.
A lot of weapons making their way into the trophy world.
It's South Dakota. If you don't already have 2 on you, then I don't know what you're doing up there. Yeah, I like the trophies that are essentially die-cast models or glass models of the building you won the tournament in.
Nguyen does that.
Although you win it usually in the encore.
True.
Although they're the same building.
Yeah.
We won't, whatever. When you work over there, it takes a few times to realize where you probably should park versus where you do park.
I rarely park. I'm usually walking from one of the other ones.
From your high-class suite.
We were talking about experience here at the final table. It is Dorian Rios from Caracas, Venezuela, there in the 2-seat, who has the highest amount of earnings. We said nearly $250,000 in live earnings. Then it's Clemen Deng from Portland, who has over 2 million himself. His biggest score was just last year down at the
250.
SHRPO.
250,000.
The others, a collection of smaller live earnings, according to Hendon Mob.
A lot of Win Lee's experience comes from the Los Angeles circuit. A lot of cashes on his Hendon from those Los Angeles
He's
casinos.
out there from the California area, listed as his hometown. Sal and Joseph, like you predicted, fireworks possible with a couple of aces, but instead it's a 9 high board.
Joseph with a small edge here, but enough.
Enough to get it done if he can find his way to showdown against Sal.
Well, it's that old classic poker saying, it only takes 1 pip.
What scene is that? I don't remember.
No, it's that saying.
Oh, the old saying, okay.
They say it a lot. It only takes 1 pip.
People are talking. What's your favorite poker movie, Matt Hansen?
Oh, California Split by 6.5 miles.
By 6.5 miles.
Yeah, easily.
That much better than
It's a
everything
big gap
else.
between California Split and the next one.
What about Mississippi, what, the Mississippi Grind? Is that the name?
Yeah, that's essentially just kind of a half-hearted remake of California Split.
Ah,
Just changed up the actors and a couple of locations, but it's generally the same story.
all right. I have never seen California Split.
Oh, you gotta see California Split. Terrific poker movie. Elliot Gould, George Siegel. Really a pioneer in sound design at the time. So when you watch it, make sure you watch it with your Dolby and your sound bar and all that.
Of course. How else?
Especially in the opening scene, in the poker room, the chips. At the time, very revolutionary stuff. We take it for granted now, but it was mind-blowing sound at the time.
All right. It's on the list. I'm sure it's on Netflix.
I don't think so. I think you might have to rent this one. I've seen it pop up on Prime Video sometimes. So it's not an obscure movie by any means, but it's old enough to where you won't always find it.
We'll head down to Blockbuster, pick that up on the way home. Win Lee opens up under the gun, 8-9, gets called by Joseph from the small with a suited ace, who flops an ace on the ace 4-3 board.
How about you? What's your rounders?
No, although it's probably the one I've seen the most, just because people always want to watch it. It's good, but it's not the best. I used to love Maverick when I was a kid.
Maverick's great. You go back and watch Maverick. A lot of the poker stands up. That final scene, you won't cringe. You'll be like, okay, this is
That's
close
so not
enough.
true.
No, watch the final scene again. Watch the action, and you'll be like, okay, good enough.
You mean with the full house quads and royal
Not
flush?
what happens, but watch the actual action of the
Okay.
table, the order in which they go, which poker movies screw up a lot.
Fair enough.
Maverick at least gets pretty close.
But didn't Maverick put all his chips in without looking at his last card?
Yeah, but that's just what Maverick does.
Okay.
Big twist at the end. I won't ruin it, but love the twist at the
I
end.
think spoilers 30 years later is fine.
Yeah, saw that in the theater. I think.
Joseph does check behind, gives up with a 9 high. Good timing for him because, or win check behind. Joseph will take it down with the trips. Well done on him. Small pot though. Probably was hoping his opponent would bluff. Did slip it over to him on the river. Win did not bite. Clemen still on top.
Cincinnati Kid, very good.
That one I have seen. Robert Redford? No.
Steve McQueen.
Thank you, Steve. Redford was also in a poker movie. Am I wrong?
Oh gosh, he's in the. You got the Sting.
The Sting. That's
Yeah.
yeah. There's
There's some poker in
famous
it.
poker scene in there. Yeah. Gotta love and appreciate Borgata, BetMGM Poker, Guerrilla Gaming, all putting on productions for us here in the middle of a Thursday. These players play down for major money. This is a big title from a big series. This has been a good spot to be in every January here, the Winter Poker Open.
Yeah, it's since coming back from having a couple of years off there with the pandemic. Borgata's really come on strong and found their rhythm again with these.
Somebody posted early on in this series when the Almighty Million just blew the the kickoff blew the guarantee out of the water. Said simply, Borgata is back.
Borgata's back. And the East Coast needed that because from the Borgata, the others thrive as well.
Yeah.
It's a major piece of the puzzle here on the East Coast.
Certainly, even with some inclement weather in the middle of the series, every guarantee just crushed. Players showed up in droves. And despite having things spread across 3 different levels, up top, middle of the tournament, middle of the casino in the poker room, and down here in the lower conference center, still ran very well.
Yeah.
Tough to do logistically.
Well, very tough in general.
In general.
New Jersey, not always the easiest state regulation-wise and things like that, but they got a lot to do to make sure things go off above board and proper, and they do it all.
Race.
Phil really getting into the mix for kind of the first time with pocket jacks. Sees an open and a call in front of him before 3-betting to 1 million. Nothing really going for Dorian so far. A couple times he's gotten the mix. He's either faced resistance like this or just whipped the flop completely. So patience will be tested for that man. But Phil picks up his first consequential pot of the day. Daniel Fellner in the chat says he's rooting for Kitty. Who's going to tell him?
Well, let's, you know.
Unless you're rooting for Kitty to get home safely today on a plane, which I am.
Yeah, we all are. Daddy wants to know where's Phil Ivey.
Probably playing Baccarat in Macau, maybe?
Yeah, definitely not here.
Sal opens up the small blind. These are 2 very strong hands
All in.
in a blind versus blind battle. Dorian jams and Sal snap calls.
Here we go.
Wow, out of nowhere.
You think that's what Dorian expected?
Not at, well, once he gets snap called, he hates it. Ace, queen of Sal against the ace 10 of Dorian. It is Sal at risk. Dorian has a slightly bigger stack, but Sal is in a great spot.
Oh.
Oh, until the 10 hits, leaving Sal looking for a gutter or a queen. Diamond reduces the outs even further as Dorian covers the nut flush. The 8's no good. Sal's done.
Come on, man.
Easy.
I come to do it.
A chest bump from Dorian, pounding his own chest, while Sal just walks away faster than the camera could barely catch him.
Salvatore.
Not what I saw
Good game,
coming.
Sorry. You are playing so aggressive, bro.
The brothers. The brothers. Sal, it's a pleasure
I'm
knowing you
speechless.
and playing with you.
Yeah.
Sal had
Take care.
a
Good luck
great
in the
spot
future.
to pick up 6.5 million chips and set himself up for to go with this title, and instead the 10 on the flop ruins his chances and he's out in 6th place.
Okay, guys. New tournament.
Good run, Sal.
You feeling better?
You got it in good there. But
What's your first name?
Dorian
again?
did what you did to so many others. Flop better yesterday.
Giuseppe.
Today wasn't your day. 82,000.
It's the same name.
Well done to Sal. Good run. You were fun to watch. We appreciate you putting on a show for us.
50.
And that is his, by far, career biggest score. Last one was $8,423 right here at Borgata. Earlier this year at the Fall Poker Open.
Sal strikes me as a name that we will continue to see here going forward at subsequent Borgata stops and live final tables, extreme tables.
Thank you.
A star may have been born this week.
We would love to see him back in here anytime. People calling out the head rub from Dorian. Looked over, celebrated, rubbed someone's head. I think it was Clemen.
Yeah, Clemen just to his left gave him a quick
Clemen just sat
head
there.
rub and a fist bump to Joseph after what seemed like an uncharacteristic chest pump there.
200.
Dorian doesn't always show that level
Yeah.
of emotion.
He was very happy to hold in a big spot there. We have two hands competing. Clemen has flopped second pair, but Joseph has the nut flush draw and is continuing. Kind of Joseph's pot to win if he can really keep the pressure on unless Clemen can improve. I'd love to see another big bet here, but instead Joseph heading to the river, and now Clemen's going nowhere. Trips on the river. Joseph left with just ace high. Like a check or a really small bet to try to induce Joseph to put some more chips in.
Two bets, 550 people.
Yeah, the big
Not
bet
that
is
small.
always getting snap folded.
What is a small bet there?
I'm talking,
250?
yeah, I'm talking like even less, 10, 15% pot. Something that's so annoying just to try to get the ego of your opponent to raise you.
They let the word squeeze into their head and let them think greedy.
Right. Yeah.
Do they
well,
have the
you
ICM
hate to
program
fold
that
for
tells
10%
you
when you
what
put in
their-
so
their
much.
value is?
Yeah.
Joseph has shown
What?
that he's just quick to check back when he doesn't have
don't
anything.
wanna
So
trap.
I
Okay,
like
I
the
guess.
super
Never
small
mind.
bet in that
Again,
spot
I told you
against that
before.
particular
I
opponent.
have no hard feelings or anything.
Because other people, you know, you get to the
It
river
doesn't
with
make
ace
it
high
relevant.
and you feel like you need to bluff, or your
Am I correct? It's irrelevant, right?
your flush draw misses and you feel like you
No,
need
because he
to
doesn't want to count
try to
anyway,
win
so
the
it's
pot.
irrelevant.
That's
Until
not
he
Joseph.
loses a stack or wins the tournament, it's irrelevant.
I see your greens.
Chip leader sizing
Okay.
up the player on his left,
Right around
making
6
sure
nine.
he's got the
Okay.
correct stack.
I like this coat a lot.
From Clemen?
Yeah, great coat. Been a real coat guy lately.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, winter in AC will make you think about that kind of thing. Bottom pair for Clemen. This is a limp pot, blind versus blind.
The chat's still beside themselves about the Clemen Deng head rub.
Are we still talking about it?
I assure you it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, these fellas have been playing together for...
Would love to see our production team clip that, slow motion it,
Yeah.
show the head rub, put that on the promo.
Elle, if you're listening, clip it. I think that's what we say to her. Clip it, Elle.
Clip it out.
Clip it, Elle. We'll see if it was a lucky head rub. We'll find out.
Wow,
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about.
this is close.
See, you bet one big blind.
Yeah,
He knows
he's
he
considering
knows
the king high call here.
Yeah, Clemen knows he has the best
right.
hand.
That might be good, but I'll give it to you.
Gets the fold.
He's
Find out
planting
about-
those seeds,
find out
though.
about
They're
that
starting to
because we're
sprout a
watching.
little bit.
If-
I think this will lead to something.
If we saw that 5%, 10% on the river earlier,
I'm gonna make a
he
very
might have done the same thing
call.
with ace high.
He's ready to. Maybe he came into today ready to
If you
throw
can
it
guess
around a
what
little
I'm
bit.
saying, what I would have called with. I was thinking.
Salvatore
Yes, yeah.
slowly
think you can
and
guess.
quickly played 47%
You know it's not an ace.
of his
Look at
hands before he was
Joseph
out
here.
of here. Joseph's just
Joseph
in the mix.
with the Terrence Reed televised cash game VP.
Why not? Final table, get in there.
Did you guys have a chat last night, or
We did not. I would not have recommended the 60% VPIP in this spot, but hey,
so for the uninitiated maybe out there, what is VPIP?
voluntarily put in pot.
200.
It's how frequently, what percentage of hands you voluntarily put chips in the middle. So that's not your small blind, not your big blind, not the ante, but anytime you put chips in when you don't have to. It registers as a yes for that hand.
Dorian with the raise with pocket jacks for the cutoff. Clemen calling from the button.
Gutter ball for Clemen, but Jack still best from Dorian. Kind of interesting to see the chip leader here. Clemen not 3-betting this type of hand. Keeping the pot small, playing in position. Maybe it's specifically against Dorian, who is one of the most experienced here, not wanting to get tangled up in big pots with him unnecessarily, but once we flop this gutter, he is going to take the initiative. Clemen does have the king of hearts, which might be the deciding factor in starting to bluff with this hand. A lot of good turn cards. Looking for the miracle 10, of course. Not there, the 6 of spades instead.
One check.
After having just rubbed this man's head a few minutes ago, he's now tangled up in pot, staring him in the eyes. Or I assume so, through those dark visors. Clemen not slowing down. A double barrel incoming. With just king high and a gutter ball. Full pot bet from Clemen, 1.45 million. Gets the job done from Dorian. That is a genuine nice hand, even if he hates it.
You must to have ace queen, right? You must to have ace queen. Ace queen. Could be. Right?
Dorian fishing for information. Clemen not offering
Ace
much.
queen.
Gave his opponent credit for top pair. A lot of deep sighs from these guys, seemingly right into their microphones.
Yes.
We'll see how Clemen handles this role of chip leader. It's thrust upon him after that hero call against Sal early in the day and extended it thus far with plays like the one he just made. So far, we haven't seen a lot of chip leader aggression pre-flop, but it's like post-flop he's willing to battle when he's in position.
Clemen, a former Oregon State high school chess champion.
Really?
His freshman year, he went to Lincoln High School, won the state chess championship. Considered by those on his team just the best in the world. Nobody can keep up with him at the time.
Seems like there's a lot of crossover between poker and chess these days.
Easily, I think that a lot of chess players jumping into poker maybe as a means to take the mind sport to an area where they can make a little bit of money. Chess
Sure.
not the most lucrative unless you're really on that top
Yeah.
tier, but you can take those skills, apply them to a game that can earn you a living.
We've seen people like Magnus Carlsen play a lot of poker, both on live streams and the WSOP.
A lot of EPTs
the
too.
Botes sisters, popular ones that come to mind.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of chess people out on the European Poker Tour. They seem to be well accommodated out there, invited regularly to participate. They bring a different audience to the game. Someone like Magnus Carlsen
Yeah.
brings an entire audience of people that aren't necessarily exposed to poker. That's a big positive, I think. The chess influx into poker has been nothing but great.
Nothing but great for Nguyen. Top and bottom pair, queen deuce. Has a lock on this hand. Dorian left with just ace high. It was interesting to see Dorian check this back with ace high in the big blind. Pre-flop, that is. His left with that same ace high, but 4 hearts on the board. Neither player feeling great about that. If Nguyen checks this, Dorian could turn it into a bluff, but instead, 20% bet. Trying to get to a cheap showdown.
He's learning from you.
Dorian let it go.
You have to patent that.
It does seem like there are 4 players at the table with very coordinated, thought-out chip stacks, and then there's Nguyen Lee.
Yes.
Whose chips are just strewn about, colors every which direction.
Well, we did have some issues, and I won't say they were specifically about Nguyen Lee.
Are those
Throughout
cards
this
harder to
tournament, there were a
shuffle
lot
than
of
normal
folks
cards?
being asked or politely
Yeah.
reminded,
Look
please
at
keep your
that.
stacks in 20s, and maybe a little bit of pushback on that. As a live reporter, and maybe even as a player, very difficult
like
to deal
12-5.
with when somebody's not putting them in 20s.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even, it looks like Joseph maybe not necessarily in 20s, although maybe
He's
that's
trying.
just his small chips.
Yeah, it's,
I really like Clemen's stack, of course, when you have a pile. But look at this. Oh my gosh.
yeah, the yellows are in different spots. The pinks are all spread out. The
There's a turtle.
big chips are on top, though.
It does seem to be like inappropriate size stacks. They're just everywhere. It's like, you know, when your room is untidy and stuff's thrown everywhere.
That is the chip stack of a high school chess champion. Well, looking at back to, while Clemen calls the bet here, looking back at the story from when he won that high school chess championship, a couple of quotes here kind of ring a little bit familiar. They were marveling at his 3rd round game in the state chess championship. He beat someone from the Canadian national chess team. It was their only loss of the tournament. And someone was quoted saying every move he made was offense. He chased her around the board.
Wow.
I expect maybe as we get down to the nitty gritty here, we'll see some more of that.
What a dive. I love this. Every move he made was offense.
And Deng saying at the time, I think about what's going to happen a few moves ahead, but not too far ahead.
Okay.
Enrique in the chat agreeing with about the chips.
Five,
Yeah.
six, 350.
Oh, sure enough. Enrique, we think alike. Nguyen starting out a bet here with the ace high. Clemen going nowhere with bottom pair. King's no good for Nguyen's hand, but it might be a card he wants to bluff. Needs to get all the 1-pair hands to fold. Targeting 10s, 4s, and 5s. Instead, a check behind. Bottom pair, good for Clemen, well done. Stacks more chips. From the messy stack to the clean mountain in front of Clemen Deng.
Well, it really does matter to a live reporter. I could probably count Clemen Deng's stack in a matter of seconds,
Right.
whereas Nguyen Lee, I'm going to have to walk around and look at it from different angles, see which stacks might be hiding where. That might
Yep.
be 30 seconds, that might be a minute. Those add up. You're trying to make your way through a field, do 20, 30, 40 chip counts. That adds up fast.
It is the small things you appreciate.
4 folds.
As a player, it can get annoying, but you only have 8 stacks to deal with, maximum usually. As a live reporter, you might have hundreds at any given time. You're trying to look through,
Thousands.
yeah.
5 raises to 200.
Nguyen picks up 6s and puts these into action. We're still deep enough to play hands like 5-4 for sure.
Fun hand to play from the button here if you flop well.
His straight flush blocked by Nguyen 6, but he doesn't know that. But there could be some fun boards that interact well with both these hands. And then there's Joseph's King Jack, of course. Decent flop for Dorian. Pair and a straight draw. And then wins 6s. Fares to be best a large portion of the time on the ace-4-3. Need to bet for some protection and clear out some of the equity these other hands have. Pretty good result there. Get the 2 overs to fold. We're ahead of the 4-5. Not anymore. 2 pair for Dorian. Open ender to go with win 6s. This is an interesting card that both players are not going to be too upset about, but it does hit Dorian's calling range pretty hard.
Nine.
5 bets to 900,000.
This is interesting because if Nguyen had an ace, likely would be a little more scared of this card. And he's might be trying to get an ace to fold, knowing he has an open ender with his pocket 6s. But if he thinks Dorian has an ace, he is incorrect. It's 2 pair. Dorian trying to solve this one. Might be afraid of like the ace-5s, ace-4s, ace-3s, and ace-deuces that Nguyen could have. The 4-5 isn't just a slam dunk, no you're ahead by any means. We're definitely too strong to fold. The question is just how to proceed. If you raise here and get it in, you're in almost always behind.
Get back down here quick. I don't know if we can handle it.
A fold instead. Dorian just chooses to avoid the complicated river spot.
Big.
Lets 2 pair go.
He doesn't know, but a big pile of outs waiting on that river. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. We'll never know, but I was surprised to see a 2 pair fold.
I do think you were right that it well within the boundaries of at least a call.
100%. I mean, we could always improve to a full house in worst case scenario and stack a big hand. Might just go check on many blanks. We can reevaluate depending on what our opponent does on the river. We have position. But instead he lets it go. 6s is the one hand that kind of makes sense from Nguyen. But it's hard to put your opponent just on one hand there.
5 raises to 200.
$550.
1 raises to 550,000.
Undeterred, Dorian back in the mix. 3 bets the ace-queen off against Nguyen's pocket 4s. Will these 2 go to battle again?
Nguyen Lee with a little bit of bedhead here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much sleep he got, but still quiet, still silently moving through this final table, looking for a set here. Doesn't come. Has the best hand, hard to know on the King Jack 5 after getting 3-bet. This is why the aggressive 3-bet oftentimes works. Whether we connect or not, we can
300.
bet on this kind of board and just pick up these chips. Yep. Best hand folds, 4s into the muck, and Dorian gets some of his chips back. Also don't know how long Winley can sit like that. That right leg has been under the left leg for way too long for my, like it's gotta be asleep at this point.
I think I fell asleep a long time ago.
The chip
But
stack.
if you actually ride that out when your leg falls asleep, it's pretty interesting. You should try it.
I'm the type that needs to immediately move it and wake it back up.
Ride it out.
What's the benefit of this?
Just see where it goes, man.
I'm pretty sure I know it's gonna be dead.
Yeah, but like the longer that it's dead, just trust me.
Okay.
It's interesting. You should try it out.
Here goes our chip leader. Jack 5 suited from the cutoff. Enough to work with for Nguyen. A pair for both players. Also backdoor flush for both players. Small continue from Clemen. I think we'll see this. We'll like to see a call from Nguyen after flopping second pair. Got backdoor everything. Does not want to make trips. Doesn't. Deuce of diamonds. Brings that backdoor flush for Clemen. But Nguyen has way more 3s and possible straights in this scenario than Clemen does. Might cause him to slow down, even though he picked up the flush draw. Checks back. Oh, out of nowhere, the 7 hits the river. One of the very few outs Nguyen had in the deck. Finds it on the river. 7 of diamonds was no good. The offsuit 7 was what he needed, and it comes in.
$600.
5 bets, 600,000.
Not a great card for Clemen. Our opponent could have a 3. Could have many 2 pairs. Could have 6-8. Just lets it go. Well done. Good folds.
Button's good, dealer.
Nguyen wins for some value after finding the nasty little 2-outer.
When you hear that beep, you know what that means.
Supermarket sweep.
That's exactly what that is where I was going with that. Thanks
After
for
they
stepping
use
on me. Jeez.
Sounds like we're heading on a break. Our first 15-minute break of the day. We've lost 1. We're down to 5 players. There's your payouts that they're fighting for when they come back. Sal left us,
He started to show.
but these 5 are still battling for $492,000. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as we head down to a winner of the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship.
How you doing? All right.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sportsbook.
Oh, the highs.
The no-no-nos.
Oh, the oh-oh-ohs. Now, what you want to do with this?
But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over
Or up here trying to hit the under. Or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
All these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. Only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots, so many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
We are back. Welcome back to the Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship final table. 5 players remain, 105K locked up and 492K up top. The man, Sal Evola, so many people were rooting for. He was our first casualty at this final table. Got it in good. Ace Queen against Ace 10. Couldn't hold. And here we are down to 5. After he busted, you heard Dorian say it's a whole new tournament now, guys. What do you think he meant by that?
Brand new tournament. Well, he kind of got his chips back there after an early weaker start, you could call it, or less fortunate start. And now he's back, he's flush, he's ready to take control of his table again.
I also think there was a little something of the wild card's out of here, guys. The game's going to be a little different now.
Yeah. The unknown quantity, so to speak.
Yeah.
Not that everyone at this table is a particularly known quantity. I'm sure they're still trying to solve a guy like Nguyen Lee.
Yeah.
But the big question mark out of the way now, and I think Nguyen Lee may be the more approachable unknown quantity of the two.
And not to say, Sal was doing absurd things, but he was, raising 4x opens, blind checking after raising pre-flop, blind betting before seeing the river card. We saw that a lot yesterday. And when somebody's doing that, everyone else kind of, their focus is drawn to that player and how to attack him, how to approach him. Yeah, he's gone now.
They need the bandwidth in their brain to start thinking about that. It doesn't necessarily factor in everything that they've studied and prepared for, so it takes a little bit of attention away from what you would normally use it on.
And we might see slightly less chips flying around, although hands like this will change that. Phil opens a king-queen. Nguyen gets aggressive with the king-jack, and Dorian's ace-jack suited, the best hand, but it shrivels up after seeing a raise and a 3-bet in front of you. Oh, but Phil jams.
Player announces all in.
Without hesitation. 4-bet rips the king-queen off. Thought we might not see as much action, but that's not the case here. Phil correctly identifying that he has the best hand here.
Tough call here for Nguyen Lee to reach and find.
Yeah, when we 3-bet with king-jack, we're bluffing with the king-jack. And then when we get jammed on...
We have no intention on showing his hand.
Right. I don't think we can continue on, and does let it go. Good job, Phil. And Dorian probably patting himself on the back for getting away from the ace-jack. Little did he know that that was actually the best hand of the 3.
Still, though, likely glad that he's not getting too far into the mix with a hand like that.
Yeah.
He would have sure loved to see the king-jack turn over, but we have seen that not work out.
We're just guessing, of course, from Dorian with ace-jack there. We have no idea. Our opponents have still uncapped range with the range of the 3-bet, and if we're going to play the hand, we almost have to play it as a raise. Don't want to guess for our entire stack. Just frustrating at a final table when you don't see a lot of really strong hands. Ace-jack, I think the best hand Dorian has seen pre-flop, and he doesn't even get to play it.
Yeah, you get into that rhythm where you haven't seen anything great for a while, and ace-jack starts to look maybe a little sexier than it is.
Well, and now he's going to have a different kind of frustration where he has an even bigger monster, and absolutely no one has anything to play with.
120, right?
So we need the 7-deuce game in play.
We limped it.
What does he know that we don't know?
Some people take a limp-only strategy or a polar strategy where you limp with all your best hands and all your worst hands, and then you're raising the middle hands.
Raise 400.
And this is why.
Well, if you ever, and I'll tell you this now, if you ever see me limping under the gun, it's only aces.
Okay.
Only aces.
Put that in the back of the mind.
It's a free one for you. Every single time, without variation.
Dorian continuing to slow play with kings.
So Deng, yeah, fires back the raise. Dorian calls.
Will there be any miracle for Deng to win with this 7 deuce. Flop's bottom pair, a little glimmer of hope.
The first step to winning with 7 deuce.
Clemen, I promise you, doesn't put Dorian on kings, and that's the idea with this slow play, but he will check behind trying to improve. I thought that was a 7 at first.
1 pip away.
Hit club's not there. Dorian's overpair still good. If you ask both of these players to guess the other player's hand, neither one would get it in 50 guesses.
No.
380.
And that brings up some fun spots where neither one knows what the other one has, and they're fighting for chips. Kings betting here.
Clemen's got to feel okay here. Maybe he's got ace king. Maybe he's not the worst hand, although he is.
It's one of those spots where you're just like, how did I get here? I have 7 deuce. He just lets it go. Good job. Don't think Dorian is limping, calling pre-flop and calling the flop with a hand worse than deuce. The obvious bluffs like Jack 9 gets there on the 8 turn. There's the man, Dorian Rios, Venezuelan, Caracas.
What's your aggression frequency referring to?
Take a couple of waters, please.
Anytime you take an aggressive, not passive action, whether it be raising instead of calling or folding, or, yeah, that's pretty much it. Anytime you choose the aggressive action compared to a passive action, which most of your actions in this game are going to lean passive, even though, you know, we talk about aggression always wins. You're just playing so much out of blinds, calling, closing the action, that sort of thing, or even folding counts against you. So it's only when you take an aggressive action, such as raising. Not really a stat people care too much about, honestly, as far as identifying a player type, just because so much falls on card distribution, on what your aggression frequency is.
Raise 240. 1 fold, 2 folds. Fold around.
A lot of middling stacks here, still fairly deep. Our short stack at the table is Phil, and he has 40 big blinds plus. So we're in for some deep final table play today. There's Nguyen. Playing a lot of hands over there. Came in as our chip leader, not there anymore. Clemen has overtaken that spot, but not afraid to get involved for sure. All these players, maybe with the exception of Phil, has been pretty solid ranges. Did 3-bet rip the king-queen off though. So
Phil finding himself generally at the bottom half of the chip counts for most of this final table. Tough for him to really find that spot, except for the aforementioned ripping of the king-queen.
Yeah. Very real money in play. Like we said, these 5 have 105K locked up, 153 for 4th. So this is a $38,000 pay jump from 5th to 4th.
720. 3 folds, 4 folds.
Yep, and you're right, T-Bold, a lot of big blinds in play. That speaks to 2 things. One, we had a lot of eliminations kind of earlier than usual yesterday, as we played from 16 to 10 very quickly. So maybe it's a little bigger average stack than what we expect when we get down to 6. But it always balances out. But more so to the structure. We're playing 75-minute levels, playing very deep. It's a $3,500 event. They want to reward the players with a lot of play as we get down to these levels, and we're seeing that here.
Generally, you're going to come into a Borgata final table with around an average of about 35 bigs anyways. So we're not too far off what might be considered the norm for this tournament.
It's just that with 75-minute blinds, we play these levels longer than you might many of the other tournaments, like 30-minute, 40-minute, 60 minutes. It's a little while to progress. You kind of need some collisions to get you know, 40 big blinds in the middle, especially with major pay jumps and high CM implications in play. A view there from Clemen, our chip leader, and his stats. Very aggressive, but also very high went to showdown frequency. Not winning a ton of pots pre-flop, instead navigating his way down to a showdown.
I saw pre-flop raise their percentage to 18,
yeah,
which seems low.
For a chip leader, it might be.
About once in orbit.
Yeah, with 5-handed play.
One raise is 250. 2 folds. 3 folds.
First in the pot seems to be winning many of these hands, but Nguyen's got 2 Broadway cards in the big blind. The hand he just tried to take it down pre, but that was against the button open. Now he's facing an under the gun open.
I feel like the bedhead has gotten worse.
Yeah.
A nap during break, maybe?
Heads up.
I think he's getting in little
Cooler City.
Goodness. Well, we were waiting for some fireworks like this to get things moving.
We said it's going to take a collision of hands to justify getting this many chips in the middle. Well, this is about as big as it gets for these 2 hands. 2 pair for both. When you raise King 5 under the gun and flop 2 pair, you got to feel pretty good. A flush draw present, lots of draws available. When this check raise comes in, which it likely will, things will get juicy. Just a call. If Nguyen knew what Dorian had, he'd certainly be raising. Instead, he chooses to slow play. That is a brick. A lot of cards could have killed the action. This is not one of them. Nguyen praying Dorian bets. Dorian likewise praying Nguyen has something. Not this, though.
Bet 700.
On the double flush draw board, when our opponent has bet twice, I think it's time to spring the trap. Fine to slow play on that flop, make sure we keep our opponent in, but now too many cards could kill our action on the river, and our opponent's telling us he has something. Time bank chip. Obviously, when not considering whether he should play the hand, but how to get everything. And this check raise, if it does come, is going to look very suspect to Dorian. No way Nguyen has kings or jacks. Dorian blocks pocket 5s, blocks king jack.
Just a call.
Oh my goodness, we're trying to win the minimum against this hand. Despite pairing the board, that the only thing Nguyen now loses to is aces that he was beating previously. That's a small portion of this range. Still likely both players to feel very comfortable with these 2 pairs.
5 checks.
Dorian will go for some value.
$2.4.
That is a big bet. pot size. I think much smaller, and we can possibly check raise jam. Against a full pot, less likely, although still possible. Instead, a quick call.
Got king 5. King jack.
That's going to surprise Dorian. Can't believe he's up against a better 2-pair.
You want to shove it? You want to shove it?
And that'll take Nguyen above 12 million. Near the chip lead, but just short of Clemen, Deng, both with over 100 big blind.
Dorian left in shock. Nguyen just hit the call button 4 times in a row. Pre-flop, on the flop, on the turn, on the river. I mean, he wins a massive pot, but it was certainly ripe to get it all on that specific board.
Not going to show up in his aggression percentage.
Nope.
But it will show up.
4 strikes against him.
It will show up in his chip stack.
Yes.
So as you said, maybe that metric doesn't tell the whole story.
Pretty cautious there still, though. I guess if we can get into his head, he was thinking his opponent had more bluffs than value.
240.
Raised to 240. CT.
If his opponent had something like ace 10 or ace queen or queen 10 or something like that, we might be lauding him for getting the maximum, but that's not what he had this time.
Hold.
Quick pot for Clemen.
How do you think Dorian reacts to a raise there instead of just a quick exact change, fast call?
I think if he tanks for a while and jams, I think Dorian probably calls off with that much in the middle. The specific hand that he has, the board pairing 3s doesn't really change much. And our opponent just called on both the flop and turn. I don't know what he would necessarily put him on. Not much would make sense. But because he bet pots, I think Nguyen was content to just call and take the pot down just in case he runs into a major cooler or the opposite way. I think if he bet something smaller, like 40%, 50% pot, then we're probably getting check raised for sure. But the full pot size bet means we're just calling.
Shout out to our dealer, Christopher Keeb, 8th place finisher in last year's Casino Employees event, one of the best in the business.
The man wins on both sides of the felt. I see him everywhere.
I tell him
I
I
swear
see
he has
him
a couple twins.
I see him more than my family, I tell him.
340.
I see everywhere I go, I'll go to Cyprus, there he is. I'll go Barcelona, there he is. Monte Carlo, there he is. All summer long.
Pretty much every
Borgata.
wherever the biggest spot is, he's
there.
dealing it. Yeah.
He's usually at a TV table. He was in Paradise, down in the Bahamas.
Limp call from Dorian, now working on a short stack. Doesn't have kings this time, but playable. Queen 9, 2-gapper from the blinds. Not the flop he wants to see. Ace high, Clemen pairs his ace. And Dorian with just 15 bigs behind now.
James Everest says in the chat, maybe the worst hand played by Nguyen I've ever seen. Not sure how many hands he's seen played by Nguyen, but maybe he's the foremost Nguyen expert.
Do you think he means the worst hand I've ever seen?
Played by Nguyen.
Played by Nguyen?
I think that's where he was going with that, but I probably disagree on all accounts. I haven't been in this business forever, but I've seen some very poorly
pretty bad
played
hands.
He won the pot, so it automatically knocks out a lot of the worst part of the hand.
Yeah, I disagreed.
Did he get every chip? No, but
there's a strong argument could be made for just calling on the flop, but I think on the turn is the time to pounce and try to get value from our hand. And then once we see a pot size bet on the river, we're kind of like, well, what does this guy have that he's triple barreling and betting pot? All the bluffs are going to fold anyway. But
sounds like a process in which one confused oneself.
Especially because there's a double flush draw on the turn. kind of want to protect and get value from all the big hands our opponent has. But instead, we leave him with 17 bigs or so and a dream.
KC in the chat saying it really wasn't that bad. That's probably where I land. It wasn't the worst hand I've ever seen. Not the best, somewhere in the middle.
Four raises, 250.
If you think people are wasting money on a card game, you are watching the wrong stream, a fan of the wrong game.
Well, I
Sir,
think,
this is not a Wendy's. We're playing poker.
Well, it was in response to a question Basketball Maven wondered if we were playing for real money. And some sarcasm ensued.
Two calls, 3 folds.
Two roll hands, pocket sixes, ace jack. Jack in the window gives Clemen the best hand. Phil sees 3 overcards to his sixes. Not his favorite flop by any means, but as the pre-flop raiser under the gun, there's a couple Broadway cards out there. We can just get quick folds from a lot of nonsense. Clemen doesn't have that. Second pair, top kicker.
Call.
Starts with a check call, turns a 7, changes nothing.
That is 1 million C4.
Phil not slowing down. Takes it down with his underpair.
Button's good.
Well done on him. Just
Quietly.
gonna barrel until his opponent folds.
Quietly getting himself off the short stack. The 12% V pip.
Saracino certainly not playing a lot of hands, but when he does, he just fires until it's over. So far, that's working. Getting a lot of respect from the players. Kind of has that table image of, you know, get out of my pot. I have a strong hand, and it's working.
Seeing an old live report here from the Borgata from back in 2011 referring to Phil as a teacher from Queens. But he's been playing at the Borgata here since it looks like live reporting was invented.
Wow, was that Willow counterblog back in the day?
They very well could be. A Colonel Poker? Who's Colonel Poker? Is Will a Colonel? I don't know if he's risen to the level of Colonel.
I don't know.
I thought he was more of like a Lieutenant General.
Admiral, I think.
Is Admiral above Colonel? I don't know.
Surely.
I don't know enough about boats.
You know, Captain Crunch is actually an admiral.
Really, with the
stripes?
Yeah.
Yep. Captain Crunch is an admiral, and I've been lied to my whole life.
Wow. Shakes up my day a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you here. It's already been a weird one.
I had a friend growing up who knew the word colonel, but had never seen it written out until we played the game Clue.
Oh no.
And accused did the first accusation and said, "It's Colonel Mustard." And all of us burst out laughing. Which, I mean, yeah, English is stupid. That word is definitely not colonel.
5 checks.
The headline for that Phil Saracino live report back in the day, Sayonara Saracino. I can appreciate that. So if you're listening and you wrote that, I'm tipping my hat to you for that headline.
Check.
Check back from Clemen, not much working. This card is interesting to both players because Nguyen has flop second pair, now third pair, but turns the diamonds to go with it, and his opponent checked behind. So might have the best hand. If he doesn't, has a lot of outs. Clemen, meanwhile, the best ace high, no pair, and a gut shot to the nuts. We're still ahead of all the other ace highs. Might have enough showdown value to just get to a river, and he agrees. But instead finds the best hand on the jack river. And that 9 is looking less and less likely to be the best hand.
Five check. Come check.
Quick check, check. 9, no good.
7. Ace jack's good.
Nguyen has to not love that. Didn't bet the flop after flopping second pair. Didn't bet the turn when he picked up the flush draw, and his opponent just drills the offsuit jack to take that one down.
Feels like he may have to make a couple of adjustments here to really do work at a table like this.
Tilted Poker said Admiral is the highest position.
Yes.
There's nothing higher than an Admiral? What about General?
Well, this is the Navy we're talking about.
Is General just Army?
Don't know.
That must be right. My ignorance is showing. Is Admiral like comparable to a General just in the Navy? What about the President?
Well, the President is
surely
chief,
higher than an Admiral.
Chief of everything.
Yeah. Getting semantic here.
I believe General in Navy would be the Fleet Admiral.
Fleet Admiral?
Fleet Admiral. So each ship has an Admiral, and then the fleet itself has an overarching Admiral.
The more you know.
That's good.
Colonel, not a Navy rank.
What about Captain?
Captain is.
No, specifically Captain.
Captain.
Well, with the apostrophe, as in the serial ship person. Captain.
Well, I can't speak of the serial Navy. They might have different regulations.
Okay.
Careful, I'm going to read that as my card.
2 fold. 3 fold.
This stage in the tournament, to have 2 stacks above 100 big blinds doesn't happen very often. And yet that's where we are. Clemen and Nguyen, 113 and 102 respectively. It's Dorian in the danger zone with 15 bigs. Nguyen max pressure. Very close for Dorian. Nobody else is short. Doesn't have to worry about busting before anyone. And one of the chip leaders is just jamming 15 into us from the blind. Obviously, we're not in love with Queen 9 off, but ranks to be the best hand sometimes. Is it often enough? Does he want to risk it all in this spot? It's kind of a fresh situation. If Nguyen had jammed into his big blind 4 or 5 orbits in a row or something, we'd have more information to know. But this is the first time that it's come to blind on blind since Dorian has been so short. Doesn't really know how aggressive Nguyen's going to be in that situation.
Yeah. And it could be any 2 for Nguyen here and any King X, Ace X in the approach.
Correct.
The Reno versus Atlantic City discussion kicked up in the chat just a little bit.
Is that the traditional discussion? Those
I've
2
never
cities?
heard them compare. I don't know if anybody's
why Reno gets
been
compared.
to Reno lately, but just enjoy what you have here. Don't take Atlantic City for granted.
I don't have a lot of experience in poker outside of Borgata in their series, but hard to argue that it's not good here when you're in the middle of this series.
If you've ever seen the cash room on a Friday or a Saturday night, there's nothing quite like it. Not even in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's massive and all full.
It's massive and it's like an L. So what you look in and see isn't even the beginning of it. They've got a little to the left and then a whole room in the back.
High stakes room in the back.
Just a massive cash room.
In addition to all of those, during these series, tournaments running upstairs and downstairs at the same time.
Yeah, getting here during one of the series has to be some of the best poker of the year.
Yeah.
All the way around. It's in cash, tournaments. It's got it all for you.
2 steakhouses here on site.
2 steakhouses.
I don't know if I've been to a casino with 2 steakhouses.
Trying to I mean, yeah, I can, well, no, you're right. Usually they kind of pour all of the effort into like one premier steakhouse. Like even like the Rio has Voodoo.
Yeah.
Or Holmes says Scotch 80.
But on both sides.
Because South Point might technically, because they've Don Vito's and then they have like, I think it's just called like strictly prime rib.
Oh.
2 checks.
I've never eaten steak at South Point.
You can get more than prime rib there, though.
Okay. Inappropriately named then. Something for both. Top pair for Nguyen, second pair for Clemen.
Have you had the steakhouse here, though?
I have. One of them. Oh, Clemen gets there. 2 pair on the river.
Love the food court here.
Multiple coffee shops, both in-house and Starbucks. Clemen's going to go for some value, and after checking behind on the turn, I think Nguyen is just going to pay this one off. But a big bet, though. Anything reasonable was getting snapped, and even 1 million will. Is that? Yep, that is 2 pair.
Thanks. That's it.
That's a great bet from Clemen. When checks back on the turn, he either has nothing or he has plenty of showdown trying to get to a showdown, or showdown value trying to get to a showdown. So he makes him pay with that ace after drilling the river, and Clemen extends his chip lead.
That's a tone-setting hand. That's a hand that will rattle around in Winley's head the next time that they're against one another and for the rest of this table.
Certainly look to be the 2 favorites to get to a heads up with their chip stacks alone.
You know, I like Phil's energy though. If I had to say like who is moving in the right direction, who's the one we're not thinking about right now, it's Phil.
I think Phil's won every hand he's played so far. And that's because he's played them very aggressively. Yeah.
He's letting the game come to him. He's letting other people play themselves out of this tournament. He's making big chunks of money, just letting everybody else play poker. It's getting to the point now where it's almost his turn, and I think he'll be ready.
Or so big blinds. It does go in there. Dorian shoves it. King 9 not good enough. 5 deuce not good enough. A win for Dorian. Much needed to right this sinking ship. He has been on a roller coaster this whole series for sure.
T-Bold asking in the chat, where is the Borgata? Is it on the boardwalk? It is not. We're a little inland of the boardwalk. I would say maybe a mile or so. Borgata in another part of Atlantic City, along with Harris is over here, I believe, in the Golden Nugget.
Five folds.
Boris chiming in on the chat. He's back after last night. That's Ryan DePaulo's assistant. He says Ryan DePaulo died for this. And I wonder, did Ryan tell him he had to put that in the chat? So last night there was a lot of direction going on
2 raised 240
between Ryan and Boris with the creation of the block.
3 folds.
Change. Oh. You got 10 back? I thought it was.
Get 240.
I had 150 up.
All right, so I only get 30. I have 20 more.
Oh wait, I get 30 back.
Yeah.
So what do you need?
So I have 20. I have 20 more.
20.
Please.
Barrett.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. folds. 2 folds. Folds.
Your boy Phil's here in the small blind with a suited king.
Four raises to.
We'll play it as a raise and get it quick
270.
fold from 8-5, of course, out of there from Nguyen. The head is back in the hand for Joseph, Matt. Very
Well,
jovial.
we're not in trouble till we get both hands on the head.
Well, we're
the
halfway
one
there.
hand that's just a little bit, but he's thinking here. I don't think he's too bothered. Plus, it's early. Not very tired yet. Still have the coffee coursing through his veins.
Do you think if Dorian busts, not to say it's happening, but if Dorian busts, do you think Clemen will go for the head rub on his way out the door?
You know, Dorian, that might just be a Clemen Deng thing. I don't know. Joseph seems like a guy who might react a little differently to an unsolicited head rub.
No, I'm saying if Dorian busts, will Clemen rub Dorian's
he
head
should, yes,
in revenge
absolutely.
on his way out the door?
Absolutely.
How much?
Here we go again. This time Nguyen has the real king-queen off.
Oh, in.
Rips it again, and absolute, even a worse hand for Dorian. This one, no thought needed. But the trend continues. Every time it folds to Nguyen, he's going to jam into Dorian. And we'll see if that's the collision that leads to all the chips in the middle.
Joseph whistling a little bit. And again, I think even since the last time I said it, this hair every time, it's getting a little wilder.
240, 240.
5 raises to 240. 1 fold.
$1.08.
Raise to 1.08. 1,080,000. Yes.
Nguyen with a raise and Clemen with a 3-bet with the worst hand from the big blind. Does he just not believe Nguyen's button raise here?
I think, yeah, this is Clemen just laying down, trying to set the tone as chip leader against the second in chips. Nguyen, neither one of these players should really want to go to war with the other at this time, but Clemen trying to establish his dominance against the second place player. And oh, this is a flop that Nguyen's going to love, top and bottom, and the ace of hearts, but Clemen has the sneaky and unexpected gut shot. Should he find a way to drill an 8, will shock Nguyen's 2-pair.
Chips. Five checks.
We went check there on the flop. A little surprising.
1,600,000.
.6 from Clemen. Easy call here from Nguyen. Are we in the same situation here where he needs to be raising on the turn?
I think we definitely have the best hand, but when Clemen just checks the flop, I don't think he's saying he has too much strength. So this is a slightly different situation where our opponent hasn't shown strength, so maybe we do want to keep their draws in there. But this is kind of the worry is...
A lot of those draws are going to beat you, though.
Well, on the heart river, yeah. But a lot of heart draws just bet the flop after raising pre when flopping a heart draw. The problem is now it's hard to get value out of our hand if our opponent does have an ace or does have pocket kings, queens, jack, queen, king, jack, that sort of thing. Hard to get value when the heart comes in on the river and we have the ace of hearts. The hope being our opponent will bluff with his air balls like this, though. And in this case, Nguyen set to win more chips than he would have had he had played it aggressively. So kind of the opposite situation as the last one, where he was criticized by the chat, me a little bit for not fast playing and not getting all the chips. But now he's getting a ton of chips that he wouldn't have gotten otherwise. He holds the ace of hearts. So not as afraid of flush draws, trying to decide if there's any additional value to be had from his two pair. Like I said, we go all the way back to the flop.
Player announces all in.
Clemen,
4 million.
4 million? Sorry. Player announces 4
4 million from Nguyen, does not go all in. It's just so unlikely that Clemen has an ace with the way he played the hand. So I'm not sure what we're trying to get called by this raise. If it's not an ace, then nothing else is going to call us. Unless somehow he slow played a big ace.
Some reminiscing in the chat about Atlantic City poker. Some folks calling back to the Wild West poker room in Old Favorite.
Here, right?
Yeah. Wild West poker room.
The Wild West, saying that was the best poker room by far here right now.
Makes sense. You played there?
No, just talking about the chat.
Oh, they're saying that. Wild West poker room.
I know we had a Wild West in Las Vegas. It was attached to a Best Western there, right on, I believe, Tropicana. It's been torn down.
Wow.
It was in anticipation. That was the first spot where the baseball stadium was supposed to go.
Okay.
And then along with a big giant resort, they moved all of that.
Baseball stadium being the Oakland Athletics.
Oakland.
Slated Oakland A's.
Sacramento Athletics right now. I think they'll just be the Athletics until they get to Vegas. I don't think they're going to carry a team name.
Let me say this. If you had to set a line, you're a sports book, you have to set a line on the odds that that stadium gets built and the Athletics play a game in Vegas. What's your live line?
2 months ago, I would say the odds are shaky, but they've cleared a couple of legislative hurdles. The money appears to exist. So I'd say we're a coin flip right now.
A 50-50?
Yeah, we were much worse than a coin flip before.
It's
this
a
whole
pick 'em.
athletics thing is and was a mirage.
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
I still feel like Vegas may be getting leveraged by Salt Lake City.
Oh, an all-in moment for Dorian, and Joseph has king-queen off. Does make the call. Time to gamble. A big spot for Dorian. Will he find the double with the pretty 10-8? Does have, wins this about a third of the time. Joseph looking for paint.
King, queen, just one time, right?
7-high flop. Not the worst for Dorian, as Joseph doesn't make a pair, but still needs to improve. Oh, and he does! The 8 on the turn.
Let's hold.
Joseph now needs help.
Let's hold one time.
Let's hold one time. You got it in earlier with ace-10 and beat ace-queen. Now you got it in with 10-8 and beat king-queen. Dorian runs well when his tournament life is on the line.
And hard not to see Joseph's head going right into that hand.
Maybe both hands.
I think we might be near both hands at this point.
And
right now
now
we've got the half hand side of the face.
It had been a while since we even had hopes of sniffing an elimination. There was a great chance for Dorian to be our 5th place player. Instead, the shorty doubles, and now both short stacks are in similar position, which likely means tighter play from everyone, including those two.
Jay Seppi correcting us in the chat. Wild Wild West didn't have their own poker room. It was the Bally's poker room located in the Wild Wild West.
Oh, wow.
So I stand corrected.
$240.
5 raises to 240,000. 1 falls.
$720.
2 raises to
Clemen
7.
Deng, big raise on the button with ace king suited.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Button stuck out of the way quickly. And Nguyen follows right in. So he keeps running his hands through his hair. That's what's making it a lot worse. I'm watching him now, Nguyen.
And when you've got hair like that, might as well. And Nguyen, not sure if we really highlighted, but now has quite the chip lead after tasseling with Clemen in that big pot with ace-9. Just a walk for Nguyen. No one wanting to take marginal holdings up against the chip leader. More chips head his way. Like, how many lives does Dorian have? Got it in bad twice and got there both times. Not egregious spots, of course. Just happened to run into better hands than the 2 times he did put it in there. Both times got there, and he's back up to 3 million at the 120K big blind level.
$240.
2 raises to 240,000. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 1 folds.
Clemen just takes it down with the ace-queen. Yep. People noting this thing is, kind of dragging on, but that was expected. We're deep. We've got big pay jumps. We don't have super shorties. Lots of big blinds in play. And the one wild card at the table, the main one, Sal, who kind of juiced the action and made bigger pots, is now gone. So much more controlled play from here on out, it would seem. I say that, and then Joseph jams 25 big blinds with queen 10.
2-4.
No, 2-8 or something.
2-8.
2-8-2.
Confusion genuine on Nguyen's face, maybe. Looking at what the big blind level is and then seeing 2.8 million go in there. He's got an ace, but this is way too little of a hand against this size of a jam, and that'll work for Joseph. Maybe a little frustration, maybe just felt like getting an adrenaline rush. 25 bigs go into the middle and takes it down. Kind of the tough thing with tournament poker. You have 6 million for a while, and then all of a sudden you're down to under 3 million, and kind of want to get back to where you were. Maybe start to force things until you are, but it's a quick way to head toward the payout line. Adam, I am Terrence Reed. Work with Poker.org, brought in by BetMGM. Alongside Matt Hansen here. We've been the commentators all day yesterday and today. Taking you down to a winner tonight.
One fifth.
Clemen needs to be careful. Joseph has ace-king behind him.
2 raises to 360,000.
Joseph will jam in 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Three goes all in.
Quick fold from Clemen, and Joseph picks up more. Here's your counts. Win 127 big blinds. It's your man in seed 5, or the last seed position right there on the right of your screen. Big chip lead. Dorian Rios still at the bottom, but has much more than he did just a few minutes ago.
$240.
Clemen with a pocket pair on the button gets in the mix.
3 folds.
Not much working.
4 folds.
We are towards the end of this series. Been going since basically the start of the year. Couple weeks of action here at Borgata. If you want to see all the results, the mixed game leaderboard, the overall leaderboard, pictures of everyone who's won, all that information is on Poker.org's instant live feed. Go to poker.org, click on Borgata Winter Poker Open in the corner, see a running tab, payouts, chip counts, results for this entire series. Find out how to download photos if you came out here and played and our photographer snapped a photo of you. You can download one for free if you sign up for the org.
Shout out Jesse Becker, our photographer for
240.
the Borgata series, and 8131 Media.
Jesse doing good work. These are long days trying to stay up and get all these winners. Some of these events end in the middle of the night and then back in the action in the morning.
Yeah, some of these tournaments wrapping up 3, 4, 5 in the morning. The double-edged sword of a well-designed structure.
Yep. And just, 4 or 5 tournaments happening every day sometimes.
It can be a lot to keep track of for anyone, let alone a photographer.
But for a player, it's a beautiful thing. Jump in anything you want at any time.
1 million.
Nguyen finds the 3-bet against the King-9 suited. From the big blind, goes 4x. The only person that can bust Clemen has just 3-bet his open. He's in position. He's got a suited hand. Likely going to, well, his body language said fold, but I think he's rethinking it. Doesn't want to get pushed around, but yeah, just folding. With King-9 specifically, Nguyen has a lot of better kings and could get in trouble on certain flops. Just lets it go.
Thanks. Give me 5. Thanks.
Earlier, it was Clemen trying to set the tone with a 10-7
Let's
off
see.
with the
Sure.
loose 3-bet. He's probably wondering if Nguyen's doing the same thing to him now, but that was a real hand.
Three raises to 300,000. Four fights.
T-Bold, I think the opposite happens actually. With 75-minute levels, at least, you know, decent players who are experienced tend to be more patient and don't get impatient and tilt it off with a good hand. The longer levels kind of give you the agency to take your time and wait for good spots. It's with shorter levels when you feel pressure and you feel like you have to get in the mix that maybe you start making bad plays and making impatient plays. Doesn't apply to everyone, of course. Some people who have stamina issues and can't, you know, have a hard time playing 12-hour days back to back to back. Sure, maybe those things will end in difficulty, but not because of the length of the level, more so for the length of just a long tournament day.
Nguyen Lee with the gutter here. I don't know if it's him in the chat, possibly an imposture, but Lee Nguyen asking for haircut recommendations. Are they on a break right now?
It's possible.
That might be him.
He might be scrolling the chat. People were talking about he was going to get a low fade after this thing's over.
There's a barber right here at the Borgata, isn't there?
Yeah, up in the spa.
Excellent.
Joseph with the nut flush draw will come along via a call and still has the best hand, drilling a pair now.
Not much change, but an invitation for Nguyen Lee to get a little frosty.
He does have a blocker to a straight. There's always that little devil on your shoulder as the chip leader that you're supposed to be bullying people. Will that voice motivate him to reach for some chips? Yes.
Frosty, I think I used that wrong. Frosty's like readiness, like stay frosty.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think froggy is probably what
Okay.
I was looking for. Get a little froggy and
let
jump.
it go.
Ah, you know. I want to hear it from the chat, you know.
Weird spot for Joseph. We make a pair, but our flush draw doesn't come in. Just lets it go. Nguyen gets it done with queen
goodness.
high. Nearly two full levels now we've played five-handed. We lost Sal in the first level of the day. These five battle on, and conversation is drained to near silence here at the final table.
It's crunch time.
Captain Crunch. It is chip accumulation time for Nguyen, though, who continues to stack. This is a close spot in this situation for Dorian. He knows Nguyen's opening very wide on the button. Wow, a call though. 20 big blinds, queen 10 off. He's gonna call and try to outplay Nguyen from out of position. An inferior stack. Nothing going for either player, just backdoor options for Dorian. King high for Nguyen, no diamond present. Hey, Ryan DePaulo's in the chat. Shout out Ryan, we've been talking about you today. A lot of love in the chat for you yesterday and today. Wish you were here, miss you.
Yeah, I tried to get it worked out so you could still buy in.
They said late reg was not open.
Didn't work out.
Looking forward to seeing this vlog though. I'm sure it'll be a banger.
Oh yeah, this should be a long one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he even mentioned that yesterday. We heard a couple of log leaks there, especially as they were going on the breaks, and he's giving his breakdown and giving some constructive criticism to his assistant chorus. It sounds like a real banger of a vlog.
And there's been a couple dogs around the tournament room. I'm sure he'll capture one or two for Dogs of the Vlog, the classic bit. Maybe a little video poker on breaks. Little
Well, he was
parkour.
at video poker within minutes of busting
After
out
busting.
yesterday. Yeah, remember he jumped in the
That's
chat,
right,
said he
that's
was
right.
at video poker.
Got to earn those very valuable MGM reward player points.
And an opportunity to get it to a final table and defend his home turf a little bit.
This is a situation I haven't been in all tournaments.
That situation being a raise from the button and a call from the small blind, I guess he's talking about. Joseph, Jack 10 just checked it back and, oh, I see. It was a call from the from the button. And Dorian flops trips in this limped pot while Joseph has an open ender and Clemen has top pair. Something for everyone, but Dorian way in the lead.
I call.
One call.
There are some cards that make this hand very intriguing. It already is. Everyone kind of has a piece. Clemen might even just be able to let this top pair go with this action.
What's the pay jump? Around 70K?
I think it's just over 50.
Just over 50.
Or just under 50, about 48,000.
So perhaps a $48,000 hand here for Joseph and Dorian.
Very hard to improve if we're Clemen. Very hard to know if we have the best hand. We're out of position against two opponents.
480.
And we choose to raise.
480.
This changes everything. Gets Joseph to fold the open ender, but Dorian's not folding anything. Maybe Clemen thinking he is more likely to have an 8 than either of these players, but he's wrong. Meaningless 3. If he puts Dorian on any sort of draw, we're going to see more chips go in the middle. And there's only a pot size behind for Dorian. Clemen put himself in this situation, not a lot of ways out.
480.
Two bets, 480,000.
All in.
And goes all in.
Dorian does jam the turn.
1.655.
Didn't think very long before putting his tournament life at risk.
Let's open twice the river.
Only about 1.2, and he's talkative now. Feels very comfortable. This just feels like an 8. Easy to say that when we're looking at the cards, but he didn't raise the flop, which he may have with a lot of his big draws. Bet the flop, call the check raise, raised over the turn bet, risking his tournament life on a $48,000 pay jump. This hand got off the rails with the choosing to limp for the first time. Getting a lead from Joseph, who's not even in the hand anymore. Getting a check raise from Clemen. has led us to this decision. If Dorian can get it all. Nearly $4 million in a pot.
How many have you used?
2 so far.
Okay.
3.
Time chips requested from the dealer. Hard to find many bluffs that play this hand this way. A troublesome, reluctant fold after putting in that many chips, but the correct one with only 1 live out. And Dorian back up to 32 bigs while Joseph falls to the bottom of the counts. Alligator blood, this man.
Mm. 9-4. 9-4. Smile.
No
Say
way.
something.
Never folding a 9.
That's so cool.
Never folding a 9. Even if it was 9 deuce, he wasn't folding it.
You don't have to play in Poker Go. You are playing here in Borgata, you know, chill.
Are they doubting he had the 9 then?
Joseph was. I think Dorian thinks he had a 9, and he's right. But Clemen with a chance to get some of it back with a bigger ace. Dorian opens the ace-jack. Ace-queen suited on the button. After Dorian just said, we're not playing at Poker Go, we're playing at Borgata. Just chill, bro. He gets 3-bet immediately. Phil might have a real hand. We haven't seen him fake tank in a while. King 8 suited, real indeed, but not real enough for this situation.
Calling.
Oh my. This is a big jam.
Nice.
But Clemen snap calls. For the 3rd time today, Dorian has all his chips in the middle, dominated. Can he do it again, or does Clemen finally put the nail in the coffin? Joseph loves to see this, by the way.
Oh,
the short
Joseph's
stack.
loving it. He was the man to watch. All eyes on Joseph. 18 big blinds left.
Oh my goodness, a jack pulls ahead again, but Clemen has the flush draw.
Still a coin flip.
1 card left, or Dorian finds another unlikely double. Oh, the queen on the river!
Oh, wow.
Wow. GG, man.
He can't keep getting away with this, and finally it caught up to him.
Good playing with you.
Joseph.
That was an interesting flop.
Yeah, very interesting, Joseph. Joseph's on Clyde 9 right now.
Joseph just got himself a $48,000 pay jump, as well as the rest of the players. Dorian Rios goes home with $105,691 for 5th place. And the man from Caracas, Venezuela, increases his total live earnings to over $2.5 million. Not his largest score by far. Back in 2016, Dorian took 2nd place, the WSOP $1,500 monster stack for $692,000.
What? How did I win
But
that?
this was a big one,
How
6
did I win
digits back going to
You
Dorian.
just got here.
Ryan criticizing our dealer. That was too fast. She just boom, 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 ran that board out. We need some drama.
240.
Want to sweat that river, and what a good river that one would have been to sweat.
Well, a lot of time, you know, you blame the dealer there, but it's not always the dealer's call.
Down to business, though.
The 4th cash of the series for Dorian Rios. First one in the kickoff, finished 131st. Ran to 50th in the first mirror mystery bounty of the series, and a min cash in the almighty million.
Wow, those are just 3 of the marquee events.
Yeah. He's doing well when it matters the most.
Played the whole series. Curious to see where he would be on the leaderboard here at the Winter Poker Open.
7 double-ups.
If you're also curious, you can head to poker.org's instant feed. Got both the leaderboards. The mixed game's over.
Also on our
That's
front
how you
page,
win
we
the
have a
tournament.
leaderboard a catch-up from Jeff Fisk yesterday.
Oh, lovely.
Caught us up on the conclusion of the mixed games leaderboard. Caught us up with the main leaderboard, waiting for the results of the championship here to see who wins it. And so that's on our front page as well as on Instant Live.
And those leaderboards are not just for bragging rights, money to be made. 50K guaranteed in the main leaderboard, and then a portion of every mixed game buy-in went towards the best performers across all the mixed games this series, and that one wrapped up with Filipos.
I think the main leaderboard is well above 60, 62,
Yeah.
63, I think.
So they surpassed that guaranteed set-aside prize pool. Clemen has aces, and Phil raises the button.
$840.
Is Phil going to get sticky? Yes. Jams it and runs into the very tip top of the range. Clemen has aces, and he might bust another player here, barring a catastrophic run out for his pocket aces. Phil is at risk, and Joseph could not be happier. Short stack sees another person put all their chips in the middle.
Joseph's going to make 6 figures here just sitting back.
King, king, queen. That's fairly hopeless for Phil. Running sixes, not there. Drawing dead on the turn. Clemen
Nice game.
takes another. A big smile across Joseph's face.
8 double-ups.
Joseph, he's moved out from cloud 9 to cloud 19 at this point.
And what was, we didn't have elimination for 3 hours. We just had 2 within 10 minutes. And Phillip Saracino's out in fourth for 153,000.
Not bad.
Now everyone's locked up 33K, and Joseph has 2 Goliaths on both sides of his slingshot.
So yeah, Joseph making, what, $118,000 there in a matter of moments in terms of pay jumps. What a
Love
feeling.
the snap call.
Now I
Made me
imagine
feel
it's
really
pretty
good.
wide range. Really, the rest of this, I don't see a lot of heads going into hands. I don't see a lot of forehead rubbing.
Got to be pretty happy with the results so far. And you heard him say it when he looked around at both players' stack. He said, "I just need 8 double-ups."
Yes.
So I mean, like, he's not going to be afraid because he's playing to, he's got to get a double at some point facing these 2 players. But in reality, he has 20 big blinds. He's just up against 2 massive stacks.
340.
340, sorry.
When I say massive, like, look at those counts at 120 big blind level. 120,000. We've got 17 million and 16 million. 130, 140 big blinds. There's our trophies we're playing for. We're going to one of these 3 players. The script certainly looks to be writing Joseph as the 3rd place player, but he's got chips. He's in a better mood now.
Look at this.
And he's got queens. Clemen with King Jack
240.
suited is going to raise.
One raises to 200.
Why wouldn't he? All in 3, 2, 1.
There goes all in.
Rips it.
340.
Trying to be a little nonchalant there with this all. I'm like, now's the time, Nice playing with you fellas.
A smile from Clemen. Why does it feel like? Yeah.
He gets away from it. He smelled a rat there.
That's the one I wanted. That was the one.
Having a good time. Man, what a difference.
Suspicious by just making 700.
Yeah, he's talkative now. He's like, you ever play golf with a guy? He's just a curmudgeon for like 9 holes.
Shoots a 62
just,
on the front.
Just awful. Like, he's just in a horrible attitude. He's no fun anymore. Then he makes a birdie on 10, and all of a
I had a
sudden
good
just
one, too.
chatting
Yeah,
everybody's
one-
ear off.
Ladies. You want
Can't
beating
shut
ladies.
this guy up.
Hit the reset button.
Beating ladies.
Okay.
And now he has pocket 10. So it is like he's birdie 10th and 11th
Yeah.
now.
He just right down the middle of the fairway at 11 here. And here we go.
Did he just rip it? He did.
He ripped it. Why not?
25 bigs, another smile crosses Clemen's face. How am I supposed to play against this guy?
Such a dangerous chip stack to call with King Queen.
I told you Joseph was just going to be playing for doubles. Like this 25 bigs feels like 7 bigs right now. And that's going to take us to our break with a little momentum for our short stack. 3 players remain. Dorian and Phillip exited. Now it's between Joseph, Neiman, Nguyen, Lee, and Clemen Deng. The top 2 of which have massive stacks coming back to level 29 in 15 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sportsbook.
The highs!
The no-no-nos. The oh-oh-ohs. Now, what you want to do with this? But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over or up here trying to hit the under,
Or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All the way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
All these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house, only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go in. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
We're back from break. 3 players remain, and there's your chip stacks. What a disparity. How often do you see this at a final table, Matt? We've got 146, 137, and 27 three-handed.
Well, it's not terribly uncommon to kind of see a final 3 breakdown like this with 2 larger stacks and a smaller one, and they're often jockeying for position, trying to be the one to grab the short stack and take that advantage into heads-up play. But what we've seen from Joseph so far, and everything else so far today, far from over, I think, for the short stack.
Joseph is playing this 20-something big blind stack like it's 7, 10, 12 big blinds. Happy to get it in free with anything playable. We know the last few examples, he had pocket queens and pocket tens and ace king and just real hands. We'll see. Who do you think's more likely to double up Joseph in this situation?
Well, it's tough. I'd say
or to give Joseph some action.
We don't have that kind of wild cardish vibe from either of them, I don't think. Winley's not terribly out of line. He's not getting crazy. And Clemen Deng's the consummate professional. I think he needs that cooler situation, or he needs to get lucky. He needs to catch up from behind and double.
Have a slightly second best hand in one of his opponent's hands.
And if he could maybe find a double for me.
Is the button right?
Well, that's going to be the task at hand as we get back in action. Playing the 160K big blind level, Joseph has 20 big blinds pretty much exactly against 2 massive stacks on both sides.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Players have rearranged themselves a little bit. It's a little easier on the dealer and on the cameras. Looks like they're all closer together.
Let's get a nice 3-shot.
Ace-5 suited for that man who looks like he may have straightened his hair a little bit, maybe combed it to the side at least.
Maybe that was him in the chat. He did maybe put some water on his hand and give it a quick run through. That's usually what I do.
Still got that same coat, burning? Never takes it off.
Something burning.
It's a great coat.
Do you smell it?
A little bit.
He says something burning. That's just, I think, the furnace, maybe, the heat?
I smelled that earlier as well. I didn't want to bring it up on the feed here, but I definitely did smell something burning at this time.
Okay.
To me, it's just like a furnace kicking on for the first time in the winter. I think it's a little cold down here, so maybe they crank the heat up.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's a big filter. It could be coming from anywhere.
Well,
reminds me of the NAPT where you're right above that cigar lounge they have. The media room, so you're essentially in a second cigar lounge.
Well, Joseph, from 30 minutes in the future, we are still here.
Yeah.
Still live. Ready to play some poker. It's the 2 big stacks with playable hands here. 3-handed, of course, ranges are going to be much wider. Queen 9 is toward the upper end of playability.
And you did say basement. I think you did mean the lower conference.
Lower conference center. I don't think I said basement. I think I just said we're down here.
Down here. Okay.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
After you corrected me yesterday, I tried to avoid it.
Well,
I learned from my missteps sometimes.
But if you say lower conference center, everyone's going to look at you around here like, what are you talking about? But if you say basement, they know exactly what you're talking about.
It's the balance of saying what's appropriate and saying what people will understand. A couple of whiffs on the 5-5 board. These 2 players certainly do not want to tangle in a massive pot. Not at this point, unless they've got the goods. But like you said, maybe a desire to separate themselves in preparation for likely heads-up play. Not writing Joseph off by any means, but he's certainly the underdog just based on the chip stack.
Well, every chip you can get now is a chip you don't have to get during heads-up play. Dennis pointing out the difference in attire. One man in a polo, one man in a coat. Joseph doesn't, he strikes me as a never coat guy.
Yeah, probably true, and that's absolutely necessary. But walking out,
you got to hit 0.
22 degrees outside, he's wearing maybe a long sleeve tee.
Maybe. Long sleeve tee is his winter attire.
A lot of people saying that Joseph needs to trap Needs to trap against these big stacks. Don't know if that's Joseph's style. Kind of a ground and pound, go for it all.
880,000.
Top pair on the double paired board. Yeah, interesting here because yeah, Nguyen hoping to see some 6-7, 6-8, some 2 cards that didn't connect with that board. Hoping his queen high was good. It was not. The jack gets it done for Clemen. Does begin the process of separation from Nguyen. He's hoping to continue while Joseph lingers on with 17. Joseph certainly had a couple opportunities to pick up some chips with the pocket queens and the pocket tens. Maybe didn't maximize on them by choosing the all-in option with that many chips. But hey, he's still here. The king 6.
This is what he might need to catch somebody from behind here. He's not gonna. He doesn't have the luxury of waiting around for premiums.
17 bigs.
2, 7.
I bet you that Nguyen normally wouldn't even be considering this for 17 in this spot, but
2790.
2790. There you go.
basically every hand Joseph's done this with has been all in, or this, you know, he's not. If he's playing the hand, he's all in basically at this point, and so Nguyen might be saying, well, you can't have a strong hand every time.
Call.
Yeah. Here we go, off to a board. A7 indeed the best hand. King 6 behind. Joseph looking for help. Will we be heads up between the two big stacks, or will Joseph start the process of climbing his way back into this match? These 5 cards will decide it.
It starts here.
No help for Joseph. Tournament life fading. Oh,
and there it is on the turn.
The king leaves
exactly
ace.
what he needed.
Only an ace, and it's not there. King will do the trick, and all of a sudden,
look at that smile.
back up to 36 bigs.
He smiled more in the last half hour than the entire tournament.
It's the opposite of a doom zoom. That's a
2,000,007.
a happy pan. I don't know what to call that. But tournament life.
Button's good.
Reinstated.
Trying to come up with something for you there.
I worked myself into a corner.
A delightful dolly.
Either way, he has 37 bigs, and Nguyen loses a chunk while Clemen watches on.
Really big line too.
On me?
Yep.
Was it 160?
Yes, sir.
Now it's Nguyen with his head in his hands.
Also leading the table and asking how much it is.
You get to ask that for a couple hands after the blind switch. And if we were wondering if Joseph would get in there with, you know, weaker hands for the full stack as well, the answer was there. If he's playing the hand at 17 bigs, he's jamming.
320.
Especially when he's got a lot of work to do. And he finds the first double needed. You know, it's the big stacks with a couple of aces. Nguyen starts with an open. Just goes with the min sizing from the button.
Raised to 1,440,000.
Met with resistance from Clemen's worst ace, 3-betting the small. Nguyen just
3
lost
million.
a decent chunk, but that won't stop him
20
from
million?
4
3
betting.
million.
3 million? Oh, sorry, 20 million. Yes, 3 million.
This is a great find of the 4-bet. Playing three-handed. Calling kind of leaves you not knowing exactly where you are. This clarifies things, and also we often have the best hand. If we get 5-bet, we can just let go of a hand like that. It's not a disaster. But that's what we're looking for. Take it down pre. Decent pot. There's the money in play. $106,000 pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. That was within reach for Nguyen. And he saw his chips go the other direction instead.
Joseph's now in a position here where he doesn't have to shove. But do you see any value in continuing that strategy against 2 players that maybe he's going to have some trouble with post-flop?
320.
Not a lot of value.
20.
In fact, a lot of lost value if he would keep shoving with this big of a stack. If he gets called, he's likely going to be beat.
And the chat agrees with
Yeah.
me. That's kind of the thread that's been going in the chat. Like, he'd be playing a lot better if he weren't just shoving.
Yeah.
But the other point being made, like, it's going to be tough to beat these guys post-flop.
Very true. We just minimize the variance and just gamble a little bit. And, easier to do with the 15, 20 big blind range because we still have hopes of getting called and being in decent spots. When we're shoving 40 bigs, not the case. But we're going 3 ways for the first time in this 3-handed match. Connection between Joseph and Nguyen's hands, certainly. But a great flop for Clemen. Gutter ball and draw to the nut flush. Against top pair of Joseph, by the way. Is he going to double through 2 different players?
That would be exactly what he needs right now.
Because Clemen's going nowhere on this flop. In
280,000.
fact, the favorite has over half the equity 3 ways. Is Joseph just going to... He might say all in. It's a massive shove. Yeah, no, not there. Okay, he scared me.
Serious chips.
Sorry, that's 1.5.
He did raise.
He did raise, which is reasonable.
Yeah.
And now it's Clemen who might say all in. Not really afraid of much. Worst case, you're up against a set, and then you have plenty of outs. Can possibly get a 10 to fold. Give ourselves multiple ways to win the pot if we take the aggressive route. If we call him brick, we really hate to try to see a river. But Joseph raising to call all the time. And it's almost a coin flip.
It's a lot of outs. Too many?
That's the question. Half the deck, pretty much. Not half the deck. Quarter of the deck twice. 50%.
So the big smile is melted into a slight grin for Joseph.
This is a big card. That's a great card for Joseph. Clemen just looking for a 4 ace or a club, and it's not there.
How about this?
Shock on Clemen's face. Joseph doubles through each of his 2 opponents. There's a smile as he watches his money be counted.
Smile is back.
The underdog flips the script on the 2 giants. And I think all 3 of these chip stacks are going to be very close. What has happened?
Clemen Deng now technically the short stack.
Short stack with 72 big blinds, of course. Got to learn that short stack play here at these final tables. And Nguyen Liu back on top with 87. Joseph, who just had, at the low point, 15 bigs not too long ago, has 73, and we got anybody's match here.
Chat's still calling for just a little more suspense from that dealer. Just a couple of beats, maybe.
Okay, well, that's. I wish I could hit a button to pass that message along, but.
Dealer, if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Is that Christopher Keene dealing right now?
I think so.
We'll talk to him about this later. You know, we'll meet up. We'll see.
It's above my pay grade. They don't even let us know what's happening live. We're seeing this when you guys do.
We're stuck in our room. Yeah. We can't even leave the room without getting locked out. Joseph would be classic, trying to negotiate the next hand while cleaning up a big pile of chips.
It's a good problem to have, and it's an
this
annoying
is always
problem.
when I pick up a good hand, too.
160. 320.
Raise to 320.
No signs of slowing down. Joseph picks up another pot.
3 folds, 1 fold.
Definitely not going all in now.
The table colonel.
Fleet Admiral.
And Fleet Admiral, I can say I looked this up a little more on the break. Fleet Admiral's only in wartime.
In wartime?
Only in wartime.
Oh, interesting.
So, similar like a field general.
Makes sense.
Only exists in wartime.
Aren't we just always at war, though?
Not technically, no. Congress has to declare war.
I see.
We've found a way around that in recent decades. Yes, Big Chungus, we are being held hostage. Please send $10,000.
What's the phenomenon where you kind of fall in love with your captors?
Stockholm.
Yeah, we're kind of Stockholmed here.
Similar to the Stockdale paradox. So the optimist goes crazy first in like a POW camp.
Oh.
It's the guy who's always like, oh, we'll be here out of here by Easter. We'll be out of here by Christmas. He's the one who always goes first.
Well, I think we'll be out of here by midnight, guys.
Stockdale paradox now applying to TJ. It's the one in that situation that can maintain an attachment with reality that will make it through.
Okay. I'm hoping that's reality, to be honest. It's deuce 6 board.
160.
King high, best hand. Joseph, you can tell, kind of feeling himself. He's acting with exact movements, putting
rhythm.
bets out confidently.
He's feeling it.
But this bet won't get through, not now.
3 calls.
Nguyen does not want to turn an 8. They're close. The 9 changes nothing. King high still best. Hard to know.
Not wasting a whole lot of time here. 550,000.
Quick bet. No spade in hand, no pair, but has the best hand, so certainly going to get the fold from Nguyen after double barreling. Good job, Joseph. Trucking along. If you rode him off three-handed when he was looking up at 2 chip stacks with 8 times what he had, that was a mistake. King 6 beat the ace of Nguyen to kick it off, and then got the coin flip top pair against the combo draw from Clemen. Won both of those, and now he's pretty much right there with the 2 up to, with the other 2 players. Very close in stacks.
Effectively tied.
One raises to 320. 2 calls.
3 hands, they're going to want to see some cards. But Nguyen might think a 3-bet is in order to try to pick these up without having to make the best hand. Definitely going to be calling at least. And he chooses call. Okay. What are the odds we hit like a King Jack 3 board? With the way Joseph's running. It's dead. Pair for both of you. Everyone's got a pair now.
2 chips.
3 checks. One checks.
No chips in the middle on the flop. Almost drills the set, does Joseph.
Dickmo says they play post flop like his grandma, so his grandma apparently checks a lot.
2 bets 900,000.
Well, grandma's
I feel like that's
tight, aggressive player.
Yeah, an unnecessary insult to grandma.
Yeah, grandma catching strays.
Yeah, who says she's even bad post flop? Like,
I've
how do you know?
Seen a lot of very loose grandmas.
3 calls.
So a bet of 900K from Joseph and a call from Nguyen with the best hand.
Two checks.
Joseph taking the one stab, give up strategy here. Hey, if both my opponents check the flop, these threes might be good. I'm a bet. He does, gets called, and then chooses against firing twice.
And I do that a lot.
3 bets 1.5 million.
Now he's going to look at the board and see, well, all the draws missed. Maybe my threes are still good. I'm in this guy's head.
King Jack.
That's the best hand for sure. A stumble. Maybe felt a little bit invincible there after running over the last couple orbits. But if Nguyen would have had the 9-10 there, or any of those draws, he would have looked like a genius. Not this time, instead pays it off against top pair.
The Guitarista watch commentator sounds like Richard Christie, I must ask. I don't think TJ knows who Richard Christie is, but I do.
Yeah, I don't, and I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or if it's me or not.
I don't either.
Good. You'll be 80,000, please. Thank you. Two folds.
Very much trying not to refer to the players as seat numbers. That gets confusing.
Talking about the dealer here, I believe.
Yeah, the dealer is saying those things specifically for the production team because each of these players has a seat assigned to them. And those seats are what the production team uses for graphics and chips and stuff like that. So that's not so much for your benefit as much as production. He's got a headset on speaking directly to them so that they can monitor and display the action accordingly.
I guess it's me that sounds like Richard Christie.
Okay. I still don't know who that is.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
160.
Top pair for Nguyen. Gut shots for Clemen. And the 8 would be a disastrous card for Nguyen to see.
I'll tell you after this hand.
Deal. Okay. Bottom pair for Clemen still has the same gut shot. Picked up a couple more outs. 2 pairs.
That is 600,000.
75% pot. A little annoying. Likely know we're behind, but now we've got a pair and a gut shot.
Call.
Coming along, we'll see a river. But there's the 8. The gut shot comes in. It is in the presence of a 4-liner, so less detrimental than would it have come on the turn. but Nguyen does have 2 pair. Clemen's the straight. Ten Jack, of course, a hand that's double gutted on the flop.
1.6 million.
That does still have Clemen beat. We've got a straight 3-handed.
Call.
Yeah, he does just call.
Pair. Straight.
Didn't really think too long about that one. Just puts it in.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
King 8, one of those hands he possibly could have got value from a raise, but doesn't know his opponent has that. Guess worried about 10 Jack.
So Richard Christie, one half of the famous prank call duo Richard and Sal from the Howard Stern show.
Oh.
I would say unequivocally, no hyperbole, the greatest prank callers in the history of the medium. Known for calling shows like, if you've heard of the radio shows like Tradio, where you call the buy, sell, or trade things in these rural areas. They're known for causing a lot of havoc on those.
Oh, no.
Or these public access shows in New York City, like Talking Yankees and things like that. They're the greatest in terms of...
Are they still active, or...?
Yeah, I would say, although I think the show in general is far less active than it used to be post-COVID, but Hall of Fame radio personality.
Hey, look at you. That sounds like a compliment then.
And yeah, guitarist, wondering if my dad's eaten any roadkill recently. Richard Christie from Kansas, and his dad lives on a rural farm, famously.
160.
A lot of roadkill.
Okay.
And he goes to Taco Tico a lot.
What a deep dive from this commentator that has found a niche in you, who just knows so many random things.
Yeah, I mean, just drop references in the chat. I'll probably get them.
Yeah.
Richard, this is your dad calling. Saw the squirrels running around today. Caught one up, ate it real good.
$320.
One raise is to 320.
I'm not going to wade into it, but the chat pros are out in strength tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Talk about how terrible just call that was,
A lot
I'm
of
guessing?
expertise in the chat. And thank goodness. What would we do without them?
I mean, yeah, I guess we're afraid of one hand, 10 Jack, really, when we just call there. Tend to agree, especially 3-handed. We're kind of, when we just call, we're just afraid that if we raise, we'll get re-raised. And you can't be afraid of getting re-raised. Or you can't let that dictate your action anyway. Got to go for the value when you make strong hands.
$260.
One bets 260. 3 folds.
Hold my back. It's nice when they fold before you even get the chips off your stack.
Yeah, or before you drill like the third nuts and then have to make a decision. The quick snap fold when you have air is a welcome sight, though. Joseph finds a suited 2-gapper on the button and gets in there, but immediately runs into a top 10 hand from Nguyen. And a pretty strong ace from Clemen.
Raise.
Raise to 1.5 million.
We are very, very deep between these two. correctly folds the ace-10. That is a great fold in this specific situation. A lot of people would have continued there via a 4-bet. Clemen leaning conservative in many spots here. It's got him to where he is. Can he adapt to this short-handed, three-handed play? I have to wonder if maybe Nguyen heard the criticism of how he stacked his chips. They're a little neater now. They're still kind of, you know, all over the place as far as ordering of colors, but they are neater than they were.
We're not going to get worried about the order. It's just a matter of being able to see all of them in one fell go.
Joseph with pocket nines in the big blind.
Raise.
Got a raise to 1,160,000.
Does bump up the price of admission. We're going to see a call. Nguyen happy to play a pot in position against Joseph.
Heads up.
We'll see how Joseph navigates. Nines are often tough to play if you don't flop a set, and this kind of board is really annoying for pocket nines when you're the 3-better. And you get called and you're out of position. Just every option feels gross. Check the results.
$1.2 million, seat 2.
Trend continues of when Joseph sees weakness, that equals green flag to bet on the next street. Nguyen probably assuming that Joseph doesn't have a super strong hand after checking the flop, or has a very strong hand, maybe one of those two options.
Check.
But same thing, one stab and stop from Joseph. Nguyen's just trying to decide if he needs to get a queen to fold, or if his jack's good enough to just check down.
Check.
Option B.
Nines. Check 10.
Wow.
Face into hand.
Wow, says Joseph. Sees a chunk head over to Nguyen on his left, and he's back down to 6.6. 42 big blinds.
Now
Heading in the wrong direction.
Hand on top of head after that one.
All the emotions, we're feeling them with Joseph Neiman.
Thank you.
Think a big bet there from Joseph on the river takes it home.
A big bet, maybe. It wouldn't make too much sense after checking the flop. I suppose we could represent, I don't know, because even our 2 pairs in our sets don't really slow play when there's gut shots available, and we got our 3-bet got called pre-flop. So unless we literally flopped queen 10,
I'm sorry.
not a lot checks that flop that has that board crushed.
I go 15, right?
In that hypothetical, Nguyen would just have to decide if he's betting like king queen for value when the ace pairs. And that would have been the determining factor on if his big bet gets through or not.
Repeat. One check.
Joseph continuing taking a stab after weakness? No. Maybe he's a little shocked into not wanting to gamble as much after a few bad hands have gone the other way.
You have a steely nerve at these final tables and a short memory.
Well, now with 4 spades on the board, it might work.
355,000, seat 2.
But gets called.
Queen 9. Jack 8.
Wow. Good call.
Thanks.
So hard when things have gone poorly for a few hands. On 3-handed play, there's no place to hide. Can't really shrink away and take a few hands off. You're on the button, you're in the blinds every single hand. 75 minutes between breaks. Like, you have to be able to compose and collect yourself in the moment. But he's been looked up twice in a row by mediocre holdings, and they've been right both times. Brought him back down to 6 million. That is a long sigh.
That was several hands of frustration exiting his body.
Probably
maybe that was good for him. That felt good for him.
A little cathartic.
Yeah, and maybe that and a quick fold. You can kind of get a sip of water here.
Call.
Reset.
C3.
It's like you said, there's nowhere to hide.
This is about as big of a break as you get when you fold your button and you get to sit back for a minute.
Heads up.
And he needs it. You need it. You need to sit there for 20, 30 seconds and just not have a decision to make.
Let it all out in a sigh. Win with a gutter, absolutely nothing for Clemen.
Three bets, 160,000.
One big blind, probably enough to get this one done. Yep.
One's good.
Robbie Stagg says Joseph's a better player when he jams pre-flop.
Well, results would certainly say so. But hey, short-handed play is very volatile. Swings are going to happen.
Maybe blind, sir.
I guess those swings happen even more when you're jamming. Oh, a lot of blinds pre-flop. But hey, ride the variance. Suited ace, very strong hand for a win on the button.
Raised to 320,000. One folds, two folds.
Just a quick fold there as Nguyen scoops a pot. He is our chip leader.
Two big blinds, sir.
Hard to forget if you're these players that every pot they're playing is worth tens of thousands of dollars in equity.
At least, yeah.
With 100K between third and second. And then another 160 or so between second and
320.
first.
Raised 320,000, seat 1.
We're playing probably one of the biggest matches that they've ever played in their poker tournament history.
Two calls.
A variety of noises coming from Joseph at this point.
Three folds. Heads up.
Worst hand, but also out of position. Type of boards where if nobody improves, even with the worst hand, Clemen's just a favorite to win this. Does have the king of hearts, but instead checks behind. And Joseph finds a 10.
2 checks.
I take back what I said about being a favorite to win this. Joseph pulls way ahead.
Two checks.
We're going to bet now.
600,000. C1.
Can you split the pot, please?
Call. King 8. King 10.
King 10 called, good from Joseph. Clemen waiting until the river to take a stab at that one, but too late. Joseph calls it down with third pair. Good call. Mine did make a lot of sense, I guess. Unless he has a jack, we're probably just winning. I think if Clemen wanted to bet that flop, that was the time to start telling a story, but once Joseph hits that 10, heading towards losing that one, and that's what happens.
Oh, me.
Yes, sir. 2 folds.
Limped pot between Nguyen and Clemen. Something for both. Hard for these two hands to interact, but in this particular board, top pair versus bottom pair in a gutter ball. No diamonds in either hands.
$240.
One bet's 240,000.
Half pot from Clemen. This is very often the best hand from Nguyen. We might even see a check raise. But no. Call looks to be the choice.
3 calls.
Just so many scary cards. Almost every card in the deck made our hand far worse. But not this one.
Not that one.
Trips for Nguyen.
Three checks. One check.
Clemen will check behind, looking for a magic 5.
There it is.
On cue. This pot could be so much bigger. Both players chose not to put chips in the middle in key spots, but now it's Clemen who's drilled the gutter. With a big enough bet, could take over this chip lead if called.
$750.
One bet's 750,000. Call.
Trivial call from top trips, but bad news. Straight for Clemen.
I had a
He had a
straight.
straight. He had a 4.
Mark the wrong hand. I had it. Mark the wrong one. All right, Clemen, that's my time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
There's our
Did he pay
counts.
you?
As Chris takes his step out of the box.
What was your last bet?
750.
750.
You owe me one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Been a long couple days of poker for everyone.
Only because I'm a big stickler for the right thing is the right thing.
Yeah.
You're at the table and you see something, you should be saying it.
Yeah. I mean, that one's pretty obvious.
I heard he was marking the wrong hand and had to realize something's going to happen.
So Joseph doing the right thing there, pointing out the mistake, maybe expecting a parade in his honor. Not going to get one, but we do appreciate an extra set of eyes on the action.
Oh. $320.
How much? 320?
Big hand for a win.
One fold.
Jack Sharp asked what was the three-way all-in before anyone. I don't think we've had a three-way all-in. We did have Joseph all-in against Nguyen, and then Joseph all-in against Clemen, and he won both of them.
Yeah, and then Nguyen was involved in that second hand, but he ducked out of the way before it got too weird.
Yeah. Boris, same couple of people that were in here yesterday. I'm Terrence Reed.
I'm Matt Hansen, both from Poker.org.
Happy you're here with us. Thanks for hanging out, watching this one play down to a winner tonight. Very deep stack tournament play. A lot of early bust in these couple of final tables, so a lot of chips still in play here three-handed.
I folded.
Make sure to check out our live reporting on Instant Live at poker.org. You can see the Big Borgata banner at the top of the homepage. Shout out to Paul and Jeremy, doing great work all week. World's best live reporting coverage, without a doubt.
500.
3 raises to 500,000. 2 calls.
This is a great flop for Nguyen's hand. Top pair and an open-ended straight flush draw. And Joseph's nearly drawing dead.
Not much to love about his hand. It will take some coaxing to get any more chips.
Even an 8, the dummy end of the straight, is no good.
350.
Has to go running 5s or 7s with no heart. And that's not enough.
Quick exit. Jack Sharp asking, was Joe short? Yes, he was. Joe was down to about 18 big blinds. Seemed like he may be halfway out the door. Then he doubles through Nguyen Lee, and he doubles through Clemen Deng, and just about even to the chip counts. He's since retreated a fair bit, not all the way back to where he was, but a good portion.
Yeah, Joe elected to take the all-in or fold strategy when he was anywhere between 15 and 30 big blinds, and that worked out for him. He doubled twice, evened out the stacks, since then been chipped away at and trying to get back into it. But still very deep for being the short stack at the table. Has 6 million at the 160K big blind level. We're in the final home stretch of the Borgata Winter Poker Open. This is the championship event, but we've seen 2 weeks of action here. Massive fields. The final event is the Mirror Mystery Bounty. That one, the final 2 starting flights are happening today, including one at 6:30 p.m. So if you're in the area and think you missed out on all the action, you can still get down here and take part in the final flight this evening.
What do you have, live reg till midnight, a little after?
I think it's like 12:30 a.m.
Yeah, you can max late reg this one after midnight. So run, don't walk.
These guys might just win this thing and then hop in. It's possible.
Would you?
No, absolutely not. Two real hands. Clemen just calling pre-flop with the ace-queen three-handed. It's kind of surprising. He's happy to play some post-flop play, though.
How would you celebrate the big Borgata win? And feel free to think about it if you wanted to talk between hands.
That's a good question.
One checks.
Joseph taking the initiative on the jack-high board to bet his 10-9 off. This is not how I saw this hand going.
No, he's telling a story, but
I thought we were heading to a pre-flop collision between Clemen and Nguyen, but Clemen just called pre-flop, which invited Joseph in there, and now Joseph's leading. Clemen likely going nowhere. Backdoor flush, backdoor straight, 2 overs.
he seems to smell something in the air here.
I'm wrong again. Clemen not getting aggressive with the ace-queen pre or post. Just takes the fold option and moves on. You don't see hands that strong very often. Really got to put them to work when you get them.
So I'll give you my answer.
How would you celebrate a massive Borgata victory?
We're renting out the go-kart track at the showboat.
Okay.
And we're going to go over there. We're going to have a good time. Unlimited pizza and soda.
Oh, man.
For anybody who wants to come with.
There's open invitation to the city of Atlantic City.
Then I'm getting a limo to New York City. And I'm going to go see a couple of Broadway shows in the front row.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
I was sitting here thinking small, like what I was doing that evening.
No, it's the weekend.
Yeah, okay.
Because you have a tournament ending here on a Thursday, and then a long weekend in some states with MLK Day on Monday.
Certainly.
So you get a chance to really take a big bite out of the city. With a lot of money in your pocket, too.
Well, I mean, depending on the time it ends, open-ender against bottom pair. I'm definitely hitting one of these 2 steakhouses for dinner the night of.
You have Prime Steakhouse. What's the other one? Old Homestead?
I think you're right.
Which one's better? Are they?
I've
heard Old Homestead might have an edge.
I think Old Homestead does, as a bit wider. I might be wrong here, but my perspective has a wider net of what they do, whereas Prime is more focused on steak. Boris, understood. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did.
They'll be back. They always come back. They leave for 20 minutes and they're like, well, what else was I doing? And then they come back. Old Homestead getting some love in the chat. Seems like that would be.
I've eaten there many times. I don't always get a steak. I had salmon a couple nights ago, like a maple glazed salmon with some carrots. It was very, very good.
I've been into the glazed fish as well. We're in the Bahamas. We're taking the Nobu by the big boss at Poker Org. Got the blackened cod, which is maybe a little bit like a sweeter blackened than you might be used to, not the spicier Cajun version.
I love Nobu.
It's hard to eat cod with chopsticks. Very slippery fish. It comes out very flaky. But I think about that blackened cod every day.
I believe you too. That's what's.
No, I do. I think about it every day. I got blackened cod in San Francisco thinking it would be the same. It was not the same.
Joseph's turn with ace queen. And he will choose the raise option. Clemen with pocket threes. Going set mining against Joseph. Not there, no improvement for either player. A quick check, and an ace on the turn.
Bit of a telegraph here.
Joseph checking when he doesn't have it, betting when he does.
And quickly, too.
Very fast actions. It's not to say he's incapable of bluffing by any means. He's done it multiple times. When he senses weakness, will take one shot at it and then kind of give up if it doesn't work. So, yeah. He might have done the same thing there with something like King 10 or King Queen. Not to say he had to have the ace there, but
that's so mean.
Felt like he did.
I'll fire that continuation bluff. Gets called. It's like, all right, that's enough. All right, see you guys next time.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Clemen. Redemption perhaps with ace queen this time.
Old Homestead still
Getting
yeah, no one's really been contrary to that.
Okay. Didn't know if stake itself
480.
particularly was better at prime, but I do like the vibe in Old Homestead. I think they're open way more than prime. I think prime is more limited hours. Too.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, we raised the ace queen and we won the pot. Clemens scooping some chips.
Have you been to any of the Creed steakhouses in Las Vegas? You have Oscars downtown. You have Golden Steer on Sahara there. You have Binion's, top of Binion's. I've always enjoyed heading down there.
I have been to Binion's. Hadn't been to the first two you mentioned. I've been to a lot of the places that are on the strip, not a lot of places off the strip.
Okay.
As far as steakhouses go, yeah.
Yeah, Golden Steer is really hard to get a reservation. You're going to be months ahead of time unless you get a little luck on the day. With some cancellations, but by all means, worth it.
You know,
it's tucked right next to, there's that old, it used to be like the Dragon, whatever. Now it's like a conference center. And then the largest gift shop in the world, right on the corner of Sahara in Las Vegas. Tucked into a little strip mall just to the left of that.
I think I've seen that largest gift shop, unless multiple people make that claim.
No, Bonanza gift shop right there, Sahara in Las Vegas, the largest in the world, I'm told, by the sign. And
How do you define a gift shop? I don't know.
Square footage.
Yeah, but what makes a gift shop a gift shop?
Well,
Is Walmart not a gift shop?
No.
Okay.
It's very specific to like a tourist thing, I think.
Like Las Vegas gifts, mostly.
And you go in there, you think it's going to have a bunch
260.
of like tchotchke, trashy stuff,
260.
but some real high quality souvenirs over it.
That is the biggest shock that I've had today at this final table.
I wouldn't put it on the level of like a Spinetti's where you can really go, which Spinetti's is like more of a thrift store for all things casino. Old dice, cards, buckets, anything you can imagine. I'd say that's a great gift shop that gets overlooked. But Bonanza's great too. A couple of kings.
Speaking of food in Vegas, I'm sure you know this, but not a lot of poker players maybe do if you don't live in Vegas. David Williams, kind of known by many as to be the foodie, the go-to guy for recommendations for the Vegas cuisine. And if you go to his Twitter X profile, he has a pinned tweet with a spreadsheet of all of his favorite restaurants in Las Vegas, organized by type of food, organized by how expensive it is, and he has notes on it. So it has his favorite steakhouses, his favorite sushi spots.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy opening that up and finding a new spot based on his recommendations.
That's the kind of time you might have on your hands as a
If you're
professional
David
poker
Williams,
player, to create.
And he updates it regularly. So if he finds a new spot or he goes and it wasn't as good as last time, he'll update it. And every few months or so, he posts it. Hey, I updated the list. Check it out. A couple new spots on there.
I've moved over by the Palms now, so I've got Chinatown right within reach there. A lot of unsung heroes in Chinatown. A lot of restaurants you've never heard of that are going to be some of the better meals you'll ever have.
Okay.
And you have Ping Pang Pong across the street. And, enjoy a trip to Batista's Hole in the Wall, if you've ever been there. It's right
Is that the name of the place?
yeah,
Batista's
it's right
Hole in the Wall?
across from where we play the World Series, right across Flamingo there. Right behind the Flamingo, next to the stage door.
Oh, is the sign that says like $2 beers?
Yeah, that's the stage door. If you go a little further, you have Hole in the Wall.
Okay.
Great place on a WSOP break if you can find a spot at the bar.
Yeah.
A la carte.
You put your yellows in
and
front.
whatnot. Otherwise, they have more of an Italian dinner setup where all the wine and the salads are included. But you'll find me at that bar on a lot of dinner breaks enjoying a big chicken parm.
Oh, I love a good chicken parm. Not where I thought you were going with what you find me at that bar on dinner breaks enjoying chicken parm.
Chicken parm. Well, you rarely
the hole in the wall bar.
You'll rarely find me enjoying alcohol, but you will always find me enjoying
chicken parm. Oh, it's
Teddy,
a long day, guys. We talk poker a lot, and
Yeah.
we'll try to focus on the hands when it's appropriate to do so. But sometimes slow action. We'll talk some food. We'll talk some Vegas.
Well,
We'll
the
talk some
chat's
AC.
jumping right in there with
Okay,
us.
good.
Teddy says Oscar's most consistent
320.
off strip. I might agree. Been to Oscar's several times. Kind of my go-to place to take family. As Nguyen
Oscar's
opens
is-
up with a raise here with the suited ace-8.
Oscar's, what kind of food? Is
It's a steakhouse.
It's a steakhouse.
It's, right,
Okay,
it's
yeah.
in the plaza. It's right at the end of Fremont there.
Makes
It's
sense.
famously, they filmed a few scenes from Casino in there.
Oh.
Very old school vibe. Very dimly lit with a great view of Fremont that has since been blocked by the entrance to Fremont that they built, but still a top spot.
Three-handed, a lot of cards shared, but no connection on the 10-7 deuce. Somebody asking in the chat if they chopped. We don't think so. No conversation. They haven't even mentioned a chop three-handed as far as we've heard. We're playing for real pay jumps, over 100K between third and second place.
Yeah, I think we are very early in the day for that talk to get tossed around. Maybe you'll hear it heads up, but I doubt Clemen or Nguyen are particularly motivated quite yet.
Yeah,
you might
agreed.
have gotten them talking when Joseph doubles through each of them.
And they were all even?
But since then, Joseph's fallen back a bit, and those conversations aren't quite likely.
Just not seeing a lot of people fighting for pots. Just kind of slowly meandering their way to rivers, turning their cards over and seeing who wins.
And they're waiting for the game to come to them. And it almost reminds me of those late night, like 3 in the morning, WSOP, wherever, where there's 3 left. And yes, everybody wants to win very much, but we're on our 4th straight day of poker.
Yeah.
It's really late at night. So everyone is kind of resorting to going through those motions.
You really feel like it's kind of there for somebody who wants to really step on the gas and really start laying the hammer down.
I think Joseph could make a lot of hay if he just started acting more out of pocket here. They're not going to know what to do with it.
Yeah.
And it felt like he wanted to maybe go in that direction.
320.
And then he doubled up, he made things even, and he changed it up.
Well, you're right. When he felt like he was desperate, he was fighting, he was jamming, felt like he needed to make moves. Now we're just kind of, like you said, letting the game come to us. And to be fair, we are very deep. But this is a prime example. When Clemen opens the button, Joseph looks at a pretty king 7 suited. I would love to see a 3-bet for Joseph in a spot like this. Take control, take the initiative.
I think it's one of his big win conditions is getting these 2 out of their element.
Yeah.
And creating a lot of mystery.
Because if we're just going to, and Clemen checks behind. See, that's what I'm talking about. No C-bets, no real 3-bets, no. We're waiting.
So you're going to get that single stab here, maybe from Joseph.
2
feel
bets,
like-
650.
This is a big stab, though. This one might just get it done. Yeah. Good on him. But yeah, I'd love to see some more fighting for pots, not waiting to make a good hand. That bet is a step in that direction, but I need a little bit more from these guys.
Is it just such a big pay jump for these three that they're starting to feel the oxygen in the room thin out a little bit?
I think it's like it's so monotonous.
Because Clemen's got experience, but the other two maybe have not played for a six-figure pay jump.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like we're playing at, we're on a 100K pay jump. It doesn't feel like that. It just feels like we're going through the motions. A lot of Broadway cards here. Jacks in everyone's hand. Wins the prettiest, but in the worst position.
1.6.
There we go, Win.
It is.
That's what I need. I think Nguyen has shown the propensity for this kind of play more than the other two. Joseph will come along, same hand in both players' holdings, suited variety, with the initiative for Nguyen.
Ooh.
Oh boy. A free roll for Mr. Nguyen.
So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Joseph can't win the pot outright here. That 33% represents his chop odds.
How much?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my lord.
Joseph shipped it.
And he's not going to hesitate much here.
Did he hear me say people need to fight for pots?
I think so. We may need to keep it down in here.
825.
Wow. A free roll for Nguyen.
Oh boy.
Joseph, he said, oh boy,
he says,
indeed.
oh boy, and oh boy is right. He can only lose here. It's got to be one of the worst feelings when you flip it over.
Praying to tie is not where you want to be in this game.
Just above drawing dead.
A heart sends Joseph home. Bad timing to suddenly jam. But he might be okay.
And he does. There is.
Echoes my sentiments exactly. I did not see that jam coming.
I mean,
Nguyen has to think what might have been if I could have only seen a heart.
my word. Yeah, heart puts Nguyen above 20 million.
Captain Thick says double up for Joseph within the next two hands, calling it now.
Captain Thick actually is my sound.
I'm Admiral Thick. Thank you very much.
Well, I've been outranked in the Thick Brigade. I spell with 2 C's though.
Oh, of course you do. Wow, that got out of hand quickly, and what things were. It was like a spring coiling for an hour, and all of a sudden released in a dramatic shove with no chance to win. Free roll doesn't come in. We're right back to where we were before that hand.
I'm sorry.
Sailboats for Clemen in the small blind. The 10 deuce, the Doyle pulls ahead as 4s are left with 3 overcards, as they so often are.
320.
3, that's 3.
Oh, Clemen deciding to continue with his pair. Always a chance we drill it. Always a chance our opponent gives up. But 6 of hearts. No help. Nguyen just checks behind with his 10. Unsure of what exactly could call him. Aces beat him, 6 beat him. No real flush draws or anything on the flop, so checks behind. Is chopping with all the 6s now, of course, or all the 10s now, of course.
One checks. Three checks.
Check, check. Both players taking a showdown value, and wins is worth more. Will rake in that pot.
One raises to 3.
Sorry. That was big blind, I would call.
Can't leave it where I can reach.
I'm sorry.
Two raises to 400.
Clemen finds a suited ace in the big
You wanna
blind
count?
after a Joseph
it's okay.
Open.
Darren Hicks saying he has watched this since last night. Since
Sure.
it was 9-handed and he has not seen a single person hit a set. I'm trying to think if that's true.
I think since 9-handed, it is true.
Could be.
We definitely saw sets yesterday when we had 2 full tables, but not many, and he's right. A lot of pocket pairs not connecting with the board. Astute observation, the statistician in the chat. These are the stats we need. These are the tidbits to fill a full day of tournament poker.
We need like a stat boy.
100%. Production, you know, they'll flash some helpful
Yeah.
aggression frequencies and V-pips.
Oh, they're
and,
great.
Yeah.
Love those. But we need like how
deep dive stats.
But like Joe Buck has like a spotter
Right.
standing right behind him.
Yeah.
Just telling him everything that's
Yeah,
important.
the Blaise Bourgeois of the
Oh,
Olympics.
we need Blaze to just
be telling us these random things.
Yeah, just sitting in here behind us, not talking, of course.
Trips for Clemen on the river. Trying to figure out how to get some chips. I don't think there's an answer.
2.25.
One gets 2.25, 2 folds.
Getting greedy,
Sounds good.
trying to get targeted by a king, or trying to target a king.
I have no clock to reference, but my internal clock feels a break coming.
I think you're right. I was thinking the same thing. One's got to be coming soon. I also have no idea if it's dark or light outside, what time it is.
It could be
what
March,
restaurants are
for
open.
all I know.
I did see a notification on my phone that we might be getting some snow today in Atlantic City. There might be 4 inches on the ground.
Okay.
Get something to say, Matt?
No, I was just letting Joseph react to what you said.
Okay.
If I call, is it automatic?
Yes.
Okay.
Is what automatic? Oh, did Joseph raise? I think Joseph might have raised out of turn here.
And
Clemen's asking. I think he's just going to save half a big blind here.
Do something. Try and take advantage
don't
of that.
show him, Joseph. Kind of compound the error
Ace
there.
queen.
Way too excited.
Yeah,
just couldn't wait to raise.
Act like you had do 7 and move on, right?
Please. Please. Take advantage of that stupid mistake. Well, it's only my first one. Usually I make more than that.
You were right.
80.
What?
That clock just went 1 minute remaining in this
Oh,
level,
I
and then
see.
there will be a break.
We've got that internal live reporter
Yeah.
clock. Like when we're on break, we can sense that it's ending.
Yeah, goes
So
both
we
ways.
can get back on time.
There's always the chance this hand takes 12 minutes and we don't get a break.
That's true. Well, I don't believe we have a dinner break in the cards tonight, so I imagine we're going to take as many of these 15s as are going to be allowed.
Yeah.
We might get some skipping of breaks, heads up, but right now I don't think Joseph's the type to move on from a break every hour
No,
and 15 minutes.
Definitely not. So that with that quick hand, will we get one more in? No, I think we won't.
She was riffle. I think, and I'm trying to figure out if it's the first riffle or the second riffle here.
Break? Okay. No break or break? No break.
I think we are going now. Yep, no riffle. We are going to head to a break. Sounds like it's going to be, for you guys, about 14 minutes or so. 3 players still remaining. We trudge on. Joseph trying to fight back into this thing. We'll see you back here in 14 minutes.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sportsbook.
The highs!
The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this?
But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over or up here trying to hit the under,
or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
All these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. Only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. Woo!
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
Welcome back from break. 15 minutes down, these players are back in their seats or making their way there now, ready to fire this thing back up.
What do you think Joseph did on his break? How does a Joseph spend his 14 and a half minutes?
He went out there, he called one of his buddies, status report, hey, yeah, we're still in this thing. And then talked about what their plans were for the weekend.
Did he get any reviewed stream hands from anyone watching? Anything like that? I don't get the vibe.
Probably his friend might have given him some advice, like you got to do this or you got to do that. But I don't think we're talking like specific. What did this guy have in his hand? I need to know.
Cracking open the solver for Joseph over in Schenectady.
Solver doesn't. No, Joseph's not. He doesn't want to know the solver input on that 3-bet pot. Absolutely not. He wants to know, did this guy bluff me?
Yeah.
Did he put it in?
I think he wants to know on a break what top shelf gin you have. He wants a nice gin and tonic. And
Was that the read?
well, I noticed in the chat someone maybe commented something similar.
Oh, okay.
But it made me think that, like, yeah, that's a guy who maybe has his priorities straight on break. Because you can go onto a break, you can fill your brain with 1,000 things that aren't going to make you a single more dollar. Or you can relax, you can clear your head, you can have a gin and tonic, and you can figure out the way forward.
I would read your book on poker, Matt.
Well, I haven't written one yet.
Get on that.
Right.
You can fill your brain with knowledge. What's that going to do for you?
Well,
have a drink.
In the 10 minutes before something happens, generally not much.
You're right. You can definitely have information overload.
Like as a baseball player, when you step into the box, like, I remember this as a coach. You are who you are.
Yeah.
When you there's nothing I can tell you as
That
a
much
coach
is true,
while you're
yeah.
hitting that's going to make you a better hitter.
That's very true. You don't want to cram for a poker tournament, especially in a break.
One raises,
Just going to confuse you.
Too much information. There are, dozens of hands that you can receive information on
Fun's
that
good.
might not be giving you the right signals for what's going on.
Fall back to what you know, trust your instincts, play your game, hope
You
for the
took
best.
away let out a sigh and let it fire.
Mine's 100K, 200K now.
He's smiling. He's in good spirits. He doesn't seem overly tired for the time of day. I think Joseph's feeling just right. Joseph's still getting into the rhythm of the card reader.
Raise.
They've had to remind him a few times.
One raises to
It's
600,000.
awkward. Most of our play is not on a live stream table.
Two's all in.
Okay.
Fold.
30 bigs in the middle.
Bingo,
we're back.
bingo,
We're back to
bongo.
that time.
Not that button for me?
Do you think that Joseph's the type of guy when he plays golf to lay up?
No. Joseph's going. He didn't come all the way to this golf course at 6 in the morning to lay up on hole 8. Joseph's chip stack looks like a tournament player's chart, where it's just slightly down, 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 and a big jump all the way up, and
Look
down,
at
down,
that.
down,
I'm a great
down.
poker
Where
player.
these other two players are like cash games. They're like steadily up throughout.
Well, they both came in with a little over 4 million in the middle of the pack today at the final table of 6, and each picked up about 10 million chips over the course of a pretty wild day. Daddy asking in the chat how many positions were paid. If my memory serves, it was 119, but we did have a double bust there on the bubble hand. So a couple of folks split that last payout.
Sorry, who asked that question?
That was Daddy.
Okay. Thanks for the emphasis. Second time.
What? That's his name. It's
Yeah,
Dad.
I got it.
I'm not sure if it's the first name or the last name or a nickname. Darren Hicks, thanks so much. That's some very kind words. You usually don't get a lot of kind words in the chat. So.
That's
and
true.
we've had some, I don't want to belittle any kind words from earlier. We have had some supporters, but we do thank you. We are obviously held hostage here in the lower conference center. We're not leaving this room until the tournament's over.
They won't let us out. We have no idea what's going on outside. Is it sunny? No idea. Our lives revolve around these 3 poker players.
And that's the way you as viewers want it. You don't want these Joey distracted that you can see in this game sometimes.
All in, by the way, from Joseph with his ace-3 on the 7-7-3.
He's not distracted at all. He's getting the aces, he's shoving them, he's taking down pots.
Maybe he did have a drink or 2 on that break. He's coming out firing.
Well, he's got the big old Fiji water now, so he's well hydrated.
Is that water, though?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a guy who fills a Fiji bottle full of clear alcohol. I think he seems like if he was that hard of a drinker, it seems like he'd just bring the bottle. You can see a Glenlivet sitting back there.
Hey, seen all sorts of crazy things at the final table. Maybe
Joseph's
we
going
need.
going to showdown 66% of the time. Do you know the details of that metric, like how we're coming up with that number?
I think it's fairly straightforward. If you flip your hand over on the river, that's going to showdown.
So, but it's 60% of the time of what? Of pots that he's entering?
Yes.
It's obviously not total hands.
I see what you mean. I actually don't know. I would assume it's any hand where we V-pip.
Okay. So there's those two being.
Because it's not even V-pip, because you're, like, if you, it's a limp pop in the big blind, I would imagine that would go to showdown as well. Not sure. That's a good question.
Known for questions and Clemen Deng.
Check.
Clemen has bottom trips. Joseph grateful to avoid pairing up on this turn. Joseph just seems to go for the haymaker, and a couple of times it works and just catapults him right back into the mix, and then he dwindles.
Yeah, and the problem generally, just like in boxing, when you're always going through the haymaker, you open yourself up to a ton of counters.
Right.
And that is very quickly how you're going to hit the canvas, to continue the analogy.
And the question is, does it work often enough, frequently enough for him to win this thing? Or eventually does it catch up to him and one of the other players just gets him? Like what happened earlier, Nguyen had the free roll, didn't get there. Will that situation come up again?
Well, if he manages to get heads up, it will have a lot to do with the chip counts at that time. But haymaker's a little different heads up sometimes.
Yep.
You're throwing them, not necessarily they'll land them.
And you're more likely to get action because it's just the two of you. This way, neither player wants to be the one to fall deep into the standings by giving $7 million to Joseph.
Raised to 400,000. C3.
Clemen has had a lot of these middle pairs in the small blind. Thus far, he's always taken the call route, never flopped a set, and lost the hand. Just bleeding chips. Can he get a set this time? Can he find a way to win?
They feel like costly hands, three-handed. You have to see more of them. You have to play them through.
But you don't necessarily have to just call. Three-handed, we can justify
so
three
you want to
bets.
raise there.
I would like to see him start mixing in some raises with these type of hands.
3 chips.
Take control. Nguyen check back. Top pair there against two players. Maybe hoping to trap Joseph.
1 checks, 2 checks.
Doesn't work. Whoever our statistician is in the chat. Still no sets. Despite the prevalence of pocket pairs throughout.
I feel like Winley has to fire here.
That is 1 million. Fold and fold.
Easy peasy. Shuffle them up. Christopher Keane back on the shuffles and the deals. 8th place finisher in last year's Casino Employees Championship, the kickoff event of every World Series.
Mo saying, why does you check top pair every time? I would say that I think that's what's going through Nguyen's mind, is he's trying to trap the person who's jamming 30 big blinds pre-flop. The person who kind of jumps on weakness very often. Doesn't work every time though. Sometimes you frustratingly get no value from your top pairs.
1 raises to 400,000.
If I had to guess why we're starting to see that adjustment from Nguyen, it's because of Joseph on his right.
2 folds. All right, 3 folds, 3 calls, excuse me. Heads up.
I can see where some of the cadence from the dealer could be a little confusing there when you hear 2 folds and 3-handed play. You assume, okay, we're going to push a pot here.
Right. That does make sense.
3 checks.
But we see it very easy for production to follow.
Production, shout out. You guys have been very smooth today.
Oh, what a day.
Really haven't had much delay or card error or chip error or no pauses or anything like that.
That's not to say it always happens on the other days. It's just particularly today we're noticing.
This one
the
day in
smooth-
particular, we're proud of you. They are very unsung heroes.
Yep. I believe they're all, I don't know if the people here are right, but there's another event in Florida that will be televising. So Gorilla Gaming all over the place this week.
Yeah, I think SHRPO, we're talking about that one.
Maybe a BPO down there?
I don't feel out of it. Like we said, we're
People
stuck.
tell me things and
outside
I
world.
nod, and I'm like, that's terrific. I wish you all the best of luck. This sounds complicated, but I have retained nothing.
Yeah, we are locked in here. The world revolves around these three poker players and off-strip Vegas steakhouses.
D. Ross wants to set a line over under 3 hours left, they ask. You know, not considering potential of any half-hour dinner breaks or things like that. I know dinner break very unlikely tonight, but we might get a short one so that they can grab a hot dog or something.
If I were a betting man, and I am, against my own wishes here, trapped in the Borgata Conference Center, I think it's over 3 hours.
I think we might be over as well. And my wishes are that everyone has a great time. If that takes 10 hours, I'm here for it. That's my wish, is that everyone has fun.
I want that as well.
So
via lots of action and all-ins and suck-outs and massive confrontations pre-flop.
What I'm saying is, if we're here till Sunday and everyone has
Two
fun,
raises to 800.
That's what I'm here for.
Very generous of you, considering I know you have weekend plans in New York City.
Yep. But
you would give those up for this chat.
New York City's not going anywhere. It'll be there for a while, I presume.
Queen 5 suited, King 6, or King Jack. Best hand for Clemen on this board, but Joseph.
2 bets 1.2.
Well, and Dickmo asking Joseph to open it up a bit more, and he probably means before the flop, but a little opening up of the throttle here.
Well, he's doing it.
You're stacked.
This is what we've seen from Joseph a lot, is when he gets really aggressive, he follows through when he's the pre-flop raiser.
If we get a call here, we have generally seen him then say, oh, never mind.
King or Jack could certainly change things, of course.
And there is exactly what he's looking for.
Right on cue, and he checks it back. Clemen now kind of in no man's land. Might think his 5 is best.
Tough hand to play out of position here.
But also can't get any value from the ace highs, the king highs probably.
So you got 2.6 million.
Is there a raise in the golf bag?
I hope not, for Clemen's sake. He's either bluffing or he's never folding. It's one of those two options. I don't think Joseph's putting 2.6 in with 2.6 behind and ever folding anything that's value. Just doesn't make a lot of sense. And he agrees. Show me. You check back Jack on the turn. Good hand. Take my chips.
That check back.
Did get him paid on the river. He might have got
now, is that
max
his
value.
intention there on the river or on the turn to check back to get paid on the river?
It is a popular line these days of bet flop, check turn, bet river. People just tend not to believe you. Whether that was his intention or motivation, hard to say. Might have been just some pot control and not thinking you can get 3 streets out of worse than 1 pair. But in this case, King Jack just felt like the nuts there on that river after being checked 2-3 times.
Now he's
all of a sudden, we're right back
second.
to even chips across the board, basically.
1 fold. 2 calls.
Well, we're getting to the point now, I believe, less than 200 big blinds on the table.
500.
My math is...
Sorry?
500.
Accurate.
Raised to
37 million if I'm remembering yesterday.
Sorry.
Joseph limp calling with the queen 10 suited. Nguyen getting aggressive from the big. Trying to take control of this pot.
Box again?
Three, yes.
I like the 3-hour number for that
calls.
reason in my experience
3
with
raised to
tournaments.
500,000.
You get to that
And 2
100
calls.
big blind level and you're rounding third
We're good.
and heading for home.
Oh,
2 checks.
Something for both. When Nguyen raises up the deuce 4 clubs and hits ace 3 deuce with a club on the board. Very pretty, but Joseph has a flush draw of his own.
400.
3 bets 400,000.
Joseph beats him in the pot. 5 of hearts, anybody?
Yeah, 5 of hearts.
Instead, an ace of diamonds. Does Nguyen figure out that he's up against a lot of draws?
That quick call there feels like a draw.
Especially the limp call, but no, we're going to check back. 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts, my goodness. Still, though, if it's in his head that quick check back, if there's draws involved, you may not get too crazy here.
But we've got a straight. I swear I don't know. I didn't know this happened. This happened 30 minutes ago.
We're trapped in the room.
5 of hearts, though, is the card to get paid if you're Joseph. Maybe the only heart in the deck that gets him any more money.
4 million.
Oh my gosh.
4 million.
4 million, and
Call.
he snap calls.
Same gentleman.
Beats him in the pot on the river, too.
Do you think he can get more there?
Queen 10 flush.
No, I don't.
No?
I don't think Nguyen calls if he 3-bet jams the river. Wow, I did not see Nguyen raising there. Straight just too good, I suppose, in his mind.
Yeah,
I think maybe he does think Joseph has an ace and can get paid by trips.
So that appears to be
10 million chip pot. Guess who's in the lead?
Gutless not to raise.
Joseph has 17 million. He's in the lead, and not a small lead. Not a thin lead at all.
Could be full.
From the bottom of the counts 3-handed to the top, Joseph has climbed the summit to the top of the chip
I don't think he
counts.
calls for raise anyway.
And D. Roz says a final table to be studied for years. Save this to your YouTube playlist. Refer back to this next time you're in a big spot and take notes on Joseph Neiman.
In 4 or 5 years, looking forward to some young poker writer interviewing me for the oral history of the 2005 Borgata Winter Open final table.
We were there for it.
And I was there. So Joseph can find some patience here. Just let these two play poker with one another.
One checks.
Clemen pulls ahead on the 6. Out of nowhere, runs down the ace high.
3 checks.
Nguyen not playing this one fast. Didn't raise pre, didn't bet the flop, has let Clemen catch up and stay ahead. Not sure what is this shell shock from Nguyen. Just this I haven't seen him take this passive of a line this whole final table.
Still a little lifting fog.
3 checks.
Ace high.
And really not one of Joseph's haymakers. But Nguyen punching himself with
Yeah.
the raise there. So there's a little extra fog, I think.
If you're never raising when you're behind, you're not raising enough. We know that. But Joseph in particular, I don't even know if Joseph calls if he has an ace there. On that particular board, not sure what's calling us.
Big blind, my friend.
I know I've been calling for people to get aggressive, to fight for pots, to value bet. 3 hearts on the board. A line that looks like Joseph has a lot of draws.
D. Ross is saying Fedor Holt's running Sims right now with his students.
I'm pretty sure these 3 have already been invited to join various training sites.
400.
Well, and
3 raises to 400.
You know, don't be surprised if you see Joseph on a Triton.
I would pay so much money to see him battle.
You and a few other pros, I'm sure. Well, they got to get Sal out to one of these live streams. Any one of them. Sal is a live stream cash superstar waiting.
100%.
Lying in wait.
100%.
You give him 300 big blinds.
350.
Hey, don't forget, guys, this was a $3,500 tournament with nearly 1,000 players, and some of the best in the country came up here to play this thing.
The who's who of East Coast poker is here.
So,
Joe
not
McKee,
disparaging these guys at
Darren
all, because
Elias.
they got through a field of nearly 1,000. Just because it's not the standard GTO robotic play you might be comfortable with, they are mixing it up. They are going with their reads. They're doing crazy things now and then.
Well, there's a special flavor of poker here at the Borgata.
Yes, and if you think you can do it, come on down and play the Mirror Mystery Bounty tonight.
Tonight you have to what, like 1 a.m.
I
on
think
the late
starts
range?
here in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, you get one final flight. Now, it's a tough flight. You got to get the turnaround there. And Nguyen Lee making his flush on the river.
Joseph thankfully doesn't also make his straight this time, just left with 4th pair.
$3 million.
Not a small pot. There was 4.2 in here. And Joseph, well done. You put money in anytime you were ahead that hand and folded when you were behind on the river.
I'll take a green tea. Thank you.
Now, if you would have told me this is where we would have ended up when I saw Nguyen Lee use 4 time banks to slow roll aces in the middle part of day 2.
That's right.
Anger and making 8 people not even involved in the hand feeling violent.
That was near the bubble. You told me this.
Yes.
Pocket jacks moved all in.
3-4 off the bubble. Pocket jacks all in. He tanks with aces. Uses 4 time banks. Turns them over. And that's when I heard it's just like a scream, like a loud gasp from that table. So I went over, and it was fully narrated for me. There, besides the Nguyen Lee sitting there, doesn't say a word, reacts to like none of the kerfuffle.
Probably knew it was coming.
Knew it was coming, like knew how they'd feel about it.
Yeah.
That's the position you're in with these time banks. It's sort of this license to tank on the soft bubble.
Wow.
But it was, and then I heard it termed as a time bank roll, which is the first time I had heard that term, which I think we're going to work into the lexicon. I think
time bank roll.
We should see it more, maybe with slow rolls using a few time banks.
I mean, we talked about this yesterday. Like, I'm sure he had a reason, and that is hoping to maybe sneak into the money.
Yeah, it really,
even if his aces get cracked.
It did not seem like this malicious Borgata slow roll. There was no celebrating. There wasn't this Cheshire grin on his face. He wasn't pleased with what he had just done. In fact, if anything, then he's probably a little bit ashamed of what he had just done. He's just sitting there quietly taking it. But at the same time, never seen anything quite like that.
Pocket jacks
If anything, like they're mad in the moment, but every one of those folks, if they're Borgata regulars, goes home and appreciates what they saw.
You told me they were all talking about it for a half hour.
Oh, they're going to be talking about it for years. That's why they show up to this place. It's that flavor of poker we kind of allude to, and it's difficult to describe in just one sentence. But it's not quite like poker you see anywhere else.
The time bank roll rode that momentum all the way here to the final 3.
And Sam says, yeah, that only helps the pocket jacks. And he probably doesn't care how much it helps the pocket jacks in that situation. Not
who
sure.
had the covering stack in that situation?
Nguyen was covered.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it helps the pocket aces. The jacks is not going to bust there.
Yeah.
So he was trying to help himself. Yeah, if he did that as
And
the
I think
big
we might
stack,
have termed it earlier when we said all in with jacks, but no, he had called, or
all in with jacks,
he had
right?
forced Nguyen
Oh, yeah,
Lee
forced
on
Nguyen,
it
yeah.
with jacks. So earlier we might have spoken.
if he slow rolled in that spot as the covering stack,
hilarious.
Worse probably. But yeah, when your tournament life is at risk near the bubble, taking as much time as given to you is, usually the right play.
7.
Well, you saw this on
That
the
is 700,000. Seat 1.
This is surprising. Clemen floated here, by the way, with 6 high on the King 10 board. And then checked to on the 7 of hearts, one of the few cards that gives him any equity at all in the hand, and leaps into action. Clemen looking for the runner heart variety. Instead, a card that Nguyen will never fold to, the River King. Clemen got himself here. What's the plan now? One of the worst cards in the deck to bluff. Guess we can try to get queen high and ace high to fold. Yep. Didn't float the flop
2 million.
to give up now.
Call.
Bad timing. All right, couple things. Yes, bad timing. Though, I'm happy Clemen is getting creative.
Yeah.
Floating. Finding creative plays. Willing to put the pressure on. He picked bad timing and then saw one of the worst river cards in the deck to bluff and still went for it. So, didn't work out that time, but more of that, please.
Back to time bank kerfuffle. It reminded me the one chip debate that's going on.
Yes.
Right now, keeping one back.
D-negs all over
Do
that.
you know how the EPT sort of?
I believe they implemented a rule that they call the virtual all-in.
Yes.
Which you can still get penalized for making that play, correct?
Well, if it's one of those, if you've left less than a certain amount of chips, and I believe this has changed with it's one big blind or whatever.
Raise.
If you've left a certain amount or less behind, you can only use one more time bank.
Okay.
Because what they were doing was they'd have the one chip and then they'd use like 7 of it.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. 2 real hands here. Clemen does not want to see a king. Oh boy.
Yeah. You're getting
All diamonds.
In the chat, keyword in quotes, creative. Maybe insinuating that creative can sometimes mean bad.
I understand.
350.
My point being not just sitting back and waiting for a very good hand to put chips in the middle. I want to see him trying to fight for pots.
And that's the only way he can win that pot.
Oh, another king. Clemen's drawing dead. Joseph has the full house. This could spell trouble for Clemen. I know there's 3 diamonds on the flop, but we're playing 3-handed and we have trips. Joseph only called pre-flop, likely does not have ace-king. Might even discount the king queens. So we're beating a lot of kings, like the king 10, king 9.
2 calls.
A jack would definitely spell the end, or a 4 for that matter. Okay, one of the kings we were worried about has improved to a full house, but we have trips, 4.7 in the middle, 6.15 in stack. If he bets here, he's in extreme trouble. If he checks, he can evaluate. We'll see what Joseph goes for.
Live betting on the under 3 hours going wild now.
Okay.
3.2.
And it's
1 bets 3.2.
With this sizing, when he gets jammed on, first of all, he's going to throw up in his mouth a little bit.
2 raises.
Yeah, you can see that's the point at which he's now thrown up in his mouth just a little bit.
3 million behind.
11 million.
And just piles of chips in the middle. Is Joseph ever doing this with a worse king? Does king 10 do this on a 3-diamond board? From Joseph, I don't think so.
Yeah. Joseph, tough to say.
Does the naked ace of diamonds do this? On the paired board, I don't think so.
Joseph, hawkeyeing those chips. Whether that's a live read, I don't know, but he has not taken his eyes off Clemen Deng's chips.
Good folds. Betting for value. Bet folding the river is a very strong play at this level.
If he can make it to a break to see that fold, he will well with confidence.
Well, I think he probably correctly deduced that Joseph is very under bluffing that spot, and we lose to almost everything. Yeah, it sucks when we have trips, but at that point they turn into a bluff catcher, and what bluffs can we catch from that man?
100,000.
The chat a big fan of that fold.
One raises to 400.
And now Clemen is all of a sudden sitting with 15 big blinds. Poker gods, quick to reward a solid fold with a chance to get right back in it.
Wow. Well, a chance to take down the blinds more likely.
Fold. Tough crap.
Great, thanks guys.
Yeah.
Top full house versus trips. We play a big hand. I have kings and everyone folds. Wonderful, thanks. Yeah. I'm going to pretend like I'm not super mad right now.
Yeah, that's kind of a double down on the emotions swirling in one's brain right now. You get that immediate jolt to serotonin. You see those two kings, and then you see two folds. And Rob and others pointing out, I mean, when you snap jam, when you're just so quick to get a big, juicy, high-value stack of chips in the middle.
You got to trust what that means.
Joseph generally throughout the day has told you who he is. He's wearing it all out on his polo shirt sleeve.
Yeah, on the monotone board, when he calls you twice and then raises the river, I challenge you to find a bluff that man has in that spot.
Wesley Moran asking, is this in Atlantic City? Yes, we're at the beautiful Borgata in Atlantic City, just near the marina here.
What's up, Wesley? Welcome.
Closing out our Winter Poker Open, more than 2 weeks of great tournaments. Still 2 more to go here with the Mystery Bounty wrapping up tonight with its 4th and final flight, which I believe starts in 34 minutes.
beautiful.
And so if you're in Philly, you can still hop on that Center City train and be here by what, like the 4th level or so?
Well, I think it might actually be 6:30 start time.
Oh,
you might even have an hour.
You could be
It's
here.
one of those two. I'll find out.
Grab a bite to eat.
All in.
One announces all in.
You heard it.
Shove and take. MK, yeah. Well, the main event was 3,500, but the Mirror Mystery Bounty, I believe, is what, 570?
570.
$570, so maybe a little bit more within your range. Plus, Center City train like 15.
One full.
Tip your jitney driver here in Atlantic City for dropping you off right at the front door of the Borgata. And I think you're here for under 600 bucks.
Heads up.
Yep, 6:15. We'll split the difference. 6:15 tonight.
6:15.
I should have known. Borgata works on the 15s here on their schedule.
Yeah, allows them to end on those even hours, I think, when they can. Now, Winley getting love for his hairstyle in the chat. That break time adjustment.
He did. He went in, he ran some water through his hair, combed it to the side, tamed the beast, and now Hollywood movie star in the making.
Yeah, let me tell you, that is not how it was when he showed up. he looked like he woke up a little late, maybe. Made that maverick run to the final table. And didn't have time to grab a comb.
A true poker professional. Joseph has ace, queen. Okay, Clemen, not enough to get involved with. Lays it down. 15 bigs in that man's stack, and whether or not he can climb out of it will greatly determine how the rest of this match goes. He is doing some mental arithmetic or something. A lot of tapping of the table we didn't see until he got super short.
He's working on his base lifts.
Yep, that might be it. A little Seinfeld action. Good spot here, a better 7.
One calls.
Limp seems natural.
Check.
Not a lot for either. One club in each of their hands. Backdoor straights should the running 5-6 come in, but it's going to be most of the time whoever wants this one more.
2 bet 600.
The answer is Joseph. A little easier when you're in position and get checked too, but that's good on him for putting the pressure. Joseph really feels more comfortable putting pressure on shorter stacks here.
Yeah. He's feeling his oats.
These three guys do not look like they belong together. They're so quiet. They're not going out for drinks later together.
This would be a very odd road trip.
Yes.
Who drives? Probably Joseph.
I think Joseph's driving, at least until it gets dark outside.
Yeah, then yeah, then it's Clemen. Clemen, I think, takes over. And Clemen's the one who can drive all night. So they make great time.
Except for Nguyen will have
if Joseph's awake, he can't stand other people driving.
Yeah. I don't know whose music they're listening to on this road trip.
Steely Dan.
2 checks.
Joseph slips it over with his pair of 8s. Now Nguyen has turned a gutter ball to go with his 2 overs to that 8.
3 bets 300. 2 calls.
A quick call. 10 Jack King. 10 makes the straight for Nguyen. Unlikely to get much more out of Joseph here though.
900.
Bet is 900. You fold.
Joseph, if you notice on his left, has a stack of time chips. That's because he never takes more than 3 seconds on any decision. I don't know if he's used any.
No, gosh no.
Or
Why
even
would
come
he?
close to doing so.
You can't take them home with you, Joe. Or maybe Kelly will let you.
Don't suggest that if Kelly's listening.
If you ask nice, maybe.
He did, however, get a beautiful final table hoodie. Those were in high demand, so I heard.
The hoodies were flying off the
Yes.
backs of chairs.
Flying is a good word for it.
Didn't see any time bank related mishaps at this one, but at the last one you'll notice they look an awful lot like chips.
Yeah.
And we had the big showdown where somebody flicked in a time chip, the other player thought it was a call, they flipped over their hand. I think a lot of that has been mitigated.
Oh, big hand, flop flush for Joseph, nut flush draw for Nguyen, and bottom pair for Clemen.
2 bet 600.
If Nguyen gets aggressive here, we could see a drastic change one way or another in these standings. Instead, just a call. A 9 of spades, by the way, the straight flush. 2 hearts instead.
9 of spades, you say?
9 of spades, and Nguyen is out the door in 3rd place.
3 checks, 2 checks.
Quick check. Instead, it's the king. Will Nguyen turn his ace of spades into a bluff? Joseph, it's just like watching his cards. He's being so tricky. The quick check with my flop flush. Go ahead. Do what you got to do. Give me 1 million, please. Let me take 6 seconds and then put a big raise in.
2 raises to 3 million.
Will Nguyen rip 12 million in here with the ace of spades in his hand?
Cycling through some facial expressions, not quite sure which one he wants to use.
Nope. Thinks better of it. River bluffs from Joseph are strong hands.
So
I know you don't have the nuts, but I guess you're not folding.
Going back to the previous King's full hand with Joseph. Robbie Stack says, if I were Joseph in King's full, he'd use all those time chips. It's a great spot to use your image.
Yeah.
To really just tank.
No, Steven, he was never calling with ace high, but it was the ace of spades. A very key card. And some people like to represent they have the nut flush when they have it, but I think he might have just got snap called by a jack high flop flush from Joseph.
Joseph didn't drive all the way to Atlantic City
to fold flop flushes.
You know.
And
maybe you're new to the broadcast.
By the way, Joseph has 22 million of the 39 million in play. Oh, not even that much, not quite. 37 million or so. So over half the chips in play in Joseph's stack.
All in.
One goes all in.
Clemen jams. It's only 12 big blinds.
How much chart's got to say yes here?
King 9 would be a call in this situation.
Especially considering how much money, physical money, there is to be made off of this hand.
Don't want to double the shorty, of course. But for 12 bigs, blind v blind, he's in there. Is this the end of the road for Clemen Deng?
Clemen, the high school chess champion, freshman chess champion. Who knows what he will have.
No improvements. A gutter presents itself for Clemen to end things. More outs, but now it's just a king or a 9 is all that matters for Joseph. Oh, paint, but not the right one.
Nice playing with you.
Oh,
what?
Oh,
what do you mean?
I thought he had a 9. I thought he had a 9. I apologize.
I was confused for a second.
Sorry. But it would have been nice.
So, yeah, Joseph wishing Clemen Deng well and giving him the premature GG. I don't know what that does for the prevailing karma.
I thought that was intentional psychological warfare from Joseph.
Wow.
I don't give him that much credit.
I don't need any more.
Nice playing with the ace-X. But much more likely that 10 pips look like 9.
That is hilarious. I thought he thought he had a king. I think he thought he had a 9 early on and just thought he was ahead the entire time.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
He thought that was a 9, I think.
Like either the 10 or the 7. I'm not sure which one.
Play a Royal Farms mystery hand.
One raises to 400. Two full.
Certainly playable. What the old school kids will call the mystery hand. Queen 7's, or sorry, the computer hand. Queen 7's in here.
The computer hand. Why is that the computer hand?
Way back in the day, before we knew pretty much anything about poker, you ran the computer said Queen 7 was like right down the middle as far as if a blind hand goes in, what is a profitable call?
Okay, so your Mendoza line,
exactly.
so to speak.
Yeah.
Your Mason Dixon of poker.
Queen 7 is it.
What was that board last year?
Stephen Pope says the fist bump from Joseph, a Tiger Woods walking in to hit his putt level troll.
Nguyen has a 7, and after checking through, Clemen might feel like his ace high is best on this paired board. Depends on the sizing. I would love to see Nguyen go very big here, like 1.4. Has to know his 7 is the best hand. Find the over bet.
700.
Okay, chunky, not over, but chunky. The soothing ASMR sounds of Joseph breathing you into this final table. Okay, Nguyen takes it down.
He's got a future, whatever's after TikTok, because I think we're going to ban that in a couple of days.
Okay.
But the ASMR thing, Joseph, I think he's got a future in that.
Put him there.
Back to his fist bump. Basketball Maven tells Joseph you're supposed to manifest your cards before, not after.
It's not when you're dead.
That's
the reverse roll.
I haven't seen that one. I've seen I've seen the false celebration. I've seen that a couple of times, but sort of the false pleasantries, the false.
I've seen people think they were eliminated when they actually won all the time.
All the time.
Thinking you won when you didn't doesn't happen too often.
One full.
Now it's Joseph kind of dictating the action. Nguyen not wanting to bust now that Clemen is short. And can this man, who is short stacked against the two players on his left and right,
on fume, finish
this thing out? Quite a ways from that, obviously, but in pole position.
Well, we went to a break. He's down to just over 2 million. We come back, we say he's got a double twice. It'd be nice if it was through each of them.
And
that's
he did
exactly what he does. And then some chips move around. He falls back a little. He's back to about 6 million. Climbs back into it. Big hand against Nguyen lead. Now he's got a big chip lead. Nguyen's gotten a few back. Nguyen's gotten a few back since. And Clemen Deng is the one who finds himself on the outs. A lot can happen here at the board out in a couple of hours.
$350.
Three bets, 350.
Joseph's flopped bottom pair. Definitely coming along for one. Win with the crabs, but representing a stronger hand than that. And no one has a club as this third one rolls off.
Three checks. Two checks. Three checks.
Both players with a pair at the end, not good, but the 7 better. Standing up, sitting up a little bit straighter in his chair as he rakes these pots. Joseph feeling good. The people's champion.
Well, Joseph, since he was a short stack, just the way he's been playing it, he's picked up a lot of fans in the chat. And we've really seen the gamut of emotions from him since last night. The head and the hands.
Yep.
Like the 2 hands on the back of the head in triumph. 2 hands on his head, rubbing his head. We saw Dorian Rios rubbing Clemen Deng's head.
Lots of heads and hands and combinations thereof.
And at the end, Joseph's sitting on a big pile of chips.
1, 2 folds.
And Clemen Deng has a hand he
2 folded.
can make a move with.
3 calls.
If this comes 10 high, Clemen's going to likely find a double. Jack 6 though feels very comfortable as pocket 10s. Not much working for Nguyen.
One bet's 225. Three folds.
Just lets it go.
Can you leave it where I can reach it, please?
Okay. I moved for you anyway.
Then you move it where I can't reach it.
Okay.
You're hurting my back.
Sorry.
Request from the dealer yet again. Joseph kind of has a habit of reaching out, grabbing that button, putting it in front of him. No ill intent from either, just trying to keep things flowing smoothly.
Well, probably a guy who plays a lot of his poker at rooms where this is either home games or rooms where this is happening regularly. At the Orleans, we move our own button.
Well, and these live stream tables are much bigger than traditional tables, so it's further from the dealer than usual if you bring it where you're comfortable with it.
He's trying to be helpful. It turns out it's not that helpful sometimes.
I'd much rather a dealer want to be in control of a table than not really care.
Well, the mistake's on them if the button's in the wrong place. It's not going to be on the player, so really they should be the one making sure and moving around.
One calls. 2 checks. Can you put your cards in the box?
It's a quick trip mystery hand here. Get him out of the reader, and it's a Jack 4 offsuit for Joseph. Jack 10, 9, 2 spades on the flop. Joseph in the lead. Clemen though, open-ended.
1 checks. 2 checks.
Open ender, one of the ones he has comes in.
Probably the one you want here, right?
Yes.
2 checks.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too well for Joseph's particular
he's
hand.
double gutted there. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, it's same. It's open ender. With the 8's open ender, the queen just gives you a higher straight. I don't think it really matters in this case.
Sure. Semantics.
Yeah, I suppose the queen might be better because you might get paid by an 8. Because you have the higher straight on the king.
900,000.
It doesn't really matter for Joseph's exact hand. Good fold from him with top pair, by the way. Not as trivial as he made it look.
Big bet for a guy who never showed any interest in that pie.
So Daddy has another
Not you,
question.
me.
How do they detect the cards for the graphics? You see that little box on the table? They move the cards over
actually got me to
that
fold a
box.
pretty good
There are
hand.
2 very, very small RFID chips in the cards and an RFID reader in the table. And that tells production which 2 cards they have. So you saw Joseph there make the move over the square. Not for very long.
Yeah, but he did it.
Ideally, you want to separate them. You want to put them there for a couple of seconds and then take them into your hand. But it works.
That's all it takes. You only have to do it once. You don't have to leave those cards there. Scan them in there at the start of the hand. Production picks them up. Like Matt said, that RFID chip. Each one is unique to each of the individual 52 cards. So it picks up on it, the chip, tells them what cards they have, transmits it to them during the time between then and now on the 30-minute delay. They get those graphics up on screen, and we can follow along cards up coverage. Trips for Nguyen, a pair for Joseph.
Joseph just on auto check, auto call, auto fold.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing before it even happens.
That's 500. 2 calls.
Great bet there.
Show me the hand. Chip leader loses a very small pot in relation to his stack and feels like he just lost a monster.
It feels like it, doesn't it? He's
So we need pre-flop anyway.
A lot of NFL chat in the chat today. Big weekend coming up with the divisional rounds. 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. You got any favorites? Any locks?
Well,
Matty bets?
In general, the NFL and football are failing sports.
Okay. Hot take out of nowhere.
But if I had to choose,
One raises
what are we
to
looking
900.
at? Well, what's going on?
Well, let's see how Joseph responds to this quickly, because this could be an important hand for Clemen. 3 raises the 10-7 off, gets called by the ace-3.
We might need that rule that they have in baseball. You never start a story with 2 outs. Like, we need the poker equivalent of like when to kind of get in with the.
You also don't tell a sad story when Castellanos is up, right?
Yeah. Or when you're coming out of an upbeat record and you're Casey.
Both players flop an open-ender.
2 bets 800.
Clemen really isn't that deep as far as SPR compared to this pot. A reasonable argument could be made for jamming. The problem being Joseph really hasn't shown the willingness to put chips in and then fold post-flop. So how much fold equity do we really have? Check calls instead, looking for improvements. Not there.
1 checks, 2 checks.
Quick check, as we've often seen. Now left with just 10 high. What do we do? Less than a pot-sized bet. Can we get it through? The flush also came in, if that's what we were up against. Might discourage us from going for this. No.
He bet all of his chips for 500,000.
Girdles himself. Goes for the bet. Gets the fold from ace high. Good timing on that bluff from Clemen. Back up to 6.7 he goes.
creeping right back up there. Was down to 2 and something. All right, so very quickly, I don't root for teams to win. I usually don't care. I like when teams lose.
Okay.
Like rooting against, I want the Chiefs to lose real bad so that John Sofin, the poker writer, is sad.
Okay.
I want him to be sad.
Okay. So Texans are playing the Chiefs. You're rooting for the Texans.
I want the Commanders to lose. Prevailing karma there. The Lions are going to whoop up the Chiefs.
Okay.
I want nothing but horrible things to happen to the Eagles.
Whoa,
going all the way back to 4th and 26. Growing up a Packer fan.
Okay.
Freddie Mitchell over the middle. I'll never forget. And Bills, Ravens, I'll pick them. I like both teams. I'm actually not rooting against them.
I grew up in St. Louis, throughout the greatest show on earth, on turf, sorry. And
they left you.
They ripped them away from me. Stan Kroenke, oh, I hate him so much.
I'd have left St. Louis too.
And
have you been there?
I have.
Yeah.
It's a great sports town. And he ripped them, despite us doing everything we had to do to keep that sports team.
Built him a dome.
We were building a new stadium.
And a new one. Well,
he ripped him out to L.A.
XFL
crushing our
team.
dreams. But guess what? We sued him for $991 million, and we got that paycheck. No one talks about that, do they?
Cushion change.
Stan Kroenke, enjoy your NFL stadium that nobody goes to. And then, of course, they won the Super Bowl like 2 years after they left.
Yeah, someone imagines carrying a grudge like 4th and 26 for 20 years. I'm going to carry it for another 20. Come on. And I'm not, the grudge not necessarily against the Eagles, but just playing that kind of soft coverage.
And see, inevitably, when I tell my story, somebody like D-Roz jumps in and says they were in L.A. first, winky face. Guess what? Not the same story. L.A. to St. Louis, they didn't rip them from a city that wanted them. That is not what happened. That's what happened when we moved from St. Louis to L.A.
The Cardinals, too.
Yeah.
To Chicago, they became the Bears.
Yeah.
The Cardinals became Arizona.
Yeah.
The Chicago Cardinals became the Bears. They had nothing to do with St. Louis.
Thank you.
Original name.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of teams mixed up.
Well, there's a lot of Cardinals going
Cardinals
around.
everywhere.
Well, early NFL.
Plus
like,
the St. Louis Cardinals were there in baseball style.
A bunch of guys running around in shower caps.
Just so you guys could snack on a break. Anything particular you guys want?
You're saying we're not getting more than a 15-minute break no matter how long this goes?
Correct.
That's like not fair.
It's
Production. I'll give you production.
He said production, I'll give you production.
How about a 30-minute dinner break?
Would you like anything in particular, guys?
Just pizza?
Yeah.
No, I don't eat pizza, thank you.
I've told him.
That was a shocker, first of all.
I'm fascinated by this exchange. I think there's
What's the other option?
The other option is to bust the other players.
That's the dealer makes a great point here in that like,
I thought I had him busted.
if he wants to take a break,
Cuts the tension.
He should just bust a couple of players.
Cuts the tension a little bit there. Joseph clearly unhappy with that decision of no dinner break.
They want to just bring him pizza. He says, I don't eat pizza. Who'd have thought?
Who saw that coming?
I did not. They give me 100 guesses. Oh, man. Now he's mad. Now he's going to bust these guys. He's got pocket tens. And we'll get to it between hands. Scott wants to know, though, who we like in college. And we are between hands. We have Notre Dame. And we have Ohio. What is it? Ohio State. Two just thoroughly unlikable teams.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not a college
They
football guy.
They don't really tackle or anything.
I'm not going to pretend like I know him.
Yeah, they're not. No one tackles. Every game's like 75, 72.
Clearly dealing with two college football professionals here. Come to us for the picks. Obviously, we're like the Blesnick brothers.
Well,
You take one, I'll take the other.
Yeah, well, I'll take Notre Dame.
All right. Ohio State's a lock. Bet the house. What do you say?
I say Notre Dame is my lock of the century.
All right. Well, whichever one of us wins, the other just scrubs everything.
Never saw it, never heard it. Joseph, look at that. Another small pop. These will add up over time if he can start to maybe put on a little big stack pressure here. And he's moving the button again, and he moves it back.
I remembered.
That's good. That's learning. He remembered.
He
He
looked at the
corrected
dealer
his
as he
own
did it.
behavior. We should expect smooth sailing from here on out.
Nguyen has king, queen. Clemens has 30 big blinds.
2 calls.
Joseph's going to limp in on the button. Spades abound between Clemen and Nguyen.
1 million.
3 raises to 1 million. 1 and 2.
Nguyen goes fairly big. I think if he raised, something more reasonable, then Clemen could just treat that like an open, because let's be honest, when Joseph limps the button, he's never really had a strong hand so far. So kind of discount that limp as if it means anything at all. But when he goes 1 million, just have to shed hands like the 10-7.
Stephen Stone rooting for the double L in the Natty, a man after my own heart. I wish both teams could lose, right? Or they just cancel with it. And Fleet Trucking pointing out that Lions game is a total trap game. Commanders getting 9.5 points. Everybody and their mother are going to be on that. Lions going to win by like 23.
Commanders have played fairly well, though. Lions, I think.
And Stephen Stone also accurately pointing out, someone else wondering why all the Notre Dame hate. Stephen Stone referring to Rudy, and I'd say, like, yeah, a lot of it starts with that crappy movie.
I've heard you really hate on Rudy before. It's a fun conversation.
We won't get into it. Let's save that for...
It's a beloved movie. You hate Remember the Titans as well?
No.
Okay.
No, Remember the Titans is great.
How about Rounders?
Rounders, I won't really get into, like, my problems with Rounders, because I just kind of get into, like, this morass of writing and movie criticism. It's kind of dumb, but I like Rounders.
By the way, top pair versus bottom pair. Joseph quick checks over to Nguyen's ace-king. A 3 or a 4 could be devastating for Nguyen. Instead, it's the ace. A hidden trips.
2 checks.
Might be a similar spot. Bet flop, check turn, bet river, and Joseph just doesn't believe again. We've seen it play out over and over and over. Nguyen's going to fake like he actually has a decision. Oh, what am I going to do here with my 9 high?
1.8.
3 bets, 1.8 million.
But this is too big.
Too big.
Too scary. Joseph lets it go.
Paul and Haran saying maybe the Notre Dame hate makes sense for older generations. I could speak kind of for the elder millennial thing, that they always had that TV deal. They're always kind of pushed on us as a national favorite, even when they were bad. Especially growing up in the Chicago area, all the insufferable Notre Dame propaganda you put up with. That, I think, contributes. These people my age, I think maybe Gen Z, younger, they're going to be bigger Notre Dame fans because this team's very likable.
Yeah.
Great players, great coach. It's just fun to hate Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It's more fun to hate.
It's like, I'll never root for a Stan Kroenke team, going back to that. And 20 years from now, if you ask me why, they might not understand.
Didn't he piss off like half of Europe, too?
Oh, yeah.
That's I love
Also,
it. Callum Grant.
Yeah. Also runs the Colorado Avalanche, owns them. So anytime, yeah, exactly. That reaction. Anytime they play the Blues, I just feel like we get a little revenge when we win that game.
Clemen Deng raising on the button here. Nguyen shoving.
And Clemen letting it go.
Very quickly, too.
Yeah. Too many bigs to get in there with Queen Jack.
Robert Rosen calling a first touchdown for David Montgomery in the Lions game. I like that guy. Hop on your BetMGM app and get that one in.
2 calls. Three calls.
Clemen has a monster. Probably would have loved to see a raise in front of him. Instead, it's a couple of limps.
1 raises to 900.
Every time he has a monster, just fold, fold, fold. But all chips are good chips, especially when you're short stacked. I don't know. I feel like we're using that term short stack liberally. 5.1 million is 25 big blinds.
Yeah.
But in comparison with the two players on his left, work to do.
Three-handed play, you can't sit on 25. You're a couple orbits later, you're at 20. And big trouble. Big trouble.
I don't think he's...
3 raises to 400.
I think he's fine waiting for the right opportunities to present themselves.
2 calls.
7 deuce from Joseph. Can he find a way with the worst hand in poker? It is suited, and 1 club shows up. Nothing going for win, but ace high. Very frequently the best hand.
3 checks.
A club on the turn. Options for a victory.
400.
3 bets 400.
Snap call.
2 calls.
What does Joseph do on a brick?
Glance down at the chips there.
It's got 7 high.
Two checks.
After Joseph took a beat there, Nguyen might doubt that his ace high is still good, but I think he's still going to check back, at least from what we've seen from him.
1.4.
Well, all right.
So just like that.
Good on him. I think I'm right in that he thought his ace high was no good, obviously, because Joseph considered betting. But
going back to the queens, Robbie Stack says, need to limp at those, as uncomfortable as it may be. What say you, TJ?
limping 3 ways, even with queens, is usually not the right play. Just way too much equity in those random hands. If we're heads up, there can be an argument for it. But just the random queen, or the random king, the random overpairs, we can't give a free flop to 2 players. There's 350, let's see, there's, 600 in the middle or something along those lines. That's valuable as well.
2 calls.
We just get put into too many uncomfortable situations post-flop where we don't know where we are with 3 limped ranges. And now we're playing for our tournament life all of a sudden. I do like a raise. Didn't necessarily have to be that big. And now he's got pocket 9s.
3 calls.
Getting action. When the highest card anyone has is a jack of all 6 cards, of course the ace, king, king flop comes out. Haven't really seen these long tanks from Nguyen or anyone really,
2 folds.
especially when they don't have much. Oh, okay. I think it might be about this break and forcing Clemen into a bigger big blind on the next hand. Yep, that's definitely what he's doing.
I like it. This man knows how to use a time bank as a weapon.
So the next big blind is going to cost Clemen, the short stack, more chips.
We go to
Nguyen paying 2 time banks to make that happen.
150, 300 next level.
So it will cost, if that's the case, that's going to cost Clemen an extra 100K of his what will be 6 million.
An extra 200K with that big blind.
Yeah, if it is 300K, you're right. Look at, he knows it too. Clemen says, I see what you're doing. All right, you're going to pay for that. I'm taking this pot and I'm going to use these chips against you just for that. Regardless of how you feel about that play, time chips are there to use as you wish. There's no real rule against doing that.
And he has shown that he will do that.
Yes, he has. Anyway, 3 left still after that 75 minutes of play. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come right back with these same 3 players. We'll see you in 15.
You have a bagel here?
into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sportsbook.
The highs!
No. The no-no-nos. The oh-oh-ohs. Now, what you want to do with this? But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over or up here trying to hit the under,
or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
Oh, these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house, only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go in. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino.
Jackpots, so many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
Hey, welcome back. Still three-handed here at the 2025 Borgata Winter Poker Open Championship. $3,500 event. 3 players left of the 900-plus entrants that came into this event. We're down to 3. And Joseph Neiman has fought his way back from short stack in between 2 massive stacks who had him outnumbered 8-1 each. He's in the commander's seat, 69 big blinds, in control, and looking to close it out for by far his biggest score. In fact, all 3 of these players' biggest scores.
The fleet commander's seat.
Yes, only in wartime, which
a little
these...
callback. If you've been with the stream all day, that's a callback. Yeah, and Clemen Deng, not quite in the danger zone, like you said. 24 big blinds, room to maneuver here. Although at the end of that last level, we did see a little maneuvering from Nguyen Lee to get Clemen Deng to spend just a little bit more coming back from break here. Nguyen Lee used a couple of time banks to make sure we went into that break and that this big blind landed on the short stack. So we'll see. Not that that makes this big difference, and we'll ever point to that and say that was a turning point. But these guys are looking at all of the details and seeing all the angles, and I think we'll have a great finish here.
Yeah, I don't think you would have seen that move from Joseph, but...
No. I don't think Joseph knows he has time banks. He probably can't see them.
Never
They're
used them.
tucked in there. He probably assumed he never got it.
2 races.
I better go quick here.
But Nguyen most recently has been playing down at the PGT studios. We talked about that, where time bank chips, stalling, manipulation of clock, all within rules.
These
of
are
course.
probably things that he saw there and picked up on. A couple of tricks he picks up from a Sam Savarel or someone who shows up there well crafted. And for that reason, love watching poker there at the Aria.
Yeah.
Another great MGM property.
Of course.
And watching poker in the studio, yeah, it can be the same 40 guys sometimes trading money and trading chips. But you're really seeing the top of the game working through the problems and coming up with innovative ways to solve them. If you're really looking closely, it's really fascinating and entertaining. And I'm sure that's exactly what we're looking at here. Someone saying, I'll try a few of these tricks on the Borgata curve. I'm going to use a couple of times. He time bank rolled, used 4 time banks on the soft bubble with aces.
He really is a master of the time bank in all of its various use cases.
And Fleet Trucking say Joseph, saying in the chat, Joseph can start to use his image to his advantage now. And we'll see if he can. He's got plenty of chips. He certainly has an image.
He's the chip leader, has all the power, especially against Clemen in his short stack. Kicking things off with pressure, in position with Queen 10 suited, and taking it down. Chad, if you had to go all in, I give you 2 choices, either Joseph or the field. Who takes this one down? Even money, you can either take Joseph or the field. Who's it going to be? And yes, Stephen, we are on a 30-minute delay here from the Borgata. Or so, about then. It's slightly dynamic to make sure we get things smoothly, but about a 30-minute delay.
Sort of like making a phone call to the moon.
Is it?
Well, probably farther than the moon. I don't know exactly at what point the delay on would be exactly a half hour, but there is a point in space at which that radio delay is exactly a half hour.
King, Queen against 5-6. Both make a pair. Joseph pulls ahead.
Stern check from Joseph. Scott takes the field. Linda takes the field. Derek takes the field. TNA takes the field. Nick takes the field. All fields so far.
Wow, okay. No Joseph Love, despite being the chip leader. And being quite ahead in this hand.
Nick Triv thinks Lee wins.
One checks.
Two checks. One checks. King, queen. Yes. Ace of diamonds is that mark on it.
Jesse Fullen making an appearance, dropping off some cards.
Jesse. Jesse's the man.
He is the man.
So we've seen Jesse. We need to see Jeremy, Poker Arts Jeremy, and he graced us with a couple of shots last night.
Nick Triv, sorry, we don't do shoutouts. Even though Mike Triv came in third in the 6 max, shoutouts is not something we're going to do.
Yeah.
But we're happy for Mike Triv
Listen,
taking third place in the 6 max.
Mike Triv, the third place finisher in the 6 max, deserves a shout out, but we're not in a position to give him.
We just don't do them. It's our policy.
Yeah, it's not that we're not allowed. It's more of a, if we give him a shout out, we got to give everybody a shout out.
No shoutouts for Mike Triv, despite his impressive performance in the 6 max.
And third place in the 6 max. 6 max. That's really, I think, the Cadillac of Nolan and Holden. The 6 max. And third place, a tough finish. But very pleased with that, I imagine Mike Triv was. And Grit Wife says his wife left him today. Can he get a shout out? So we can't give Grit Poker a shout out because his wife left him.
Mine's good.
Yeah, couldn't do so despite that story, Grit Poker.
And if you notice, Joseph going back and moving the button now that we have a new dealer, he will not be admonished for it. He gets a free round of moving the button.
Our favorite commenter, who just is all about us, Flamingo, is back today. He says to tell Joseph to stop bringing in the mic, Darth Vader. Well, couple problems there. One, we're watching 30 minutes behind. Two, we're stuck in a corner on the opposite end of the floor. And three, we have no way to access him.
We haven't left this room since we started last night. And you know the rules. Once you start you can't, no information, you can't learn anything about anything. So you have to stay in that room.
One bite, everybody knows the rules. Joseph calls in the big blind with King 9 suited. K9 Wolf. A pair, though, for Nguyen on the button. Second pair.
And Darth Vader, not sure, the breathing of Darth Vader, iconic.
It's true.
Two checks.
A very powerful guy, too, Darth Vader.
Yeah, Daniel Stillwell. If you left for a couple hours and came back, probably not sure how this happened, but Joseph went on a comeback tear of the century.
It's really going into a coma in late 2019 and waking up about 6 months later. The whole world is different. Joseph has a lot of chips.
And more of them after turning top pair here. When looking anywhere for help, not going to find it. Will he find the fold, though? Nope.
Oh.
Bad news. More chips for Joseph. And these taking the field bets look a little worse. Jesse with the Hawk 2 a coin reference.
Jesse going for the big jokes in the chat.
Hopefully nobody out there fell victim to the Hawk 2 scam, the long con.
You know who the biggest victim in all of that is?
Haley Welch.
Yep.
100%.
100%.
She got roped into a crypto rug pull who probably didn't even know what crypto was.
Like, yeah, sure, whatever. She's heard of coins. It sounded like a nice idea.
When you achieve instant fame of that level, your managers, people around you, trying to pull you into many different money-making opportunities.
You're signing dozens of deals
left and right.
Everything. did have it right with that podcast, though. I thought they found like a sustainable rhythm there.
Well, at least something to get her face in front of the American public nonstop all the time, which is kind of what you go for when you go viral.
Jesse Follett asking if we need coffee. Yes, Jesse. I would love some coffee. If you were able to deliver some or have some delivered, iced, cold, hot, whatever, just black as night, please.
Black as night is my way of drinking coffee as well.
3 folds.
Oh, this is trouble. Joseph opens ace-jack. Clemen finds ace-7. Sub 20 bigs, 3-handed.
All in.
There it is. A snap call and a gulp from Clemen, realizing that can't be good. Clemen Deng up against it here. In for the 4.575 and dominated. Two clubs makes this an even tougher battle. And now it's dead.
Good game.
Nice playing. Nice playing with you. Very
Now
nice
an actual nice playing with you reaches over.
Yeah.
With you.
Although both seem sincere and genuine, this one counts.
And that's it for Clemen Deng, who goes home in third place. Finally, another elimination.
Put the chips in. It tells you what fair value is, and you can decide if you want
Earns himself $233,882. There's $340K for second and $492 for first left to fight
Do you have a
for.
calculator? 5-minute break. Thank you.
They're going to take a quick break here, rearrange the players, put them on both sides of the table, plop these trophies right there in the middle for us to stare at, and then we've got a heads-up battle in the works.
Heads-up battle. Are these the two? When we sat down with 9, even 8, even 6 players, are these the two you expected to see at the end?
Count up what you got. I'll count up.
Honestly, no, only because, well, one, you had, yes, who we got here? Nguyen was our big stack. So he was a favorite. He's been on a tear recently. He made the final table of the PGT Studios, like we've said. But not a lot of experience for Joseph in these situations. So the fact that he's found himself here at the end, heads up, very impressive.
Well, and we came into the day. We had Sal, who we expected to be the X factor.
The wild card.
Lost Sal early. The play settled in a little bit. It got a little bit more, I don't want to say serious, but maybe a little bit more formal. A little bit more not predictable, but things we've seen before.
Yes,
or see
reserved, if you will.
Gone were the dark checks and things like that.
Yeah.
So, and then Dorian Rios kind of took over. He was up and then down and then up again and then out. So our expectations have been subverted at almost every stage of this tournament, right up to when Joseph was on the ropes, on the canvas, standing 8 count. Referee official is at 6, and he doubles twice through each player.
And he never looked back here, and heading to the chip lead, heads up.
So, what do you think then, if you were coming into this situation, you're Nguyen, Joseph wildcard. He's got an image, but you know it pretty well. It's not a book you haven't read before. Are you pressing the gas early? Are you getting it in? Are you making big raises?
No, I think your edge lies in post-flop play. So you want to play small ball. You want to chip away at Joseph, and then hope he has a blow up at the wrong time. So a lot of limping on the button, a lot of seeing flops, a lot of chipping away, a lot of bluff catching, and then waiting for the big blow up at the wrong time and take my chances. don't need to minimize the variance if you think you're the better player. You do want to minimize variance, apologize. So see a lot of flops, play a lot of post-flop play.
And then if you're Joseph, though, you've got the big stack here.
Big ball. We're playing big ball.
You're playing big ball, and do you feel if you're Joseph, like, is it going through his head that this guy's better than me?
I don't know that.
Does that matter to Joseph? He's played poker, I imagine, for a very long time.
I honestly don't know if either of them think that, or if it's true. We've seen a lot of abnormal play for sure, and obviously Joseph hasn't had as much final table experience in tournaments live anyway, according to what are the records that we see. But Nguyen is at a severe disadvantage chip-wise. So he does have a hill to climb out of, but anything can change at any time.
Jesse has sent us a note in the chat. Looks like a very important update. He says, trophies will not go on the table. Players can't see the stacks with it like that, so they asked for the trophies to be moved off to the side. Maybe production can get us a shot of the trophies, but a very important update from Jesse that the trophies cannot be seen right now. But maybe we'll get a shot of them. We have seen them a few times. Great trophies.
Joseph's trying, we can even hear him whispering about possible numbers.
He's
trying to make something happen.
And he's...
No deal. Sounds like it. Joseph says
whatever was going on there, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't think we got anywhere,
and we're playing.
So whatever happened was happening, and it didn't happen.
340 to 490. This is a $153,000 heads-up match.
Let's go.
And Joseph better than 2-1.
$750.
Raised to 750.
All right, we've seen the trophies lots.
Grid Poker saying though, and maybe Jesse listening in, why not put the trophy on the one seat so everyone can see it, and it also doesn't block the view.
I'm sure production has thought of every possibility.
Oh, Jesse's there. We'll see what he thinks.
Well, one of them is going to be taking a winner's photo, courtesy of Jesse Becker with Poker.org, after this thing's over, and then you can just zoom in 4D or whatever.
A lot of Jessies.
Jesse's everywhere.
Easy to confuse them.
Win Ray is Joseph called, and then Joseph Donk leads on the 8-3 deuce with the Jack-7. And just turns it.
Well, hello.
And now checks and slows down on the Jack. Really looks like he has an 8, maybe a 3. But no, it's top pair.
2.
Yeah, the hands win lead presumably feels like he can fold out here.
Yep, but he'd be very wrong, and Joseph has got him right where he wants him. Only 6 outs once. Oh boy, ace is a scare card. Is Nguyen going to go for this?
Do you think he feels like he has to bet to win the pot?
Yes, absolutely. Once he's called on the turn.
Yeah.
King high, never good. Can Joseph find the call to cut him in half? He does.
The longest tank we've seen all day from Joseph.
That's true. That 10 seconds.
He stood up.
What a message to send at the start of heads-up play. I thought that might be the one card that might get Joseph to fold, but no, sir.
button moves.
When maybe needed to go pretty big to get a fold out of a jack there.
Maybe, and Joseph
I think 2 million.
probably has some folds in the bag there if he can get high enough.
Yeah. But all of a sudden it's 6-1.
Just like that.
Only 22 bigs.
Joe picking up some steam in the chat.
How are you feeling, guys, about that field bet that you took there a minute ago?
Joe versus the field. The live odds are tumbling for you. The cash out's gone. Forget about it.
You got it.
We're playing for it.
Calls?
I wonder how we'll have to check the timing on how we're doing on 3 hours as well, in terms of the finish.
Open ender for both players. A dominating pair for Nguyen. Joseph might feel compelled to get some chips in the middle, but check so fast. Joseph has very few ways to win this hand. In fact, it's only a 3. But the straight is shared. And the 7 or a deuce would chop. Instead, a king.
Two checks. Check. 6-4.
Pair of sixes?
Playing speed heads up here. Fast and furious decisions, especially from Joseph.
This has that online sort of cadence to it.
Yes, click, click.
Scott gives it 15 minutes this match.
Scott.
I don't know, in 15 minutes, Nguyen Lee could have the chip lead. the way that this has been going.
It really depends if Nguyen doubles the next time he puts all his chips in.
Our expectations have been subverted at every stage, and there's nothing that says it's going to stop now.
125 win.
We are putting in 625,000 every 2 hands. So even though Nguyen's fairly deep, heads up comes around quickly. Blinds are not cut in half or anything like that. It is full play, full ante.
One calls.
GY, this tournament saw 929 entrants. First place, $492,265.
400.
2 bets 400,000.
Chips Nguyen likely won't ever see again. Although the 9 of clubs interacting nicely with the 8 and 6 on the board. Some good turn cards. Haha, that's not one of them. Low equity bluff on the flop turns into a no equity possibility on the turn. Drawing dead is Nguyen, and wisely chooses to check back.
One bets 1.5.
Quick bet, quick fold. There's where we stand. 149 big blinds in play. Joseph Neiman has 128 of them. On the ropes is Nguyen Lee.
And Robbie Stacks in the chat begging Joe to stop calling so fast, and it's just not going to happen. This guy, I imagine, and all his friends would tell you the same. This guy probably hasn't spent more than 10 seconds thinking about poker hand in the last decade. When he stood up and put his hands on the rail and let out an exhale and gave it about 7 or 8 seconds of thought, that was as much as we've seen.
That was the longest tank that Joseph has given us. His full selection of time bank chips available. That said, look at Nguyen too. Also very quick. Joseph couldn't even could barely reach those chips if he needed to. The time bank's there in the middle.
We need to get this guy out to Europe. Show him how an American plays poker.
He would hate it.
Oh my goodness.
He would hate the EPT experience.
My
Only because of the tanking and the slow play and the long thinking on every decision. But the pocket queens.
Long thinking. They think in 4 or 5 different languages.
Pocket queens, a welcome sight.
Well, this one's a call and check, but it's probably a raise in English.
Nothing working for Nguyen. No time. No nothing. No way to turn that 10-9 into a win.
Small, right?
Yes, sir.
Raise.
Raise to 650. Seat 1.
Am I missing a call?
Sorry, 6 1/4. 6 1/4.
Raising a fold.
Should he be doing this a lot more, or is he doing this enough?
Raising or
Yes.
breathing?
Well,
50.
There's the trophy shot.
There's the trophies. Look at him.
Both
Jesse
them
lied.
wing.
He said there were no trophy shots. There's a trophy shot, Jesse.
You see him.
Lying. It was like this lying. Jesse wouldn't just lie.
Win.
2 ounces all in.
18 big blinds, queen 8, not quite up to snuff.
Yeah, that's gonna be all. Sleep out.
It doesn't bother me though, the breathe. It seems to bother the chat.
just-
Doesn't bother. It's
just
like
come to-
if there were a French bulldog in the room, it would sound the same, and it wouldn't bother me at all.
Steven Stone asking the real questions. Why does the dealer even start the timer for old Joe?
Yeah,
If we
I
can
would
do away,
bet-
with the timer when an action is on Joe.
1 call.
Nguyen might be tempted to shove this, and if he did, nope. Okay, King 5 suited chooses to check.
Flop coming.
Joseph was ready to call off there, I think. Flush draw in the cards.
Check, check.
No pair anywhere to be found.
I'm not going to repeat some of the jokes in the chat, but I'm liking it. Like, it's funny. I'm not going to say them. And they're not necessarily like inappropriate. It's just like it's not. They're not for broadcast.
Ace high still good after Joseph calls the turn bet. We see this where Nguyen's instincts are right that he needs to bluff, but he's just betting. He's bluffing small. If we're gonna go there, I like pot, whether we get there or not. Put all the pressure on these ace highs. Instead, we bet 1/3 pot and then check fold.
And for clarity, some of the jokes in the chat. Some people just swinging and missing out there. Some big swings and misses.
There are some bangers
Like when
in
you
there,
get
though.
mean about it, it just doesn't work. When you kind of keep it right in the friendly area, I think it works a lot better.
Okay, so you're small blind. You guys trying to confuse me out here.
Still asking how much for first. Hopefully you've seen those payout screens like this one. 492, 265 for first, 339, 526. Full payouts in play for both.
2 ounces all in.
And an all in. Ace Queen gets it done. One of these days, both players are going to have a hand worth going, playing for all the chips. Feels like it's sooner rather than later with blinds coming around very fast. A 10th of win stack being asked every big blind.
I'm no math guy. But if he doesn't win one of the next 10 hands, he's out of here.
As long as Joseph doesn't fold. Okay, Joseph with the pocket pair. Hard one to play.
Joe.
One raises, 825. Call.
Chooses call. How about a deuce and 2 clubs? Not even close.
None of that.
None of that's there. I've got shot in an underpair instead.
2 checks, 1 checks.
Nguyen cannot make a pair in this heads-up match.
2 checks.
Not to say it hasn't happened, but he's whiffing a lot of boards. No disrespect to Ryan DePaulo, who busted in 9th place. This is an 8-handed event. So the final table, when it shows that, when we showed the final 8, I imagine that's the thinking behind it.
When were we 8-handed?
Not today, but just it is an 8-handed event, so perhaps that's the reason we're showing the final 8.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. Day 2 is like a blur to me. I'm trying to remember if there are 8 or 9 seats.
We definitely
what I'm
were
saying
8.
is I think
Definitely
Joe's
were
got a great point. Okay, unofficial whatever. It was the last table.
Sure.
And Ryan DePaulo
Was
made
there.
it to it, and he brought a lot of ratings to it.
That's true.
He brought a lot of viewers
That's
to
true.
it.
We loved having Ryan here.
It
But I
was
don't
great.
think it was. I don't think it was an
What a
intentional
great
slight.
storyline.
No intentional slight by,
So,
by
but it is
cutting
a great
off.
point. Maybe perhaps Ryan can amend the leaderboard in post and use it on his vlog, add himself to it. But
just written in
I
crayon.
wouldn't call it so much as a slight, but I do think maybe we could slide him on there. I don't know if there's
Okay.
still time or whatever. I'm not going to put anything on production like that.
But yes, Ryan DePaulo exited in 9th place yesterday. First one out once we reached one table. Nguyen looks at Queen 8 of clubs again. We're getting down to shoving territory pre-flop now. This is an above average hand, but content to continue to call and hope to make better hands post. Like this one, 0 chance wins ever folding on this queen high board. -0 chance, if possible, wins ever folding with trips.
2 checks.
No such thing as -0,
Yeah,
TJ.
why I said if possible, which
It's not
not
possible.
Thank you, Matt.
0's not even a number. It's the lack of a number.
Just like black's not even a color, but still a color.
2 announces all in.
Oh, it's a shade.
There's the absence of color, right?
In
It's
some
like zero's
cases,
the-
yes. But I think like the application of like black paint to something is a specific.
And when I write,
hex code.
when I tell you I have 0 eggs, you know what that means.
You have no eggs.
Right?
It's the lack of eggs.
It's indicative of an exact amount of eggs, though. But which is 0.
The complete lack of eggs, which is no eggs. It's not an amount of eggs. There's no eggs. It's irrelevant that even someone said the word egg.
Like I have 0 interest in continuing this conversation now.
Well, I never wanted to start it. Back to the game.
2 calls.
Strong hand from Joseph.
Raise 1,250,000. Fold.
Welcome back to the chat. T-Bold, who left for an hour and come back and said, what happened?
Where's my other 5?
Well,
we could try to summarize it. But you could also go to poker.org, where you can check out our instant feed. Big Borgata logo at the top of the homepage. Click on that. Jeremy Geist on the 1s and 2s watching the championship. Paul Orestein, he has his eye on the high roller. And they're bringing you every detail. So you can scroll down, catch yourself up, look at some pictures, chip counts, whatever it is you want to do.
1 call.
Easy to find, though. Big banner at the top of that homepage, TJ. Hard to miss.
No pair. Every pot so important now to both players, Nguyen especially. And he turns a gutter ball.
Check.
6 high is never going to win. I like either check giving up or betting big.
500,000.
That's pretty big. Okay, Joseph folds. Gets the queen high to fold. I don't know if we're getting any pair to fold for that sizing, but queen high's got to let it go.
I'm big. Sorry.
At least that's the rumor going around, right?
Yeah, rumor.
Okay, Chris.
That's why he's one of the best dealers in the world. You see him all over every stop. Bahamas, Europe, Asia, and now here at the Borgata.
Suited king for Joseph, out of position. Nguyen's got the 8-6 off. Quietly has built back up to 24 big blinds.
2 calls.
Good. Check.
Go ahead, he says.
And checks.
A lot of air versus air confrontations. Nguyen really having to work for these pots with 5 highs, 6 highs, 8 highs.
That's 250. Fold.
But getting the job done. We're happy you're here. If you're in the Borgata chat, this tournament's also streaming on the BetMGM chat and all over the place, so you're part of multiple different streams being broadcast out there.
Viewership been steadily growing all day here. Say about 10% of it probably from that ASMR algorithm.
I did not see that coming.
Well, they're here and they've stayed here. And that's what matters.
1 bet 250.
Now it's Joseph's turn to bet with the worst no pair hand, and he gets the fold. Just one of my favorite moments in sports broadcasting history. I think it was recently, a few years ago, where people, baseball commentators are commentating and pans over the camera and it shows a couple young couples sitting there, and one of the guys gets a little inappropriate, right? And camera pans off quickly, but the commentators cannot recover.
Oh, yeah,
They're just laughing
I
through
remember.
the entire next at bat. Can't even get a word out. I love when you get stuff like that where they just can't handle it.
Well, I think that they should keep their composure because they're professionals.
Yep. When you do this, you know, over and over, however many games those guys call, eventually, you know, things come up. You can't take it. You're having fun with somebody, and
I think like it's an appropriate topic, right? When you're talking about broadcasting and like the professional use of a dump button, because we lost Bob Uecker today. One of baseball's great broadcasters for the Milwaukee Brewers. Radio there for years, a one-man booth. It's just him and the baseball, and he's silent a lot, and they have a lot of ambient microphones, so it picks it up. But according to many people around him, brilliant with the dump button, because he could say some wildly inappropriate things if you were hanging out with him. And it was just brilliant at cutting that audio so that they would never, ever go over on broadcast. But we lost him today at the age of 90.
Wow.
I didn't even know he was sick.
I didn't. Well, I don't know. Was he sick or was he 90?
Just a tribute joke for Bob Uecker.
Another flop where nobody hits anything.
Check.
8 high versus 7 high. A lot of times this ends up in a chop if it goes to showdown, but Joseph won't let it. He does have spades, though.
300,000.
This is going to look suspicious to win, as Joseph bets a lot of that flop, if he has any of it. But still, we got 7 high. Let's get out of here.
Where's my button at again, guys? Button good? Button should be in front of win? Okay, yeah, I messed it up.
A lot of people are saying they were a little chilly, but then you have others who say they're fine and they're wearing polos like Joseph. Fluctuating temperatures down here in the lower conference center. But yeah, Nguyen just never takes this coat off.
Well, as a coat guy, I can understand. I love a great coat. And sometimes just comfortable and cozy.
Top pair for Joseph, trips for Nguyen. A setup in the making.
2 bets, 250. Call.
Quick call.
Very quick, but every time.
A full house for Nguyen now. No spade to potentially slow down the action. Finally, Nguyen is in a great spot here in position.
Two bets, 1 million.
All in.
1.5 is all in.
Not going to work. A snap call from Nguyen with bottom full house leaves Joseph drawing to 2 outs. There is a chance a queen comes and ends this thing, but barring a queen, Nguyen will secure a double. Take a chunk out of Joseph's lead. Oh,
not the queen, but close.
Close.
That will move Nguyen Lee above 10 million.
2.
Still a ways to go, but well more than 100 big blinds on the table. Now he's got some chips he can play poker with. We're not in the red zone anymore. We don't have to do anything drastic. And like you said, coming into heads up, playing a little small ball here. Waiting for his opportunity to take the big swing, and who knew it would come with 6-4 offsuit.
Well, maybe When you have top pair heads up, no real blame to be cast upon Joseph, but bad timing.
I know it.
Full house brings Nguyen back into the fold. 43 bigs, a huge double. And what was once a 6-1 chip lead has been cut to 2.6 to 1. That's the idea of some small ball. Lots of flops. You're going to have more opportunities to find hands that Joseph just can't get away from. Of course, it's very difficult to make a full house. I'm not saying wait for a full house.
It's one of the better hands.
Keep it.
Two pair for Nguyen, double gutter for Joseph. This is an action flop for these two hands.
2 checks, 1 check.
A full house again for Nguyen.
Oh.
Maybe not that hard.
Did he get a Red Bull?
I don't see one.
2 bets 500,000.
Joseph does not want to hit a 7 or a 3. Gets away from disaster. Doesn't hit the card he thought he wanted. Left with just ace high, or 8 high.
Two bets 1.5. Fold.
Of all the times to take a few seconds to think.
Probably wondering if there's any chance of stealing that one away, but I doubt we were ever actually going to see it. Maybe just a little pause to recognize, okay, we're still fine.
Yeah.
We lost a big one, but we've still got a big chip lead. Let's not panic. We remember Joseph won a big one when he had a dominating king earlier, 3-handed against Deng. Here we are again.
Nothing doing. Ace, queen, 7.
1 bets 300.
A lot of leads from Joseph, heads up. Just attacking hands that he doesn't think has many aces.
2 raises.
So Nguyen fighting back against that strategy now, and good on hitting for adjusting. Just takes it down, holding king high himself.
All right, gentlemen, that's my time. Renee coming back.
Chris out, Renee in, dealer swap.
Some world-class dealing going on tonight. We saw some de-escalation. We've seen mistake-free dealing, laying the law down on the moving of the button.
If these are the issues we're dealing with, then
So she's back. He's going to stop moving the button around
Yep.
now. But when Christopher was in, he was back to moving it a little bit.
Was he? I didn't
Yeah,
even
he
notice.
he went back a few
Okay.
times. And he's seeing what he can get away with, I think.
Slide that way a little, about 6 inches. 2 checks.
Limped pot. There's a top pair for Nguyen and a gutter ball for Joseph.
2 checks, 1 checks. Two bets, 250.
Okay, Joseph coming along. Just 10 high in a gutter ball. Wonder what his plan is if he bricks like this. When he faces a bet, it's clearly a fold. Curious what he would have done if he got checked to there after getting to the river with 10 high.
What is the plan? You just gambling for a 9 there? This is just gamble. What do you see
really
any
seen
other
that much
version?
from him. No, I think that's all it is. Is I've got a gutter ball to the nuts.
Let's
I'm
see
a
if
little
I get
frustrated.
it. Yeah. See if I can just luck my way to the win here.
A 10 or an 8 could theoretically be good as well, but far less obvious.
I think a lot of comments. And that was more of a whistle. He was kind of doing a half whistle that hand. That's why I stopped talking. So I don't think that was so much breathing as it was like a half whistle that he was doing.
Some people asking for all mics to be muted except for
A lot of asks in the
Joseph.
chat. I wanted to bring this up earlier. That someone calling for the poker room to be named for Ryan DePaula.
Oh, interesting.
I think had he won this, maybe we could start making an argument for some kind of memorialization. But
oh, how far we've come.
I think a point was made at the time, and I agree. As someone who not an East Coast person, but watched Ryan's vlogs, that was my first real exposure to the Borgata. It was like through his content, like whether shot there or around it or not.
Yeah.
So that's how I became aware of it. So I've always associated the two, for better or worse. But,
yeah.
So to have him at this final table,
back home,
I thought was a great narrative. I wish we could have taken a little further. But he just didn't have the chips. Couldn't find a double.
He's out of here.
And now he's back home playing video poker, whatever he does.
Isn't it Ryan that has a slot machine set up in his basement?
It wouldn't surprise me.
I think he bought one and like ran it, automated it, and ran it nonstop to see how long it took to hit a jackpot.
And I've known folks who have like those old video poker machines. I think the Plaza gave some away a few years ago, but they've done the same thing. Like how long until
but this
I can
wasn't-
hit this jackpot?
This was not video poker. This was like spinning 777 slots, I think. And it took forever. Someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Ryan, and I think it took forever, but eventually hit. He might have been like tapping it himself for a while before he gave up and automated the thing.
Someone asks what Borgata means. I believe it's village in Italian,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
All right. The way you sound, that just makes me think of Anchorman. San Diego.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know.
If I'm not mistaken. Gutter ball and a flush draw for Nguyen. Big hand, just jack high. Nguyen hits the flush. Joseph does have a better club in hand. Joseph, by the way, has lost, I think, 6 hands in a row right now.
He does 800.
Tough sailing, big stack, heads up, where you just can't find a pot, and it feels like you're losing a lot more than you actually are. You still have a comfortable chip lead, but you start to play like you don't. Or maybe you start to play a little prevent defense. You start to play not to lose, and that generally is where heads up will go bad on you 9,999 times out of 10,000.
That's a lot of times.
The trophies Once again, we're getting a shot of the trophies. Jesse had told us there isn't one. But there they are, and great trophies. We said who would win in a fight. We were saying yesterday, definitely the one on the left.
Now we've finally got two playable hands going against each other. Joseph just limps the button. I think Nguyen might 3-bet this, or raise this one.
Someone's saying in the chat they don't think that slot ever hit.
It still never hit?
That's someone saying that.
That's crazy.
One pulse.
Nguyen does raise, Joseph does call, and 2.25 in the middle, heading to a flop.
Joseph wants to see if he can get a little bit of momentum back, and he's got a good hand to do it with.
I'm far more interested in raised pots where both players have nothing. Who's going to fight for these chips in the middle?
2-bet 500,000.
Ace high, still a strong hand, even when we don't connect. But just ships it to the middle, sends the 7th pot in a row over to Nguyen. And this lead is not looking so comfortable. Still exists.
With each of these small ball pots, it gets a little bit more snug. And like you said at the beginning, this is how Whitley fights back into it. He plays small ball, he waits for the big shots. And if that big shot comes soon, the whole thing flips.
Yeah, correct. If we see another top pair versus bottom trips or something like that. Now it's flipped around. A win with the suited ace on the button and Joseph in the big blind. With the suited hand himself. Nguyen again calling on the button, seeing flops in position. Top pair versus bottom pair, Joseph flops the best.
That's 250. One call.
Like Bonesaw, Joseph's going nowhere. 9 on the turn.
Is that a Spider-Man reference?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, nice.
Thanks. Oh, trips on the river for Nguyen, though.
One check.
It keeps going poorly. And Joseph's going to have a hard time getting away from this top pair.
Very hard to get away from, especially from what we've seen from him so far. Yeah.
Snap call.
Snap call. Bad news.
3 sixes?
3 sixes.
How many times are you going to hit that?
8 hands in a row. The ticker, I'm keeping this going until it stops now.
Well, you started it and you have to follow through now.
You heard him mutter, how many times is he going to hit that?
Remember at the beginning when I said 7 in a row and a good hand with which to reverse?
Yep.
I had it backwards.
I see.
Yeah. I was looking at I'm like, oh man. I was looking at the wrong.
Somebody does say that that jackpot did hit. I saw it and now I can't find it again.
2 checks.
Joe Geegan, thanks for that. He said it did hit. He hit the jackpot on it.
2 checks. 1 checks.
Gut shot for Joseph. Queen high for Nguyen.
2 checks. 1 bet 300,000.
Okay, the counter resets.
Needed that one.
0 days, which is not a number, since our last pot lost.
A little bit of breathing room. That pot would have made it just about even, effectively even. But breathing room's nothing. Have to start winning hands and big hands.
Yeah, Nguyen was all the way down to 3.7 million in this heads-up match. Clawed his way back. Death by a million small pots. 16.5 now. No signs of slowing.
And when you said at the beginning, Joseph needs to go in there as opposed to Whit Lee and play big, play aggressive, be the big stack. It doesn't seem like he did that, and he's paying the price for it now, perhaps.
Yeah, you made the point. You don't want to play not to lose. You need to be getting in there, fighting, playing to win, putting the pressure on. Can't just sit there, wait for top pair, and then check call, check call, check call. Not every hand, anyway. There are some spots that you can slow play, sure. But that just can't be the strategy every hand. Blind at 250K. Just over 80 bigs in Joseph's chip lead stack.
Grid Poker making a great point in the chat that I'd like you to speak to, saying heads up is another monster that most people aren't fluent in. Even if you play a lot of poker, if you're playing at a local spot, playing dailies in Vegas, or so many tournaments get chopped or whatever, you don't get that end game experience. So even if you do have a bunch of cashes, that doesn't mean you have that heads up experience, that three-handed experience.
It's a different game completely. I say that a little hyperbolic. You're obviously still got two cards against another guy, but your ranges, your strategies, your sizings, your exploits, your reads, you're playing one guy over and over and over again instead of mixing up who your opponent is. Psychologically, you're going to go through big swings as you only have 50% of the equity before the cards are dealt every time. Only the strong survive, and if you never practice, like you said, if you're playing a low stakes player, mid stakes player, and you chop every time you get down to 6, 5, 4, three-handed, and you never are in this situation, it can be uncomfortable and heartening when your head's up for a $160,000 match.
I remember Andrew Moreno speaking to this recently. It might have even been like a year ago or more, in that he was specifically not making deals. He wanted the end game experience, and then it was immediately paying off for him. Like he became unstoppable if you gave him chips at the end of the tournament.
There's a lot of players, especially ones who are very good, who just make it known early on, I don't chop guys. It's nothing personal. Maybe I want the experience. Maybe I think I have an edge, but team no chops is growing. And a lot of people, especially in the lower stakes, take offense to it. Like, you're the only one that doesn't want to chop. You're kind of the evil villain. And then they're all rooting for you to bust. And I think there's no place for that in poker. You make your argument. You ask people if they want to chop. If they say no, move on. Play the game until we have a champion.
I would, and I've seen it at some places and some places not. I would prefer going to that blind vote, red card, black card, just so that people can speak their mind without fear of reprisal for
I like that.
Some goofball that one way or another. Yeah, it's a contentious topic, but it's ultimately
We're about even.
A decision you can make for a variety of reasons. I've done it, I've not done it.
Yeah.
And
you want to do anything?
When I've not done it, I've tend to outperform what I expected, maybe.
Yeah, I prefer not to.
You see the number.
I remember I was down in the Bahamas.
Relatively, I think I have a little bit more than you.
Well, we're on the clock this hand.
I know.
I was down in the Bahamas and played a one-day tournament, and this was last year, not 2023. And we got down to four-handed, I think, 4 or 5-handed. The poker room closes at a certain time. It was like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And it was 3:45, and we're still four-handed. So we're like forced into a negotiation. They said perhaps we can come back the next day. Of course.
We're exactly even.
But somebody was flying out the next day. Couldn't make it work.
So Couple of pots more there for Nguyen Lee. And Joseph's under 20 million. We're about even, effectively even here.
Pretty much.
Big one.
Clawed all the way back. And I think Nguyen is feeling very confident in his ability, his experience in heads-up play versus Joseph.
Sometimes the chat asking if we know things during break, this and that. They don't understand we are trapped in this room. We cannot leave. We have not left since last night. We have sleeping bag and tent and all of the provisions, but we have not left the room. So we can't answer your questions about that stuff.
Two bets, 250. One raises to 1 million. Two calls.
Okay, Joseph.
Fast raise with the open ender. And he takes it down just as quick.
There we go. Not just the quick call. Get in there, fight for it. Had the open ender, of course. Big hand, but most of the time your opponent is going to have nothing very often. It's who is going to fight for those pots and identify those spots more frequently to collect the chips that are up for grabs. Okay, Joseph, top pair again.
Two checks, one check.
Quick check behind once more and gives Nguyen a gutter ball, a double gutter actually.
Two checks. One bet's 400.
Just almost predict Joseph's going to play hands just like this. Be a little tricky on one street, then fire out on the next. He has invited a double gutter into this party. Four or an eight. There it is. Nguyen binks it. At multiple points, could have easily been pushed out of this pot. Instead, drills the straight against Joseph's top pair. To check or to bet now is the question.
Two bets, 1.2 million. Yes, 1.2 and a call.
What does he have?
6 high.
No.
No, straight, sorry.
He's good.
Kicking himself once more for not betting top pair on that flop. He did have the lion's share of the equity, you know. Nguyen had to go runner, and he did.
It seems like he's having maybe some trouble with the intricacies of heads up early on with the big stack. He's not raising.
Yeah.
He's with his king X's, as they said in the chat, his ace X's. And now you're getting to this point where you're not betting top pair on the flop, and you're allowing more things to come into the equation. People to realize their equity.
Well, so there's multiple different types of strategies you can take in heads up. You don't have to raise your strong hands pre-flop. You can very much limp them, but you have to know when and how to get more money in the pot with your strong hands. And top pair is a monster in this game. And we're seeing a lot of times where Joseph is denying himself streets where he could build the pot with strong hands. So even if Nguyen didn't run him down in spots like this, even if Joseph's top pair held, he's still not getting chips in the pot. He's still not winning his share of chips to represent the hands that he makes. So he's winning smaller pots, losing bigger pots, and that's how Nguyen has built this chip lead. Counterfeited two pair from Nguyen. Joseph with 7 high. We got one through. We won a pot that didn't belong to us. Joseph picks that one up, and we are nearly dead even here. 7.5 hours of play thus far. Leaves us with just these two with basically even chip stacks.
$1 million.
2 raises to 1 million, 1 fold.
And now a slight chip lead, but a chip lead for Nguyen Lee.
Any chip lead's a good chip lead, especially when you were down 6-1 at one point.
You may not be able to tell just by looking at him.
The rousing
but he's
excitement.
doing backflips in his head right now. He's beside himself.
Well, Ace King
Full
helps.
orchestra, New Orleans band walking down the street inside that head right now with Ace King having just taken the chip lead.
And you see, Nguyen's also not raising his strong hands on the button, adopting a limp strategy, and just has this board absolutely locked up.
He doesn't have a 6-1 chip lead either.
That's true. Hoping Joseph hits any pair. Time to bet the river and get the snap fold we would have gotten at any point in this hand. There's our trophies.
Look at him go.
Underdog story is now turned into an even match.
I think we have a new underdog. I think the underdog flipped. The 6-1, now he's even. The new underdog, I don't know how the chat feels, but the tides have turned a little bit towards Nguyen Lee in terms of sentiment. Away from Joseph, the chat might feel like maybe fumbling the opportunity here. It's certainly an interesting narrative, but I'm now rooting for both of them to win.
I want to see interesting play and fighting for pots, not just, limping our way to the finish line. Pun not intended, because limping's fine, but I do think if I had to coach each of them on optimal strategy, Nguyen's doing exactly what he should, chipping away small pots, taking his post-flop edge, death by a million pots. I want to see Joseph do the opposite. Get in there with 3 bets. Get in there with aggression. Get in there with, lots of bluffs. Build big pots. You're going to play a more volatile, variance-based game, but that's what you need, because this 2 hours of small ball fighting with Nguyen is not working. Nguyen is winning way more hands than he deserves, quote unquote, than the cards would say he belong to him. He's winning more of those. And that means that chips are just going to continue to slide his direction unless cards really cause havoc.
Big one.
Yep, I said the same thing, Joe, in the chat. Nguyen playing small ball, chipping away is the right strategy, or it's working thus far. But Joseph needs to reverse it and do the opposite.
Joe's been on top of it for the whole stream, I think.
2 checks.
He's been standing up to producer Jesse in the chat, and you got to do that. You got to stand up to producer Jesse.
Oh, sorry.
Raise.
1 raises to 500. 2, I'm sorry, 2 raises to 500. One call.
All right, show me ace 6-7. Ace 6-7 one time. Man, I'm so bad at this.
You're not very good at asking for things and getting them.
Seems like a mean way to say that, but yeah, you're right. Ace high with the ace of diamonds for win.
2 bets 300.
Like here, I'm not saying it's the right play in this moment. I would love to see some check raises from Joseph on this board. The call, maybe not the best option with the 9 high on this board. We're kind of hoping for a miracle, I suppose. Would love to see a check raise.
What are you calling to see? Where are you trying to go with it? What is your plan?
Fold or raise, I like better than the call. Maybe he's realizing he needs to like see fight for pots a little bit more, but he's doing so via the call out of position with no real plan across streets.
4 million.
There we go. Maybe I spoke too soon. He had a plan. It was to represent this flush. Nguyen has the ace of diamonds. Suddenly a very big pot. And Nguyen folds. Was about to, as I started to criticize not having a plan, maybe Joseph had that plan all along. If a diamond hits, or a 4 or 7 pairs, I'm going to check raise. And that's what I want to see more of. A plan across multiple streets, hopefully one that includes lots of aggression. And for Nguyen, he's going to hesitate to put a lot of chips in on draws, just because he knows, well, I don't have to take these spots. I can chip away for smaller pots rather than hoping for a diamond. Little did he know that ace was best.
And you are watching the Borgata Winter Open final table here at the Borgata in Atlantic City on the tail end of another Winter Poker Open series, a successful one, packed to the gills with entrants and guarantees and good times.
Chat waking up after that 4 million
that
check
woke him
raise.
right up. They're back. Team Joseph.
Nobody saw it coming, including myself. I thought he was just going to check call the flop, check fold the turn, like kind of lost in no man's land.
He had us fooled. He had you fooled, and you're a Run Good Poker Series champion. you have a ring.
Thank you, Matt.
And he fooled you.
And both players
Look
have a
at
straight.
this.
2 checks, 1 checks.
Of course, check, check on that straight. Very trappy play happening, especially from Joseph.
1.5.
2 bets 1.5.
We're going to see a raise in 5.
Call.
No, just a call.
Straight.
I don't know what it's going to take to get all these chips in the middle. I guess showing up with 10 high. I think we heard the clock beep in the background, so while dealer chops this up, we're going to work our way towards another break. The battle rages on.
We're not quite even. Joseph has opened up a small lead.
Small, but with 80 and 69 big blinds, close enough to call it a dead heat between these two. We'll be back. 15-minute break. See what the next level brings.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. you'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sports book.
The highs!
The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this?
But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over
Or up here trying to hit the under. Or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
Oh, these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. Only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
Welcome back to the Borgata main event. In action, heads up play rages on. It's a battle between Joseph Neiman and Nguyen Lee. Nguyen Lee was down very short, less than 20 big blinds against Joseph. But he has battled back, playing lots of small pots, chipping away post-flop, putting the pressure. We've seen signs of fighting from Joseph as well, including one of those final hands where he check-raised the turn with nothing and got it through. So should be interesting coming back. We do have a little bit of news, Matt. Tournament clock. Once they reach heads-up play in Borgata, they oftentimes reduce the level. Levels of this tournament have been 75 minutes for a bit now. We played one level of heads-up play at 75, but really should have been 30 minutes once we reached heads-up. We've made that change now.
Okay.
So from now on, 30-minute blinds here on out. with a break every 2 levels.
Okay.
So that should progress things, well, it will progress things one way or another.
Joe, can you put your cards back in the box, please?
No.
And we're in action. Joseph starting off flopping top pair against a flush draw. So action looming.
300. 1 calls. Checks.
Brick 5. You get called on the Jack 3-3. Joseph oftentimes just has a Jack or Ace high. Probably not going to get either of those to fold. Flush does not come in. Win left with 9 high. I'm not excited about trying to get Joseph to fold here.
2 checks.
Yep, just knuckles back. Let's not start off with a massive loss on the first hand of heads-up play. So, 30-minute blinds, do you think that changes anything in these players' minds?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I think that the length of the level wasn't a factor before. They weren't making any decisions based on it. They were just playing poker. I think if we go another level, the blinds start to creep up there. I think it does play a factor for it, especially someone like Joseph who might be a little tilty, a little feeling the heat on his seat. Even though he's got a small lead here, it's not what he envisioned for himself.
Yeah, when
so as these blinds creep up faster, that's just going to add to maybe the psychological turmoil.
If he can maintain his composure, I think that the escalating blinds favor the player who doesn't want to play small ball, because we're forced to get in the mix. We're forced to play shorter stack poker. Hey, we've seen when Joseph has shorter stack, 15, 20, 25 bigs, he will get all in there, pretty much moves to an all-in or fold strategy. And that's how you land a haymaker. And that's what Joseph needs to end this match. But meanwhile, Nguyen's going to keep picking up the small ones.
I apologize, TJ. I was a little late coming back from the break. I had to do some live reporting. I did some live reporting on the break. I'm standing there. Paul hands me
a notepad.
A notepad. He's like, I got to do this real quick. So I go over. He's like, watch the table. And
Okay.
I'm like a big shot commentator now. But I'm still a man of the people, so I took the notepad.
Because there's a different event running down here, right?
Yeah, he's doing the high roller as well. They're down the heads up.
Yeah.
And so I watched one hand, and then he made fun of my handwriting.
Wow.
So it's like no good deed
Wow.
goes unpunished.
Can't ask for help and then
my
criticize
handwriting's
the help.
great, by the way. He said it's just small, which I don't understand.
You took up less of his real estate on his notepad.
I was confused.
If you want updates in that 10K event, like you just heard, Poker.org reporting on it, you can go to poker.org, head to that instant live feed. All in the same feed. We got it mixed in, main event and the high roller. You can see updates for both in there. Of course, live chip counts and payouts for the main event.
Let us know how that feature is, too. That's relatively new for us. We're still working out the best way to present it.
But it is a drastic improvement just having chip counts in our feed. I think it looks really clean.
It looks fantastic. Yeah. It looks great. But any features maybe we didn't think of, something we haven't thought of, something that we can do with chip counts that make it a little bit more engaging, make you look at them a little longer, frankly, is what I'm after. I'd like you to just stare at them all day.
Okay. It's asking a lot.
2 raises to 1.2 million. 1 fold.
Lots of noises coming from Joseph. There's our trophies again. I feel like Jesse's trolling us now. I feel like we
Well,
gotta
I don't think Jesse's on the keys
Probably
here.
not, but
No.
he might have pointed some directions to these camera people.
They're great looking trophies.
I love
Well,
looking
I'd
at them.
show them.
I would never
I'd
think
go
anything
picture in
of
picture
it.
with the trophies. I'd put them in the corner so that we could see them at all times.
I'd never think anything of it if he didn't tell us before the stream. Nope, we're not getting any trophy shots today.
2 raises to 6.
A very important update from producer Jesse. Always keeping us on top of the latest.
One checks. Two bets 500. One full.
This was an 8 max event, so they had redraw for the final 3 tables at 24, which explains why, quote unquote, the official final table was 8. But I mean, we had 6 coming back to this final day, so it doesn't really matter what was official and what wasn't official. We played down to 6 the whole time. Do you hate the term unofficial final table anyway, right?
Generally, because how many tables are there?
1.
And is it the last one?
Okay, yes.
What's a synonym for final? Last?
Last, yes.
Final? Those words mean generally the same thing
logical
in most
argument, yeah.
cases. Just final's a fancier word. I think it sells more T-shirts. Final 4, final this.
Yeah.
Last 4, it doesn't quite have the same ring to it when you're talking about basketball.
Pocket queens for win.
2 raises to 1.2. And fold.
Fast fold from Joseph. I guess the argument being, okay, let's say you're playing an 8-handed tournament. You're down to the final 2 tables. You've got 5 players on one, 5 on another.
8-handed, the argument does start to hold a little bit of water, but it is still the last table.
You've got what? You've got 5 players at one table, 5 players at another, and somebody busts. So you're left with 9. Kind of unfair that you're playing a table of 5 and 4.
Oh,
right?
yeah, you can't do that.
So yeah, you combine them, put them at 9, but you're not really in the confines of what this tournament was built for as an 8 max.
And that's where maybe it holds a little bit of water.
2 bets 600.
But just maybe out of respect for the 9th place finisher and what he brought to that final table, that last table.
Which was Ryan DePaulo. That's why we're having this conversation.
He'd be included on the results.
He is on poker.org. Instant live feed. All the results there. Ryan DePaulo made the list.
Two bets 500. One calls.
Joseph outflops wins king.
One checks.
Probably should feel a little better about the 7 once the jack pairs. Makes it less likely that Nguyen has a jack.
2 checks.
Check behind, even better.
One checks. Two checks. Pair of 7s. Good.
Wow, Jesse just taking to trolling you in the post now. For those asking, if you're just joining us, I'm Terrence Reed. We've got Matt Hansen in the booth here.
Both from poker.org.
We've been here. We started this thing yesterday at around, what time we joined the booth yesterday? Around dinner time
Around
or
dinner
so.
time, 7-ish. And to give you a visual, we're standing up right now like Troy Aikman and Joe Buck kind of.
Got to mix it up.
Normally
You
we're
can't
sitting
sit.
down, but
Today has been 8 hours or so of commentary. Thank you for sticking with us. If you've been here the whole time, whew, I'm sorry you're listening to this talk and fill this space for 8 hours, but hey, we're glad you're here.
still waiting for a coffee from Jesse. Producer Jesse said something about coffee like 4 levels ago. Starting to slow down a bit, could use the coffee.
2 raises to 1.2.
I'm sure he'll get right on that.
I'm sure he would have brought Ali Najad some coffee. But whatever.
Head back in hand for Joseph. Oh, two real hands. Aces versus king, queen. Has Joseph looked yet?
2 raises to 6.
Take your time, Joseph.
But not too much. That would look odd.
1 raises to 1.8.
There we go. A
I like
small
that a
little
lot.
3x. Let's start building a pot.
Tantalizing for Winley. Happy to see a flop with king queen now. Lots of chips out there for him. He just doesn't know what he's up against.
Yep. We've got our man on the line. Unfortunately, no king or queen. Okay, we're going to start with a check. I can get behind this. We've got the ace of diamonds, so not scared of too much here. And this board is kind of better for win anyway.
2 bets 1.3 million.
And we've got him betting into us.
He's got the overs.
4 million.
The check raise was the plan, though.
Big, quick, fast check raise that is setting off 5 or 6 alarms in Winley's head right now.
And to be fair, if Win had a pocket pair between 6s and 10s, this might get called, but not with the king queen off. I had let him off the hook there, but I don't blame him for, you know, he's been burned quite a bit when he's not taking the aggressive route. Some hands will continue there. King queen, not one of them.
The chat will likely have an interesting reaction to that hand if I had anything to predict.
I started off saying this is promising. We can do this. Let's get this. And instead, well, never mind being the prevailing thought.
One calls. 2 checks.
Still, though, even though maybe he didn't get the most out of that, the chat's still waking up again, maybe,
600.
with that Joe energy.
600.
They want it. They're trying to manifest it.
Top 2 for Joseph.
Full.
And as much as we can sit here and say, well, he's just letting him off the hook, raising, betting big when he's got big hands. To be fair, half an hour ago, he bet 4 million with 10 high.
True.
So he is throwing in some bluffs there with these big sizings as well.
And he's opened up a fair bit of a lead here, kind of back maybe to that comfort zone, maybe feeling a little bit more Joseph than he was a half hour ago.
Pocket 4s for Win, 5-7. Can we see our first set?
Yeah, I don't believe we have hit one yet. We had a full house, but it was with the king queen.
1 check.
Nope.
Thought we were going to get one there. We were due.
Definitely due.
I mean, for all you set miners out there, let that be a lesson. The math doesn't really mean anything.
You can brick 100 pairs in a row.
100 of them.
We've seen it.
550.
I mean, no one loves hitting a set more than me, but, you know, sometimes it's not worth all the hassle. Here, though, Winley's still in good shape.
Is Joseph going to double barrel this one? Ace doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a bad card to bluff. But to win, it might look like Joseph has a king.
7 high. Check
No.
and check.
Nice hand.
One barrel give up that time. What hand do you feel like makes the most sets?
The hand that feels like makes the most sets. That's
Most
interesting.
likely to make a set when you look down at it and see a flop.
Well, you probably have a lot of recency bias with something like this.
Sure.
Or the big ones in your life, the ones that you remember
Okay.
the most. But I feel like 7s or 8s are right in
Interesting.
there in those sets that hit for me personally.
I think there's just some feeling about it. I think a lot of people agree too. A lot of people are talking. Pocket 8s, pocket 5s, pocket 10s, then pocket deuces, in that order.
Yeah, pocket
8s,
8s,
5s, 10s, deuces.
Pocket 8s, also known as Canadian pocket aces.
Okay. Canada's just wrong about things? Or is that just
as good
the
as it
entire
gets.
country's best hand?
Pocket 8s.
Also, Canada, also known as our 51st state, soon to be.
Another great state of
Canada.
Well, let's leave the sovereignty to. That's a tricky topic. But what is it? Flamingo asked earlier what my favorite coffee is. Don't have any strong preferences. Just like it black. No sugar, no cream. So if anybody's got one, feel free to stop by the commentator booth where we've been putting in work. Perhaps a producer named Jesse, who could have easily gotten me a coffee 3 levels ago by calling someone, texting someone. And now Joseph with a flush draw.
Would you call yourself a coffee snob?
No. I'll drink coffee from anywhere except the plain. And I'll explain between it.
All right, Nguyen with a gutter gets aggressive, raises it up, but Joseph going nowhere with his flush draw, and now turns top pair to go with it. Nguyen probably doesn't think Joseph has many kings. But happy to check behind, and a brick 10.
1 bets 2 million.
Half pot bet with top pair. Just lets it go. Big pot. So not a snob. Happy to drink sludge.
Yeah.
Your QT coffee sitting in there for 4 hours.
Generally, yeah. I mean, it's a utility drink for me. I drink it when I need it, not when I want it. And I don't drink a ton of it. So, a utility. I like it. Generally an espresso, just because it's a lot less water, unnecessary water. Like a double espresso is perfect.
Unnecessary water.
Yeah, generally, like you get all the coffee without all the trips to the bathroom when you have an espresso. Sometimes coffee.
So, if it's just utility, why not, down a shot of energy or something, like the 5-hour energies?
Coffee's just sort of like a bit. I don't know. I think
I enjoy hot coffee.
Well, I have a Ninja barista system at home. I enjoy a great coffee. It's just I have a wide range, So it doesn't. The question being about snobbery, I don't think I have it.
Nguyen getting active with hands like 9-7 suited.
Folks in the chat skipping work to watch Joe win this.
Okay. Don't blame you,
Call
Joe.
in. If you ran a little later, you had planned maybe that this would end around 8.
Where else would you rather be?
We have PTO for a reason. We need to use it.
A lot of strong feelings about which hands make sets. 7s, 10s, 3s, 9s. Everyone's got the one that they just feel like always hits it.
600.
Win with the raise. The King 10 suited up against Queen 7, same suit.
Diamonds would be a disaster.
One of them. Win picking up top pair. And really a stranglehold on the hand.
Joseph has backdoor dreams that are going to be tough to realize. Uh-oh.
1 checks.
3 of diamonds.
Tricky.
The check back by Nguyen has allowed Joseph to see a card, or he may make him more interested.
calls.
A big bet and a quick call. No diamond.
4 million. One bets 4 million.
Joseph goes for the bluff after missing his diamonds. We really haven't seen too much of this. This has to confuse Nguyen. Am I up against a slow play jack?
4 million, same amount as the last one.
That's true. I wonder if he knows that was a bluff. Looks like a call. Whoops.
10.
Misstep evens our chips once again.
Thanks for the tip on the coffee. Flamingo putting a few beans in there. Thank me later. And I'll thank you now. I'm going to try that.
50-50.
Wait, so you get a hot black cup of coffee, and then in said cup of coffee, you drop 8 coffee beans?
Sounds like that's the plan.
What do you get for me, 150?
Or do we get more caffeine out of that, I guess?
Yeah, probably just maybe add
make it
more flavor profile to the coffee, maybe freshens it up a bit, perhaps. If it
okay.
Might have been brewed not to the ideal, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, the chat, and I think rightly criticizing the $4 million bluff there. Winley seeing right through it.
Might have put a hand like ace high in a tough spot, but not top pair. Just too strong to fold.
One bet 650. Folds.
Multiple times when Nguyen has checked back, it has led to trapping Joseph.
You know.
In that spot, if Nguyen just bets that flop, oftentimes he just takes it down. But let Joseph see a diamond. Let Joseph bluff when his no good flush draw missed and collected a much larger pot than otherwise would have.
Calls. Check.
Skating guitarist does warn that you gonna choke on a bean. You gotta be careful. I think you can chew coffee beans though, so.
Yeah, and even so, even if one got kind of down the wrong pipe
Pretty
there,
small.
a bean, yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm not too worried about it. I'm still going to try it without prejudice and perhaps even more recklessly than I would have before because it's been suggested that it's dangerous.
6 on the turn. We got an open ender against the king high, which is also a gut shot. Important king of diamonds in his hand. Should a diamond come out.
Check.
Instead, it's just the nut straight for a win.
One check.
No good third pair for Joseph. At least 1.9 million will be going over to win.
2 million.
Two bets 2 million.
From what we've seen, when Nguyen bets big, he has it.
Yeah.
And he bluffs small. I don't know if Joseph has anyone helping him out, but seems to be the case. Big bets, equal value. Small to medium bets often are our bluff sizings. The first time chip.
He knew where they were. I wasn't sure. Kind of far away, the time chips. He's got.
That's the first time he's needed one.
He has rubbed his head once, now twice. A little bit of a scratch there, and now a forehead rub. That's a new move from him, is the pinky forehead rub.
Well, he's never had this much time mid-tank to explore all of his moves.
We just haven't seen his move set.
This might be a bad time to get sticky, though, on this board.
Away from it.
Nguyen ships another.
Question in the chat from Matthew. I'll defer to you, who might have more experience here. Matthew wants to know, do you prefer East Coast poker to West Coast? I have my preferences in general, being from Vegas.
Yeah.
As a West Coast person.
What do you call Vegas West Coast poker?
Yeah, well, I
Okay.
think it's where the West Coast starts. I think anything Pacific time zone, I've always kind of considered the West Coast,
Bad
because you
karma
can
is
drive
in
to
there.
the coast before noon if you leave in the morning.
Yeah, it depends. Because if we're counting Northern California, Southern California, LA, and Vegas, like that's all West Coast poker.
I would say so, yes.
Then I would say you're also saying that Borgata, Cherokee, North Carolina,
Florida.
and Florida is all East Coast poker, right?
Yeah, and I'd even, you could probably maybe pick off some of the southern, you bring in Louisiana.
Yeah. Okay. I would say East Coast poker is more profitable, more fun, more entertaining.
One bets 5.
I would say West Coast poker is more consistent. You know what game you're going to sit at. You know the player pool. Less random, exciting, and volatile. Especially up here in Atlantic City in Florida, you just get a lot of action.
And then you have Midwest poker.
yeah,
where
you
it's
do.
this cacophony, this tapestry of charity events in Illinois and then Minnesota, and like you're playing
MSPTs.
You're playing like a dog track. Like you're out on the dirt.
We really are spoiled.
Wisconsin, like you're in the Dells or up near Green Bay, playing in a 13-man tournament. It's all over the place. I don't know what St. Louis had.
Yeah, small.
I know
Small,
that recently they've started to peek onto some schedules with some of the mid-majors. St. Louis.
They
but-
were excited. They had one circuit event come through. They had an HPT as a regular stop before that went dissolve. But we really are spoiled to have a place like Borgata. Have this many events, have this many show up for them for over 2 weeks straight with millions in guarantees.
Back in the swing of things too, like the Borgata
Yeah.
is back, and people can count on the yearly, the regular stuff. You're going to be here in the winter.
Yeah.
Likely in the spring. You've got great events in the fall. September was a smash. We were here.
But it depends what you're looking for out of your poker. Do you want to have fun? Do you want to play profitable action players who is willing to gamble and put a lot of money in? The Vegas 5-10 game is not that game.
Do you think Vegas attracts the rounders watching poker player, the guy who's thinking in his home game, always quoting it and talking about the mirage and
That's what you get in Vegas. Is people who are on vacation
Yeah.
or people who want to take a poker trip or like. But if you're playing 1-3, maybe even 2-5, that's the player pool.
Check.
But those players aren't playing the 5-10s, the 10-20s, where the pros and the grinders are. Not very often, anyway.
2 checks.
Check.
1 checks.
You'll find me usually at the locals joints, the Orleans, South Point, Orleans, just kind of Orleans right by my house. Quick drive, like 2 minutes.
Classic.
600.
Classic, great.
A lot
play.
of mixed games at the Orleans, too. As there are here at Borgata during these series.
The Strip, I love Aria and the Bellagio. Bellagio, king of the cash games. Big room there.
The king of cash games, except for PLO.
Really?
PLO over at Aria is definitely the spot to be.
Okay.
You might get a couple
Aria
PLO
wins, I
games
think, between the two, the food war.
with that new little
That's
area.
upstairs,
Yeah.
the proper eats, that's
Yeah,
fine.
right.
Been up there, but you've got Javier's, you've got a Jean-Georges, it can't be beat.
Fair enough.
Pound for pound, I mean, more high-class restaurants than that place.
You don't like going to
No, we got to go.
Snacks right there,
at
Bellagio?
least 3 rounds before they go to
Snacks?
Yeah, that little pizza joint, coffee shop.
Oh, now I'm picturing. Yeah, no, of course. Bellagio. Listen, taking nothing away from the Bellagio, and a fancy flop here.
A pair for both. Bottom versus middle. Joseph with the advantage. A dream card would be a king for Joseph anyway.
Two calls. Check, check.
Instead, the run out that neither player is super excited about. 5 still best.
$2 million.
2 bets, 2 million.
Steven Langert throwing Venetian in the ring for their PLO games. I still think Aria's got bigger games, better selection, more games more frequently, but you might be right. I'm not super in touch with Venetia's cash games offering since they moved over to the Palazzo Tower. And honestly, I mostly play tournaments these days, so I go where the best series is.
Ken giving love to the Mid-Atlantic. Got to.
Mid-Atlantic coming up very soon, having a series, right? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. Or not the Mid-Atlantic?
The area
the
in
area.
general.
Okay, never
the
mind.
Geographical region.
That makes sense too.
The Middle Atlantic Ocean. Which isn't really the middle, but whatever.
But whatever.
It's the middle of the, I don't know.
One of our team members recently called Philadelphia, New England, I believe.
No.
Yes, they did.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm just disagreeing with that person.
I know. They got.
Who was it? Name names.
Can't do that. It would kill me.
Name names. Yeah,
they got corrected very quickly.
Were you told specifically not to tell me the name?
Wait, I might have this wrong. I think actually that was Caitlin Comiskey.
Oh, wow, she's a sweetheart.
I think it was Caitlin who did that, and
It sounds like an honest mistake.
It was definitely an honest mistake. It wasn't nefarious in any way. Just don't grow up in the area. You're not sure. It's all up. It's all northeast.
She's not even close.
If you grew up here, it's you. If you ask most Americans to identify the states in the Northeast, just name which ones are which.
It's tough.
I bet 90+% would not get them all right.
I gave these tests for 7 years, and people are not good at them. They are not good at naming the states.
If you told somebody to point out Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut.
Well, Rhode Island's the easy one for a lot of people because it's tiny. They know that that's the little itty-bitty one.
Okay, Vermont.
Connecticut and Delaware people tend to switch up. Vermont up there with New Hampshire,
tough
people
time.
tend to flip. New York's easy, Maine's easy.
The real question is Pennsylvania Midwest?
No, it's the Rust Belt.
Yeah, but Rust Belt is not a recognized area.
Of course it is.
Not by anyone.
Of course it is. It's the sea. It's the fertile crescent from which this country grew.
But I'm talking about all the things that have directions in them.
Oh, well,
where we identify areas.
It's
the Northeast, the East, the Southeast, the Midwest.
1.2.
One raises to 1.2.
That's not the only way to name a region, is what I'm saying.
So the Rust Belt.
This is the Rust Belt.
What else is part of the Rust Belt?
You have Ohio, Pennsylvania. What borders the Great Lakes there? You can follow that train line up to Buffalo, where you get into upstate New York. All of your industrial growth along that rail line that goes along the Great Lakes and up to Buffalo, that's a belt of rust.
Okay.
TNA saying Philadelphia is the Northeast, so yeah, like that's one answer. That's probably, like if you want that broad answer, if you.
Jeremy hopping in the chat says Philly is East Coast, Pittsburgh's the Midwest. How do you feel about that distinction?
I don't even think the Midwest claims most of Indiana. So
Nick Tribb asking who we are again. That means you've recently joined us, and we appreciate you being here. I'm Terrence Reed, alongside
Matt Hansen. We're both from Poker.org, where you can find all of our updates. Big banner at the top of the homepage says Borgata on it. Click that, you'll be treated to the linguistic stylings of Paul Orstein and Jeremy Geist, who are covering both this championship and the high roller, with Joseph flopping 2 pair and taking a pot.
We also have Oh, so how many hands since heads up? I've lost count. We've played. This is
150.
The first level was 75 minutes on accident. Last level was 30 minutes. So I think this is the third level of heads up play. But we've been going for about 2 hours of play or so.
It's at least 600.
Okay. We also have someone asking, did they chop? No. Not that we're aware of. Don't really get involved with too much of that. But they did discuss briefly and got shot down quickly, as far as we know.
Well,
we don't know. We're tucked up back here in the corner.
Welcome to Pharaoh Gaming. I can't going with the pronunciation there. First timer. Welcome to the channel, the chat, and our heads up match.
Little something for both on this one. Top pair versus middle pair. Both players with a 4 in hand.
So we've clicked up another level. At what point are you at that blind level where something's got to give, where it just can't stay?
I typically say when there's about 60 big blinds in play, that's usually the level where it's unlikely to get out of that level. Doesn't mean you have to reach that level because coolers can happen before then. And when there's about 60 big blinds, we've got more than that now, of course. We're looking at around 90 big blinds in play currently. So next level or the one after would be the one to target for most likely to finish. But the deck always has other plans sometimes.
And Scott says we're doing a great job, so he's one of my favorite chatters.
Appreciate that, Scott. As far as payouts, runner-up.
And thanks, Teddy. It's Matt Hansen with an E, though. The Danish one, not the Swedish one.
Second place gets 339,000. First place gets 492,265. So we're effectively playing a $152,000 heads-up match. That's the difference between second and first. Also, lots of people want to know who would win in a heads-up match between the two commentators. We've never actually played poker together, I don't think.
I don't think so. I'm trying to think.
Which is surprising.
You know, we always had the big heads-up tournament for the other company there, and then I don't think we met in that. And don't think we played at any of Robbie's mixed games together or anything. I've watched you play in the main event, a deep run for TJ. I think
true.
TJ's got the resume. He's got the track record. He's got the Run Good Poker Series win and the ring. I have chopped the Sunday special at the Orleans for about $5K.
So you made it to heads up?
If you know what I'm talking about, the Sunday special, it is the best daily in town. $300. You come during the WSOP, you're going to get $40K for first. But rest of the year, just a great tournament to play in. So, but that is like the extent of my resume. I think I cashed in a circuit in 08, a couple of Sam's Town things.
I also play quite a bit more than you do, though.
Yeah, you do. If I played as much as you, I wonder how it would shake out.
We'll have to,
if someone's got an extra like 800 grand, let me find out.
I hope one day we end up at a streamed final table together on the other side of this booth.
That'd be fun.
But what about his ante?
That is the ante.
That's the ante. Oh, that's my chain. Okay, I got it.
Getting this straightened out.
Jeremy says, you win Hold'em, I win Scrabble. I'm not that great at Scrabble. I lose patience and I get bored.
Matt would win in most trivia contests.
I hate trivia, though.
Yeah, but you know a lot of things.
I know.
And most people say the same thing about me with trivia. I look up to you with your trivia
I hate
knowledge.
answering. Like, I answer out of begrudgingly.
Like, if I have to, tell them this answer.
The sooner we get through the questions, the sooner trivia ends. Hate trivia so much. This is
top and bottom pair for Joseph, not much for Nguyen. Look at these stacks, just dead even still this deep. Something's got to give.
2.2 million.
Snap, check, raise. Snap, fold.
Now he's got to put a few of these together now. We're just trading jabs here. Joseph is an uppercut guy, like we said before. He's a guy who throws haymakers. Yes, it opens him up to counters, but it is how he would win.
Yeah. I mean, flop, at this point, single raise pot, check raise on the flop, 4 million chips shipped that way. These pots are getting big, especially if we're seeing bluffs and check raises and those sort of things. There's $1 million in the pot pre-flop, and there's only 39 million or so in play. Less than that, actually.
Yeah, about 37, I think.
So,
and some change.
37 million, 1 million in play pre-flop. You can see how we got to fight for these pots if we want to stay relevant. Second pair versus gut shot.
600.
2 bet 600. 1 fold.
Some of the newer chatters may be commenting on Joe's speed. Welcome to the Joe Zone. This is how Joe plays. He's not slowing down for you or anybody. He knows what he's going to do. He doesn't second guess it. The trip for an idea from his brain to his fingers is way too fast for our comprehension.
He does act very quickly. And to be fair, cards up looking at it, especially when he has a really good hand. We've seen a lot of those same check raises just immediately when the action's back on him. The time chips on the right, we are on a time clock where you get 20 seconds pre-flop, 30 seconds post-flop. If you want more time, you have to trade in one of your time chips. And we saw Joseph use the first one of the last 2 days just about an hour ago. So doesn't think very long.
Two bets 400. 1 fold.
Just opened up Twitter. I got like 10 notifications. I don't get that kind of notification, you know?
Well, I mean, like you said, you're big time now.
Wow, big time. And I was live reporting on a break.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not afraid. And I'll always do that.
And
I always know my roots. I know where I came from. If you need me to watch the table, I don't care if it's the main event of the WSOP and I got to jump in the booth with Nick Schulman and Ali Najad. I'll watch the table. They can wait for me.
Okay.
Cool.
Quick raise, quick fold, nothing giving, trading chips back and forth.
That's Matty Bet on Twitter, by the way. Let's keep it growing. Got a few followers already.
Matty Bet, glad.
What are you on Twitter?
Just
TJ Reed Poker?
TJ Reed Poker.
Easy peasy.
REID.
I'm going to make RIED, though, just for all the people that...
Oh, no.
Well, that's how Alan Kessler made a lot of money buying 800 numbers that were similar to, like, what you might call to book a hotel or a flight.
Oh,
and when you call
really?
his number, it would book, and he would get the commissions. He and his sister, I think.
Is that real?
This might be more his sister. It was a story he was telling one day.
1.5.
Because he is able to... You give him 7 numbers, he'll tell you what it spells.
Yeah, I remember
Instantly.
that.
And that's
Yeah.
where that comes from. It's just those old buying up every number in existence, flipping them, using them for different purposes.
So, okay, let's say it wasn't in existence, and I bought 1-800 Hotels 1 or something like that, whatever it might be. A better example might be out there, but
Let me give you one. You're trying to book the Sheraton, right? And you're trying to dial 1-800-Sheraton.
Yeah.
Alan might have the number where you just are one number over and you just misdialed there at the end. So
and how does he win from that? How does he get money? Does
they
he set up a call
take
service?
the booking.
He literally answers
as a
the
travel
phone?
agent, not Alan, but a service, and then they get the commission on the booking. Make millions this way back in the day before the internet.
I wonder if he bought some numbers that then these companies would want to buy from him too.
100%.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, just like a web address.
Yeah.
you sit on them, they grow in value. And I don't say Al. I think, speaking non-specifically, Alan knew of someone very close to him who was doing this. And it was part of maybe how they. I don't want to say that's how Alan Kessler made his money. I don't know. I'm a live reporter listening to stories at a poker table, but this one stood out.
Yeah.
Because when he's doing that number thing, it's a freak show.
That is. I've seen him do it. You tell him 7 numbers, he tells you what you spelled.
800.
2 real hands, ace-3 suited against king-10 suited. Come on, Joseph. Let's get in there and fight. Just a call. Gut shot for Nguyen, ace high, still good for Joseph.
Two bets 500. One call.
A heart on the turn.
One bet's 1.5.
And it's Joseph leading out on the deuce of hearts. Nguyen has an over, a flush draw, a gut shot, and king high.
Two calls.
Going to call, head to a river. The 4 is a brick that keeps Joseph in the lead.
One bet's 5 million. Or sorry, 4.5.
This is a really big bet with ace high from Joseph. Nguyen left holding nothing. 10 million in the pot, just lets it go. This is, I know we had the best hand. But plays like that. Gonna give Joseph the chip lead and a great shot at winning if he picks the right timing and is not doing it into full houses. Christian Trujillo asks, how long has this been going back and forth? Heads up alone has been probably about 2 hours or so. We played three-handed for a very long time too, though. Three-handed went for a couple hours.
Three-handed
as well.
was a while.
We started.
Five-handed was a little chunky.
We started with 6 people at noon today.
Yeah. And I knew we were in for one, but I maybe would have said 7.
Yeah.
7:30. But this is fun. I've enjoyed watching these two. It's such a dichotomy of styles.
Yeah. Well, the whole final table featured some of those, especially when Ryan and Kitty and Salvatore was here. It was an entertaining final table for sure.
900.
Two bets 900,000.
King high or queen high again bluffing with the best hand. Takes that one down.
Flamingo, it's Maddie Bet. Just 1 T, no S's. Over there on Twitter/X. What do we even call it? We're not gonna.
A lot of people celebrating Bitcoin crossing 100,000 once more. If you're a big crypto fan, congratulations. Not financial advice.
1.2.
Not that I even gave any recommendations. There's a 3-bet from Joseph. Takes it down. All right, big blind's getting shallower now, 54 to 39. More imaginable to get these chips in the middle, although both these players have shown a hesitation in doing so. It is a grind, it is a battle. right combination of patience and well-timed aggression. This is about the time of the night that Joseph started getting a little tired yesterday.
Yes.
It's a long day. Many long days back to back now. Nguyen, not exactly the, looking fresh at this point.
Looks to be deceiving.
Yeah. Could just be his table presence. You're right. I love what the graphics teams does with the pictures next to the hands.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone does this. Makes it very easy if you're just joining to know who's who. Which one of these guys is Nguyen? I don't know.
2-bet 100, 1 call.
The picture helps. But in all seriousness, I do like that feature.
Check.
1 checks.
All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? Sorry, I had to step out for a second. What'd I miss?
Nothing.
Okay, cool.
Check.
1 checks.
Pair of fives, the best hand. Nguyen does river a 3, which makes him feel like he can just check back and hope to win, but that's not to be. Pair of fives, the best one, and some more ship over to Joseph. Suddenly 22 to 15, a little space between the two.
Ken pointing out that the final table got custom hoodies. Everyone from the final table entitled to a custom hoodie, and were able to take one home. Neither of the players wear them. They seem well set in their wardrobe. Strong polo shirt for Joseph.
Nguyen's never removing that coat. Apparently he thinks it's really lucky.
It's a great coat.
There's a couple of hands. Queen 10 versus Ace Jack. Will Nguyen respond with a 3-bet? Because I guarantee you Joseph's not folding the Ace Jack.
4.5.
A snap 4-bet.
Well, hello.
Joseph didn't even think about that. You 3-bet me, I'm going with this one.
And showing plenty of energy in the drag of that pot. So maybe the time of night when you're winning pots, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. The finish line was inside earlier, and it slipped away in the worst way. We're working our way back to Joseph grinding down Nguyen now.
On the big way?
How do you think I could get my hands on one of those custom final table hoodies?
I'm sure somebody in production or staff could help you out, maybe.
Yeah.
Or you could just make a final table.
Interesting. I would prefer to make the final table. That way, like, I've earned it and I could wear it with pride.
Of course.
Instead of just taking it like without asking or something.
I like that. The Borgata does that. Aria does that for their final tables for their Summer Classic and Winter Classic. And they're not flimsy hoodies. They're very nice, comfortable hoodies.
Used to get a
600.
Samstown windbreaker for winning the Saturday tournament. Never did. Always wanted that windbreaker.
Where was this?
Samstown. Saturday night they used to have this 150. It was a pretty decent turnout. It's a strange place to play poker, but I always enjoy maybe the.
Did you get a trophy with it too, or the windbreaker was
windbreaker? Yeah,
okay.
It's a normal daily tournament. The windbreaker, just a little sweetener.
Nice.
A little sweetener on your $1,800.
Yeah. There is no night crew. Nick and Ali are not coming in. We're closing this out all the way to the end.
Yep.
Renee says it feels like it was hours ago when Joseph had just the 2 million and the other two stacks at 17 and 18. That's because it was.
It was hours ago.
Multiple hours ago. We've come a long way.
And Flamingo wants hoodies for the best chatters too. I agree. We should get the best the chat for hoodies for them.
I authorize it.
Producer Jesse, why don't you hook these people up with some hoodies?
I have no authority to do so, but
well,
I'd love to see.
DM Jesse on Twitter, and he will get you whatever
Let's not
you
make
need.
promises we can't keep.
Well, I
here.
don't promise the hoodie, but that is the best way to get one, I think, is DM Jesse on Twitter. I won't tell you his Twitter. If you can find it, you maybe, it's part of the puzzle.
Bottom pair against a double gutter. I think we can go either way here for a win. Hate to get blown off our equity, but we've got so many cards that we can hit. Wow, just a fold from bottom pair. That's kind of surprising from Joseph.
And a few times we've gotten the boat start that he does there with the breathing kind of before the fold. So I think a little bit of frustration on his end at this point that he can't quite start to pull away.
Yeah.
He's finding himself right back here where he keeps starting. And that's where I think you get the boat start and the frustrated fold.
There's got to be some research that you could do into what all these noises mean as far as the strength of his hand. I'm not going to put that work in here, but I wonder if Nguyen is trying to pick up anything on it.
1.6.
2 raises to 1.6. One fold.
They can't cut to Joseph fast enough to see that fold.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever actually
seen
the fold or the bet, or it's always, we get the aftermath.
He's often got his chips in before Nguyen does, folds his cards before Nguyen gets his bet out. There's no posturing, there's no faking. When he knows what his decision is, he does it.
Think slow, act fast.
In this case, more of a think fast, act fast, I believe.
Think later. Act first, think later.
1.2.
Okay, Joseph. Expanding the 3-bet range. King 7, I like this. As long as we can follow up on various runouts and give ourselves a good chance of winning these chips. No diamonds in hand.
1 million.
1 bet 1 million.
Just a gutter ball on the bottom end with no diamonds. Don't think this is going to be enough for Nguyen to call unless he has a plan here. If Joseph shuts down, but that's step one. It does happen. What was Nguyen's plan when Joseph shuts down? Can't call just trying to drill an offsuit 8.
Strange check back there.
One checks.
Maybe it
What about now?
It lends itself to, what is his plan, maybe?
There's the attempt. And it works. Kudos to him. Yeah, if we saw a check back there, then I hate the flop call.
Yeah.
Very few ways to win the hand. But if we're going to fire when Joseph gives up, okay. Can't always make a hand in heads-up poker.
Looks like this, if I heard correctly, the last hand at this level.
I think so, and I think we're even set up for a break if I remember right.
Might be, we'll see. That is correct. We will be going on a break very shortly here, but first.
Check.
Nguyen does turn a gut shot against Joseph's second pair. Quick check, check. Oh, the gut shot comes
Hello.
in. How many times are we going to check back pairs and let Nguyen drill miracle cards?
Let's see if Joseph has the same willingness to separate.
600.
That's a small bet. Doesn't think that Joseph has a king or an ace, but he does.
Straight, 7.
There's the face. He said you could have got $1 million from me. Probably more, let's be honest.
That's a little De Niro in that face.
Yeah.
A little nod there.
We are heading on break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Again, these levels are just 30 minutes, so this is progressing a little quicker. And if I were a betting man, I'd say next level or the level after.
I feel like we're close.
Something's got to give here. There.
into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Dude, did you know BetMGM has responsible gambling tools so you don't get carried away?
I never get carried away. Well, there were the bobbleheads. And the playoff beer.
Chili's ready.
Well, those tools could really help.
Don't forget about the backyard rink.
Yeah, these tools are pretty great.
BetMGM is committed to making gambling safe and fun with responsible gambling tools, so you don't get carried away.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sports book.
The highs!
The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this?
But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over
Or up here trying to hit the under. Or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
Oh, these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house, only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino.
Jackpots. So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games. Plus exclusive ones you can't find anywhere else. And progressive jackpots that keep growing. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today.
There are some feelings you can get with any sports book.
The highs.
The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this?
But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over
Or up here trying to hit the under. Or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, see, defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah!
BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook Born in Vegas.
Oh, these seats. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today. BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. Anytime, anywhere.
I never split nines.
Download and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house. Only from the casino Born in Vegas.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots.
So many.
Download to get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, plus $25 on the house. BetMGM Casino.
Welcome back to Borgata. 2 trophies that they're fighting for, and I think we're going to have some news that happened during break, Matt.
It seems like that would be the case.
I hear that a chop has been discussed, and I believe they're finalizing that right now between these 2 players. It's going to be a very near even chop. Win with slightly more chips is going to take home slightly more money, which makes sense. And I think they're going to flip for the trophy.
Well, how about that?
Well, this happened out of nowhere. I know that walking away from the table, Joseph said something along the lines, "I can't take it anymore. You're grinding me down." Not in a bad way, just like, this is a long day.
Yeah.
You're chipping away at me. Yeah, let's figure out a deal that works for us. They're going to make him sign the paperwork and get that all official before they get any sort of all-in flip situation, just to make it real and official, and they can't back out of it after one of them wins this flip.
Yeah, and they're just playing for these trophies.
Yeah, apparently complete prize pool divvied up between these 2, leaving nothing on the table, just the trophies to play for.
Welcome back, Captain Thick.
Which one is nicer? I don't know.
But listen, guys, we have to do pictures.
We'll do anything. We'll do everything.
They're deciding
You want which one you want?
who gets which trophy.
So we're going to split the trophies.
Okay.
I had brought this up. You said impossible. This would never be done.
It got shut down last time it was brought up.
Well,
Yeah.
interesting.
You're right. You're right, Matt.
Interesting. No, I'm not necessarily pointing out the rightness of it. Just this, an interesting, never say never situation. And I suppose the way this heads up is gone, the jab fest, the back and forth.
I mean,
that it does make a certain amount of narrative sense that we split the baby here.
Fair enough.
Even if
good Solomon reference.
Even if maybe we weren't that far from a conclusion.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question you always ask these players is, right now, in your situation, would you play a $180,000 heads-up match? Or $106,000 heads-up match? Because that's what you're doing.
I would need a lot more than a Three Musketeers bar. I think that maybe.
All right, they are flipping, so we're just going to see blind all-ins and play for the trophy.
Thank you, Captain Thick. Nice, very kind of you to say that. He said we were doing a great job.
Lucky.
So I love all my fans, but the haters, they give me fuel.
Yes, long day, and we are ending in a chop. I think earlier they didn't really want to because they were deep, a lot of play, both.
Well, Nguyen was
especially
resistant.
Nguyen, yeah.
I think he felt like he had an edge.
Jack in the window.
This is looking grim. Yep, and it's over. Of course, Nguyen was the covering stack, so we're going to play another flip until this is over.
10, 16.
Just got to make it official, apparently, playing for the trophy and win. Down to 4.5.
Let's stop
75.
We're glad you guys stuck it out with us. I know it's slightly anticlimactic finish, but after a full day's play, multiple days in a row, these guys were ready to end it. Maybe a little bit financial, a little bit stamina.
Coming back late from break, we have an accord, we have a deal.
Yes, this all-in was blind, just playing for the trophy. Deal, reach, paperwork signed. Nguyen had slightly more chips when the deal was reached, coming back from break, so he will get slightly more money. For the exact details, make sure we don't get anything wrong here. You can head over to poker.org. It will be posted shortly with all of the numbers, the pictures, the winners' interviews, all the information with these two guys. We'll have some videos up soon done by Alex Lovelace.
A really fun interview with Joseph, who I'm sure we're going to have a great time with. A little biographical tidbit for you. Amateur backgammon champion, 1982.
And I think he mentioned several other poker famous pros who also played
backgammon would have been sort of the chess maybe of the 80s and the 70s there in terms of his pipeline straight to poker.
Another flip.
Stefan.
Just a make this thing official, see if Joseph can get there to take the last chip in play.
Trevor also wondering why we've left Ryan DePaulo out of the graphic, despite all that he contributed to the stream.
I think we've discussed
you
this
could
thoroughly.
ask another question that would fit very well in producer Jesse's DM box on Twitter. I will give you the Twitter, but if you know, you know. Just drop him a line. He'll be sure to give you the proper explanation.
You know what is funny? I think it's appropriate that this heads-up all-in flip match is going to take forever. We thought it would be quick, but we might be here for a while.
We might have been 2 million. We might have been done with the actual.
This might take longer than if we just. Shroom Angels, like we said, very close in chips, so very close in money. We'll report those actual numbers once confirmed on poker.org.
And members of the Shroom Angels.
Poker.org, go to their instant live feed. Jeremy Geis, Paul Orestein, Alex Lovelace posting in there. You'll get the full winners recap, article, interviews, payouts, chip counts throughout the day, those sort of things. You can find them all there as a recap. And to hear what these two people had to say in their post-game interview.
Still one more day to go here, right, TJ? One more day of coverage from our very own Paul Orestein, who will be the last man off the ship.
Yep. Oh my! We got the Mirror Mystery Bounty final fights actually running right now, and day 2 playing down to winner tomorrow.
Still get in
till about 12:30, I think, late reg. So,
like, if you're in New York City and you hopped in a car right now,
could make it.
You could still get into the Mirror Mystery Bounty.
Can Nguyen win another flip? Oh, Joseph pairs.
Queen.
Uh-oh.
9, 4.
4 for the job.
Nope, trips for Joseph, and he wins this tournament.
And they do each take a trophy, am I wrong?
We're going to watch and see how this plays out, or at least how much production is going to let us see. But I think both of these guys deserve the congratulations.
For sure.
Those are not official payouts. Those are just Joseph won the flip, Nguyen ended up in second place, but they did agree to a deal. So very much closer in money than those payouts indicate. Joseph, Neiman, Nguyen Lee, your two champions. We can say that, I would think.
I would
via
say
chop.
maybe co-champions like that one year with Michigan in football.
Sure.
Where they couldn't quite or they couldn't get out of their Rose Bowl deal or whatever. Yeah, and Nguyen Lee, I think you can maybe expect to see him right back in that Poker Go studio at the Aria next week for the PGT kickoff. I feel like he's got the bankroll, he's got the momentum.
Coming in firing.
Maybe this isn't the last we've heard, because I think he's got a style that suits how they play in there. I think that final table he made was no fluke. And we haven't heard the last of our friend Nguyen Lee. Joseph getting
tucked in.
A little pre-photo wardrobe. His son who flew in from LA.
Wow.
When he made this table to support him.
That's awesome.
And
well, congratulations.
Guessing that's the wife.
Well, when to tuck the shirt into the pants, a good indicator for him.
Yeah. Well, context clues are everything, right?
Joseph Neiman and Nguyen Lee, your co-champions. Exact numbers posted on poker.org soon. We're not going to get them here in our graphics, but much closer to even when that chop happened. And you can get the exact numbers along with these winner photos taken by Jesse Becker, interview by Alex Lovelace. And all sorts of other information there on poker.org. Kisses all around and hugs, trophies, family and friend. Looks like Joseph's going home with the BetMGM trophy, Nguyen with the Borgata trophy, and a little bit of money for both of them.
And the selfie with the sun.
Celebrations all around. It's been a couple of wonderful days after a couple of wonderful weeks here at the Borgata.
Truly lovely.
So happy you spent them with us as we commentated throughout the entirety of this main. We're glad you were here. Know it was a grind. Appreciate you being patient while these players played some very deep stacks today. Yep. Chop is official, and these players will get some logistics done, and we're about to take our leave, I think. Matt, anything else on
Are
your
we waiting
minds?
for a signal here, or do we just land this plane ourselves?
I think we can just
All right,
kind of
let's
leave.
land it.
You ready to get out of here?
Yeah, I'm ready to get out of here. I got a bus in the morning going to New York City.
Okay.
Going to see the big city. And I'm excited. This was a lot of fun, TJ. Thanks for watching, everyone. This was absolutely terrific. A very fun final table.
Yep, appreciate you all being a part of it with us. A pleasure here as Poker.org, the official media partners of the Borgata Winter Poker Open. We'll close this thing out, and we hope to see you next time. Have a great night.
Good evening and a baba booey to y'all.
Hi, my name is Chad Rodersheimer, Tournament Director here at the Borgata in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Welcome to day 4 of the Borgata Winter Poker Open Champion. We announced this event with a $2 million guarantee, and our players came out in massive numbers. We had 932 runners, which created a prize pool of nearly $3 million. Today is the final table. We got 6 of the best players competing for a prize of close to $500,000. Let's see who takes it down.
Hi, I'm Kelly DeSellis, Director of Poker Operations here at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. We're here for Borgata Winter Poker Open, and we've put together quite a schedule this year, and our players have really shown up to support. In just 16 days, we've offered 32 main events, 26 secondary and qualifiers, and promised over $5 million in guarantees. Rolling into the final 2 flights of our final event, the Monster Mirror Mystery Bounty, we already have close to 16,000 total runners with over $11 million in prize pools already paid out. It's been our pleasure to host this prestigious event and see such an amazing turnout from our poker community. We can't wait to welcome everyone back to the Event Center once again in September for the Borgata Poker Open. Until then, Borgata Poker has more unique standalone events planned in the coming months. Join us in February for the new Pure Grind series and our signature event, the 555, 5 flights, $500 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee. Follow us on X at Borgata Poker to be the first to know about all of our amazing upcoming events and more. Thanks again, players, for making this Winter Poker Open amazing.